Nestled along the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, Valencia beckons with its vibrant energy and rich tapestry of history and culture. From the bustling markets of its old town to the futuristic city of arts and sciences, the Spanish gem captivates with its fiery spirit and irresistible charm. But Valencia is not just a city steeped in history, it's also a beacon of contemporary culture. Marvel at the technology covering the dazzling display of innovation. The track that we're at today is the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, opening in 2014. That record set last year in 2023 by Dmitry Medvedev with a 55.691. The track length in total, 1,428 metres, with the main straight being 210 metres, the back straight being 135. Track width about 9 metres and the elevation only 2. This is a flat circuit here in Valencia, a beautiful track to go racing on with 19 turns in total, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, with a couple of hairpins out there as well. Drivers will have a challenge throughout all of these corners. The overtaking opportunities mainly through turns 1 in towards turn 3, round turns 6 and 7, into 11, 12 and 13, and of course into that final chicane on the circuit. Top speeds around this circuit around 125 kilometers an hour when you reach the braking zone into the final corner and into the braking zone of turn number 1. The average speed around 86 kilometers an hour around this 1.4 kilometer circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box for you this weekend worth of racing for the IAME Winter Cup 2024. There you can see the first grid getting ready to go out. But what are these drivers racing for this weekend? Well, the prizes this weekend are absolutely superb. Third place getting €250 plus a first round entry into the IAME Euro Series. Second place getting the €500 in the first 2 rounds of the entry. But then first place, €1,000, a full entry into the IAME Euro Series, and of course that all-important ticket to the IWF in 2024. First race is coming up in just a few moments' time, but a reminder as well of what these drivers did in qualifying earlier on. It was Timo Ramekers who was fastest overall. The young driver who's stepping up into the senior category. It's his first outing in the seniors, and he has certainly proved his worth already. He's had 2 third-place finishes so far in the heats that he had over yesterday. Today, what can he do? We caught up to him after qualifying yesterday. Timo Ramekers, your first outing in the senior karts as well, and you beat experienced senior drivers. How do you feel?
I feel great. It was a pretty good quali. Yeah, the speed was here. I'm very happy.
Yeah. Qualifying is one thing, races are another. You have races today in the senior category. Are you feeling up to the challenge of racing against such strong drivers?
I know that the race in X30 Senior is really hard, but it's for the experience I'm here, so I hope all the best.
Yeah. Well, what a way to announce yourself into the senior category by going outright pole. Congratulations. Well done, Timo Ramekers.
Thank you.
What a way indeed to welcome himself to the senior categories. We're getting ready for the first race of the day here on Saturday for the 2024 IAME Winter Cup, and I'm excited for this, Anthony Jordan. This is great to have the start of the season here in Valencia. Everybody's ready, and there's a lot riding on the line.
There is a lot riding on the line. There's a lot riding on the line for this young man here as well. Marius Barryberg, again, another driver who's stepping up into the world of the senior category here. And again, he has shown his worth. He took a win yesterday and a second, so some really good results to him. Hopefully he can keep that momentum up. But of course, he's on the outside row at the start of this one, and that is the tricky one. The Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero is a very fast circuit, but going in towards turn number 1, it's absolutely, well, it's not flat out, of course. You do need to slow down for it, but of course, it is a very fast sweeping corner. If you get caught on the outside there, you are going to struggle to bring it back to the inside, and a lot of drivers actually get caught out when they come out of turn 1 and then through the kink in towards turn 2. A lot of drivers having to take to the runoff, onto the dirty part of the track and off to that one. There you can see engines are fired up. The first race of the day, it's Senior X30. It's qualifying heat A versus C. Let's take you through the starting lineup on this one. Timo Ramekers and Marius Barryberg start this one on the front row of the grid. Andy Rattel, who did take a race win yesterday, starts on the second row with David Dragan, who had a 35th place finish yesterday, starts on the second row of the grid. Alexander Bondarev, another junior stepping up into the senior category, starts on row number 3. Alex Machado goes alongside. Adrian Martinez and Celine Canol go from row number 4. Louis Johnson-Cool and Christian Caballero go from row 5, and they round out the top 10. Mateus Machout and Emilio Covisto round out row number 6. Hugo Heron and Sam van der Heijden round out row 7, with Mickey Blascos and Paul Chaus on row number 8. Louis Casalili and Thomas Gomez, they round out row number 9.
Second half of the grid, Freddie Lloyd and Benjamin Johns go from row number 10. Arthur Vassor and Laurit Saxa go from row 11. Fred Sachs and Francisco Carreras go from row number 12. Aaron Garcia and Marcus Gloom go from row 13. Alex Legetza and Harry Ewell will start from the 14th row of the grid. Casper Norman and Jim Ringelberg complete the top 30 on row 15. Thibaut Galade and Thibaut Kempf go from row 16. August Graber and Margarita Furtado go from row 17. Gilles Renman and Marlon Bayer complete the 36 kart field. Seniors, the most subscribed category here this weekend, Anthony. And these qualifying heats, very key, I think, not just for those at the front of the grid, but also those probably from midway back. They're the ones at the moment in the provisional classification who are staring elimination in the face if they don't perform today. The top 72 across the whole category in seniors go on to tomorrow's super heats.
Exactly. There on your screen, our race director for this weekend, Martin Bean, coming all the way from Abu Dhabi, Dubai area for every round here this year. Glad to have him with us, and just sending the drivers round for one more lap. Of course, that was their out lap. Now they're starting their formation lap, and when they come in towards the likes of turns 12 and 13 onto the circuit, which is exactly where they are now, you'll see the yellow flag start to appear. This is to signal to the drivers to slow it down, bring it down, get everyone formed up as they are slowly approaching that red line into the entrance of turns 17, 18 and 19, which is, of course, that final chicane. If you do remember last year, the finals that we had, absolutely electric with the atmosphere, so many dramas and turmoils and everything like that, but it certainly gave us an exciting story in 2023. 2024, I'm sure, will be exactly the same. But with this year, the seniors have got some of these new drivers in the category. Looking forward to see what they can do.
They have indeed, and they're very quick. You mentioned the lap record earlier. I reckon the lap record's going to go today, if not it's already gone from the racing that we saw yesterday. 11 laps for all of these heats for the seniors today. For some of them out there, this will be their third heat of the weekend. For some of them, it will be their second. Actually, no, we're all up to third heat at this point. Let's get ready to go racing here on Saturday for the IAME Winter Cup. Green lights, away we go, and it's the pole side of the grid that gets the whole shot straight away. Calm run there from P2 for Barry Berger. There's the spin already for the 304. That's Miguel Blascos spat out from the midfield there, and that's exactly what you don't want there on lap 1.
Yeah, that's that outside line again. He started this one on the inside, but I think he just thought, I'll switch to the outside, and you get caught on that dusty part of the track, and that's not ended well for him at all. Clear breakaway now for Timo Ramikers. He's broken away, but this battle here, this is second place. Marius Barryberg, who is trying to hold off here nearly the entire field on the opening laps, looking to the inside there. That looks to be Alexander Bondarev going for the move, and it is. And he does get that move done down the inside, and he moves up into third place. So keep a close eye on it as Andy Rattel trying to fight back here as they go through turns number 14 out onto the back straight now, pulling out of the slipstream there. That looks like it's Kids to Win kart, and I'm going to see who that is. That looks like that is Adrian Martinez, who's making the move there through the back straight. So good waft on that back straight with that slipstream, and gets up another position. Drivers head over the line now as mechanics furiously talking to their drivers as they go wheel to wheel once more in towards turn number 1. And again, that's another overtake for the 240. That is Louis Johnson-Cool actually making the move there. Nice racing.
Yeah, gained 3 positions on the first lap, and that's another one. A good start as well for Matis. Meerschout has gone up 6 places. I think the biggest mover on lap 1 was Aaron Garcia, up 10 places to 15th. But what about that start from Ramikers? I don't think we've seen a lead after lap 1 in any of our categories so far this weekend, over 1 second at the end of lap 1. 1.2 the gap for Ramikers, but Barryberg responding quicker through sector number 1, has just gone purple through sector number 2. So let's see if the Norwegian on the FA chassis there can close in.
Yeah, indeed. Well, if you were fortunate enough to be here at the circuit yesterday, you would have seen the exciting opening qualifying heats that we would have had. If you weren't able to be here, unfortunately, you have missed it, but you can see the results. It's down the inside once more. Nice little overtake there as Martinez gets it done on Bondarev, and he moves up now into P3. His next target will be Marius Barryberg, who is in his own fight here to catch back up to Timo Ramikas. The gap around 0.7 of a second, and visually, out of the commentary box window, that gap is closing.
It is indeed. So Barryberg responding well. It was a bit of a surprise to an extent in qualifying yesterday, but has been showing through these heats so far. But the pace that we saw was not at just over 1 lap. There's good race pace in the 2.59 as well. Just to mention, Aaron Garcia really is charging now. Anthony up 14 places now in this race. He's already into the top 10. This is the kind of performance you need if you've got your eyes later on in the competition of getting into the top 72 first of all to make the super heats, but also the top 36. Ultimately, that's where all of these drivers want to be. They want to be in the final tomorrow.
A lot more curb there for Adrian Martinez, and he uses that curb to his advantage, and he pulls alongside and gets the overtake done before the apex there at turn 1. So Martinez now up into P2 and is on that charge now towards Ramikas, and that gap now down to 0.6 of a second. So they are starting to close in, and there, fastest lap of the race there for Adrian Martinez, who now is on his charge. That Kids to Win kart looking very, very strong here at Valencia.
Yeah, he built through the day yesterday, had a bit of a quiet start in the first round of heats, but it's the third round, or the last round yesterday, where he really started to hit into his stride and seems to get stronger and stronger. That's not good news. That's the 2.42 of Andy Rattel.
Wow.
That's a big DNF for the driver racing for Pantano Racing Team. That's one of our favourites from qualifying, was on the second row of the grid for this one. That's going to be a big score. Doesn't necessarily knock him out the top 72, but it definitely doesn't help him long term.
Let's have a look at the race start again on the left-hand side of your screen here, the live feed on the right-hand side. And where's Mickey Blaskos and all of that? Yeah, again, just on the outside. It was 3 wide. He got squeezed off the runoff there. Nowhere to go. Any drivers taken to the inside curb? Yes, many. 3 drivers off the track. Very common to see that. You just run out of space. It just constantly is up. They squeeze in, and yeah, you just can't get away. Once again, through turn 3, very tight through that sector there. But all the meanwhile, Ramikas, with that clean air, was just able to break away in those early stages. Rattel, that you can see, he was doing good. He was in that good position. And it was where he wanted to be, but I just don't know where it's gone wrong. And there's another kart just on the live feed out the window that has come to a stop as well, and it is the 321 by the looks of it that's gone off. I think it was that number as it whizzed past my screen.
I think it might be the 317.
I think it was. Is it Paul Chouse?
Yeah,
it is. Oh, that is a disaster for Paul Chouse. He was doing very well yesterday as well. He was up those positions. He had some good results yesterday.
He did. He did indeed. Well, here is your battle for second. In fact, no, not the battle for second. This is the battle for the lead.
First.
So Martinez has had a brilliant last lap, and Ramikas' lead has been chopped down to, well, at the last count, under 0.3 of a second. It's even less
that's
now.
a lot less than that now.
But this is one of the key points of these heats that we have seen from a few leaders so far in the seniors, that they have that very fast start and then they go into race management mode. All drivers have 2 sets of tyres from MG Tyres here this weekend, so they've got to do a little bit of management. I mean, it's cool here at the moment. It's almost perfect karting conditions, but you've still got to have that longevity in mind. As into the pits comes Benjamin Jons. The 323 is out of the race, so quite a few drivers having attrition out there. And there's another one, the 245 of David Dragan. That's a big one.
Wow.
That is a really, really big one. One of the fastest drivers here this weekend. The Romanian had a retirement yesterday. That's his second. We talked about it yesterday, didn't we? If you have one mistake, that puts you on the back foot, but you can still do something from there. 2 with this format, I think that's the end of hopes for David Dragan.
Yeah, that's a weekend over, unfortunately. And there's a move there just as we cut back to that one. You can see the change for the lead. Andrea Martinez just tucking to the inside there of Timo Ramikas through turn 7. Has he got that move completed? I think the answer to that is yes, and there it is. Confirmation on your screens. He has got that move done. So Ramikas now down into second place, and, well, who can stop Adrian Martinez here? Absolutely flying in this stages here. Now, what was his best result yesterday? Adrian Martinez, 7th place was his best result yesterday. Now he's looking at a possible win. What did he have for breakfast?
I was going to say, what did he have for breakfast? I know he's been looking at a lot of the data overnight, or he's been considering where to improve. As down the inside comes Ramikas. That's what the youngster can do. First full weekend in the seniors in the IAME Winter Cup and Euro Series. Brilliant move. Retakes the lead of this race.
Yeah, that's straight away. You don't give it up too easily again. And he's proving a point. He's making a statement here. Yes, okay, I've just joined, but I'm quick. I'm going to show you what I can do, and certainly is showing that. The same for Marius Barryberg here. So all three of them just driving away from the rest of the field here. Bondarev's still there in P4. This is good from Alexander Bondarev. He's not had these good results that he's needed. His best result was a P5. This was the overtake, and it's down the inside. That's Martinez. Just tucks it in. Beautiful control there, and look how close they were, giving that racing room, but millimetres of space.
Yeah, and this was into turn one on the inside. Lovely block pass there from Ramekers. It's a great opportunity to overtake. Loses the position before it tightens up on the exit of turn one. Back with them once again. 8 laps down, 3 to go. It's not decided yet. Marius Barryberg just holding there in third place, running a good race once again. We'll be hoping that there's a bit of a moment between the top two, because he was able to nip in and gain some positions doing that yesterday.
Yeah, interesting racing lines you just saw there. Ramekers taking that wider line into the corner, going for the later apex. Martinez on that inside line, kind of trying to force the mistake there maybe from Ramekers into the next corner. You see it time in, time out, especially through that section, especially through the section they're in now. There is several overtaking opportunities around this track, which makes it superb for racing. But right now with that one, he's opened up a little bit of a gap now, has Ramekers. Yeah, that closes up once again into the braking zone of the final chicane. Back onto the start-finish straight. Slipstream kicks in now. Martinez, is he going to look to the inside here? Oh, I thought he thought about it for a brief moment there, and then just tucked away at the last second. Marius Barryberg going a little bit wide there in the background, but still holding on to third place, and Bondarev still closing in. Where are they a little bit further behind as well? Matthias Michaut's there as well. Louis Johnson cool. Aaron Garcia doing a brilliant drive. Aaron Garcia, 18 places for the young Spaniard. What a drive for him. Sam van der Heijden, he's doing a good job as well. He's in the top 8, as well as Christian Caballero. Alex Machado is there as well, and Freddie Lloyd, who's up 8 positions, all within the top 11. We are on lap 10 of 11 now. The last lap board will be out this time. I don't think this race is quite over yet between these three. No,
I'd fully agree. There's still going to be an opportunity, I think, for Martinez to have a go at the lead. But again, they've got to think bigger picture. This is just a heat after all. Just to mention as well, Shiel Rauman's having a brilliant run as well.
Here we go.
Up 18 spots as up to the defensive line there goes Ramekers. Good defence as well. Martinez realising, it's not going to be on there through turn number 1, but there could be more opportunities. This is into sector 2. This is the technical part of the course where kart setup is so crucial. Overlooking the shoulder there is Ramekers. He knows that that's where Martinez is strong. I wonder if he's just backing him up a little bit in towards Barryberg. This is great maturity from Thibaut Ramekers to the inside again as they run towards the hairpin of turn 11. He's holding on here, Anthony.
Yep, he certainly is, but now he's left a door open there at the exit of turn 13. He exposes himself through 14, and now he loses the lead. So there you go. He just left that little gap, and now he drops down to second place, and here comes Bondarev to the outside. Oh, is he going to go for all 3? Bondarev! Oh, what on earth is that? He gained 2 in one corner, but he's going to lose it on the line. No, does Bondarev get second? He does!
Wow.
Absolutely out of nowhere. Well, it's Andrea Martinez who takes the win by half a second, but Alexander Bondarev, I did not have that one on the cards. He was in P4, he was slowly closing in and absolutely sent it on the outside, but he did go over that curb quite substantially. We might need to look at that one back a little bit to see if that was A-OK, but for Bondarev, that was certainly a move. For Ramekers, just leaving that gap open there through turn 13. Not what you wanted, but still a very good drive. But for Martinez, best result of the weekend for him.
Yeah, he's crescendoing at the right time. This is when you want to make your move to get yourself as high up the intermediate classification as possible. We'll return to pit lane. We will see all of these drivers back out again later on. Past halfway, though, in their heats programme here in the seniors.
Indeed. Well, there you go for Thibaut Ramekers, a driver who's been starting on pole for all these races, can only best a third throughout all of them. Here's a look then at your full results. Adriano Martinez from Alexander Bondarev, Thibaut Ramekers from Marius Barryberg, Matthias Michaut and Louis Johnson cool round out the top 6. Aaron Garcia with a brilliant drive, gaining so many places, jumps up into P7. Sam van der Heijden rounds out the top 8 from Christian Caballero there as well. Alex Machado rounds out the top 10 from Freddie Lloyd and Christian Luis Castellini, Milica Visto and Celine Canol from Hugo Heron and Gilles Renmans in the top 16. 19 positions gained there.
Absolutely, for Belgium, that's a great run. Fred Serks was in 17th place, Jim Ringelberg in 18th, 19th for Arthur Valsor, Thibaut Galade inside the top 20, Casper Norman, Lauritz Saxe, Michael Blaskost, good recovery there from Blaskost, was down to the bottom early on, finishes 23rd. Marlon Bayer and Harry Ewell were all in the top 25. Tomac Gomez, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. It was always going to be advantage for the pole side of the grid. And Barry Berg knew that, conceded into third place. It seems to be the tactic of choice for P2 starters this weekend, although he slung it round the outside there. Here was the early problem for Blaskos. Out wide through turn 1. He would recover into the mid-20s at the end of 11 laps, but it's a great start for Ramakas. Few drivers cutting across the gravel and the dirt on the exit of turn number 1 and through turn number 2. Early stages. Ramakas in full control, had over a second in his pocket at the end of lap number 1, and it was Marius Barryberg who emerged first of those to chase him down. It's a good start for Bondarev as well in the 2.26, as through the field came the 2.40. Some good moves being put in there by Louis Johnston-Cool in the early stages of this race. Middle phase of the discussion out there, and it was Mustinez who really came to the fore. First made the move on Bondarev there, then went through on a compliant Marius Barryberg there, and then set about chasing down the race leader. There were problems for the 317 of Paul Chaus, who retired in the middle of the race. Quite a few retirements in this race, including Benjamin Johns, David Dragan and Andy Rattel. This was when it really got going, though. Down the inside into turn 7 went Mustinez, and for Thibaut Ramakas, that was a change of plan. He went back down the inside into turn 1, retook the lead at the start of lap number 8, and then it was a question of could the youngster in his first seniors weekend and at IAME European level hold on, and it was on the last lap up the inside going into sector 3. Mustinez got the line down the inside, took a crucial lead of the race. There was one more bit of action as well. Alexander Bondarev going for a brave one round the outside, trying to take all 3 of them. In the end, it was 2. He did have a lot of curb there, but held on for second place. A good win, though, first one of the weekend for Adrien Mustinez.
Yeah, certainly so. A brilliant drive there from all of the drivers in that one. Certainly some good results happening throughout the course of this weekend. But bringing it in to the next category, though, or the next category, that's the same category. The next group, though, we've got groups B versus D coming up next. And there's been a bit of a change of pace with some of the drivers in this one. New tyres coming into fray, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the race. But this man here, Finn McLaughlin, well, he seems to be the one that seems to be unstoppable going into this weekend. So far, he's had 3 for 3 race wins, but it didn't go well for him fully in qualifying. He was fastest, but he wasn't overall. We caught up with him. Finn, what a time that was. You out-qualify Malo Bollier from Group 1. Time's looking very quick. Do you reckon the track could be getting quicker, though?
Well, we'll see for the next one, but I'm happy with what I did at the moment. Lap wasn't the best. Still had a lot more in me, but we'll see how it goes.
Second season with VDK now, and it seems to be going well for you. Another pole position on this one. The team seems to be working well for you.
Yeah, happy with the team at the moment, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens over this weekend. It's a long weekend, so many drivers involved, and again, a lot of competition, but I'm sure you're up for the task. But congratulations on the pole position.
Thank you.
Very good stuff from the Irish driver. It was just so calm yesterday in the races. As I say, a perfect score. One of 2 drivers who had a perfect score from yesterday. There's Malo Bollier now. Interesting stage of the competition, Anthony. As the little graphic shows on our screen, tyre strategy is starting to come into play, and we've got a big mix of what different drivers are doing out there in this heat. We have, yeah. Drivers do have the 2 sets of tyres that they can use, and that some of them are not deploying the full set straight away.
they are saving. They're either changing one side of it or maybe doing a crisscross pattern, you know, changing the front left and the right rear or anything like that, you know. The track is quite smooth, but with such high-speed corners, it does degrade quite quickly. Here's the next race, though, coming up. It is Senior X30 qualifying Heat B versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Finn McLaughlin, who starts this one on the front row. We've already said it once. We'll say it again. Dominant performance for him over the course of this weekend so far. Malo Bollier joins him alongside. His best results only been a third. Second row of the grid sees Kyuho Lee. He's not had good results. He had a 21st and 11th. His best results have been a P5. He's got Dimitri Viev alongside. Clement Outron and Connor Grant, they go from row number 3. Lewis Bird and Ruben Moya, they round out the top 8 on row number 4. Lucas Frederick and Fred Green, they round out the top 10 on row 5 from Hugo Mañas and Nico Villa on row 6. Hugo Marti and Patrick Agortacek on row 7, with Adam Rahali and Louis Kamin on row 8. Row number 9 sees Joseph Smith and Louis Aguirre on row number 9.
Jan Gomez will start 19th. Colombia's Salim Hano goes from row 10 as well. Andrea Pirovano and Charlie Gloom go from row 11. Julian Carmen and Tobias Norman start on row 12. Rafael Pereira and Eduardo Dominguez will start on row 13. Yoshida Kadai had some good races yesterday and is going to have to work hard from row 14 once again. Is joined by Hugo Gelade. Row 15 as Keanu Wellens and Luis Esser on it. Francisco Costa and Christian Vagani start on row 16. Otto Pikkinen did a lot of overtaking yesterday, had a poor qualifying. Will need to do so again from row 17. Is joined by Philip Svensson on that one. And Quinty Penn and Philippe Armand Carras are on row 18. 36 karts in the field once again. And for Matveev, as we see there on our graphic, new tyres on the left-hand side, both front and rear.
Yes, so there we go. We can see he's trying a different strategy here from the rest of the field, deploying a new set of tyres very early on into the competition. A lot of drivers here not going for that one. Here's race control. The drivers, the ladies and gents who are keeping us nice and safe out on the track. You've got Joanna Falcone just in the foreground there. You've got David Manchester in the middle, head of race control, and then Sara Blanco just in the background there, all keeping an eye on all of our drivers racing out on circuit there, in constant communication with all the stewards and the race directors out on the circuit and in, of course, the stewards' room, making sure the racing is as fair as possible.
There is nothing that our brilliant team there do not see.
Miss, yes.
So, 11 laps once again for all of our seniors here. Well into their programmes now, and Finn McLaughlin warming the tyres there. Has been in full control so far this weekend, but seen it many times before in these international competitions. It only takes one moment to lose that control. How must he be feeling at this present moment? Confident, I'd imagine, but still a job out there to do.
Yeah, indeed. He's still got the same tyres he had on throughout the entirety of yesterday. He has not decided to switch any tyres on his wagon, so he's kept that the same. Control on the back, and of course, he's got that inside line as well, so he has got good track position, he's where he needs to be, and just see what he can do for the start of this one. There you can see drivers now making their way into the tram lines. They have to wait until they get to the yellow line on the circuit before they hit the loud pedal. They do hit the loud pedal, it's green light, and off they go down towards turn number 1. And again, great start from that inside line. Kyo Lee and McLaughlin getting away on the inside, and it's actually side by side for the race lead on that one, and it is, well, that is Clement Outron from the third row of the grid, from P5 to P1 before they even reach turn 3.
Magnificent starts for Clement Outron. We saw this yesterday. He was very quick in the early stages of races. Such bravery as well to park it on the inside there at the tight part of the first turn. It's a long, more than 180-degree turn. And he's put it on the inside. I think that surprised McLaughlin a little bit. And this is a different situation for him now to what he faced yesterday. Coming round onto the backstretch now in sector number 3. The run from turn 14 towards 15, 16, 17, and then the final chicane. And Outron is making quite a statement in the early stages of this one. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1 for the qualifying heat involving groups B and D. It's Outron from McLaughlin, Lee, Bollier, Matviev, Moya, Frederick, Grant, Bird and Green. That's your top 10.
Very close action there, as just to the inside looked like Lucas Frederick trying to get the inside of Ruben Moya there, not able to get it done, and they slot back into position. But again, big changes throughout this entire field. Biggest mover on that opening lap as well. You got to look for the mid-pack there. I would say it's Felipe Armencares who has got the biggest jump there. 6 positions gained in the one lap, and already we are starting to see McLaughlin close back in there on Clément Outran, who has not broken away as much as I think he would have wanted to in that early stages, because he looked so quick there. Both of them still on their same tyres that they've had over the course of the race, and these drivers, this is their 4th heat of the day. They had 3 yesterday, so today marks number 4, so these tyres are pretty well used and abused. Are we going to see a change here in towards turn number 1? Yes, we are. McLaughlin thinking it's my turn to take the lead back, and with that will bring Bollier, Kyo Lee back into the fray now, and Ruben Moyer also, who's looking for a much better result today, as his best result's only been a 3rd, so he needs those seconds first. He's a quick driver, he knows he can do it. Yeah,
he's looking pretty quick though. The fastest driver out on circuit at the moment with a 56.884 in the early stages of this one. Last year's winner here in the IAME Winter Cup for the senior category. The race getting into its rhythm now. McLaughlin now leading. He's set a fastest sector 1 as well so far. Still early stages, of course. There was a change for 9th place on that last lap as well. Fred Green got past Lucas Frederick for that position. Who else was on the move? Looks like Lewis Bird. Well, we saw Lewis Bird have some good runs yesterday, particularly towards the end of the day, and he's on it again for the Croc Promotions team, up to 7th place.
Yep, indeed, back across the line they go. They start lap 4 now, and race at the front, pretty tame. I don't think it will stay like that for the majority of the race. I think we're going to see Moyer here potentially go for a move, and he is down the inside of turn number 3, lines that one up nicely and gets past Malo Bollier and moves up into P3. Lewis Bird, though, subsequently gets the fastest lap of the race. Keep an eye on him because he's currently in P7 and is starting to make some moves here. He's got Kyo Lee just in front now as they battle away. Absolutely nothing between those two. So clearly slipstream working out very well there. There on your screen is Dmitry Matviev getting the move done on Malo Bollier as well. So Bollier starting to fade in this mid-stage of the race. Malo Bollier yesterday, best result being a 3rd, his worst result being a 9th, does not want to repeat of that result.
No, the race pace hasn't quite been there for one of the strongest runners in qualifying. Coming round to finish lap number 4 then. McLaughlin leads by 0.3 of a second, and here down the inside, a response from 294. That's Bollier going down the inside of the victory lane. Karting effort, that's more like it. On Dmitry Matviev coming in now as well. Kyo Lee and Lewis Bird. Look at Lewis Bird down the inside. It takes 2 of them. Brilliant from Lewis Bird. That's him going to get up to 5th place.
Yeah, that is a nice controlled drive there. Was reading the road perfectly. Could read these drivers right there properly scrapping now. I think I've got an opportunity to just squeeze it down the inside there. Absolutely beautifully done there for the Croc Promotions driver as he makes his way up 2 more positions on lap number 5. Back onto the back straight now with our race leaders, and no change just yet. McLaughlin still controlling the pace once again. Outran having that brief lead, has now still settled for 2nd place, but Ruben Moyer has closed in now, and again he's looking for this, as we just see there, the 314 on your screens on the digi flag there, receiving a warning flag, and that would be Adam Rahali, who's currently up in 8th place. Now that comes with an in-race 5-second time penalty, which you cannot dispute.
It will indeed. New fastest lap of the race from Ruben Moyer. Sat there in 3rd, make that 2nd. Beautiful down the inside from the Spaniard. Pantano Racing Team will like that. Ruben Moyer is properly on a charge here. This is the kind of form that we saw last year when he won this competition. Has to be a bit defensive into turn 11, but now Ruben Moyer will set about the race leader. Let's have a little look back. This is going to be the Lewis Bird move. Down the inside of 1, make that 2. Beautiful stuff through turn 5 and 6. Lewis Bird's overtaking has been on point so far this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it kind of forced the card on those two as well. Kyo Lee and Dmitry Matviev, they then had to score between themselves as Lee then went down the inside as well, trying to copy that move, and Matviev had to block that one off, and that gave Bird the opportunity to just break away here Moya closing in now on McLaughlin. McLaughlin, I suspect, not feeling too safe. Ruben Moya also on the same tyre as he had yesterday, and he sends it to the inside of turn number 7, and that is signed, sealed and done. But McLaughlin is super glued to that rear bumper. He is not going anywhere, and I suspect we might see what we saw only a few laps ago with McLaughlin retaliating almost immediately in towards turn 1.
You'd think that would be the plan, but Ruben Moya is rapid in sector 3. Pulls out the gap as, out of the race there. That's the 3:05. That's Eduardo Dominguez for Birillard. That's a real shame. It's not going to be a good score. That's going to be a big haul of points in the intermediate classification. Down the inside, that is the 225 of Matviev. Down the inside of Bird, retakes 5th place.
But crucially there as well, that's Malo Bollier who's lost out to both of them now. So he's just dropped down to 6th place.
So 4th of Matviev. Bird now holding in 5th place. And as you say, Anthony, Bollier down to 6th. Again, just doesn't seem to have the pace across the 11-lap format as he had in qualifying yesterday.
No, exactly that. He's got to be careful here. He's looking like he's not going to get away too well. Now, Jan Gomez. Now, that's not gone too well for Jan. That's a technical flag. Unfortunately, we'll see Jan have to bring it back into the pit lane. And, that is a very unfortunate change for 2nd as well, as McLaughlin's gone down to 3rd place now. He checks over the shoulder to check the gap, and I think he'll be OK on that one. This is that overtake. Penultimate down the inside there through turn 14. That's just before the back straight, I believe. No, that's turn 1. That's turn 1, yeah, it is.
Turn 1. It was a late move as well. Really good stuff from Utran. And then this was both Matviev and Bird getting past Bollier there for 4th and 5th.
Well, there we go. Moya now with a breakaway. Penultimate charging down now, and McLaughlin not where he wants to be. Now, Eduardo Dominguez now gets a warning flag as well, so he was off the track. Something tells me that, yes, he did something that may have forced him to be off the track, but in race 5-second time penalty, not what you need, especially after retirement as well. Well, with this one, we're on lap 9. We've got the last lap board coming out on the next time these drivers come round, and Ruben Moya doesn't look too comfortable there in the race lead.
No, he's going to have to soak some pressure up here from Clement Utran, who's been at the front in a lot of these races so far this weekend, but a win has eluded the French driver. A couple of changes further back, just to note. Hugo Magnas has got past Kyo Lee for 7th place. Rafael Pereira also on the move, is up to 19th place. Biggest gainer so far is going to be Philippe Armand Carras, up 12 spots. He's into the top 25 now. Penultimate lap of the race. Moya starting to dig deep again. He just edges out that gap once more, and now he's into the portion of the circuit where he really has been strong in this race so far. What has Clement Utran got in his locker? Going to see the last lap board in a moment's time. Second heat of the day. Is Ruben Moya going to take a first win here on Saturday?
Well, let's find out. Final lap board comes out. McLaughlin looking to the inside there. Not close enough at all for a challenge. Utran just dipping to the inside a little bit there. Now that's meant that he's lost a little bit of ground there on Ruben Moya. Moya now looking a lot more comfortable on this final lap than what he did just 2 laps ago. He had Utran right on that rear bumper. Now has opened up a gap, so this is much, much nicer, and this would be Moya's best result this weekend, especially after not the best qualifying. Started these races 8th, but he's in Group D as well, so that actually means he was quite far down in the qualifying order. That puts him there, so he's had some good results to bring it back to this top spot, as we see more retirements there. Feb Gomez, unfortunately, bringing it back into the pit lane. That is, of course, the technical flag that we saw that went out. It's all kicking off, though, for 2nd place as Utran has to go defensive, and McLaughlin's going to get the switch over. No, he's not. Moya takes the win from Clement Utran. Then McLaughlin takes 3rd from Dmitry Matviev. Lewis Bird from Hugo Magnas, and Kyo Lee taking 7th place. Hugo Marti from the rest of the field as well. Patrick Agrovticic finishing in P9. He gave 5 positions. The same with Adam Rahali rounding out the top 10. But for Ruben Moya, that's a first win of the weekend. That is what he needs to take back maybe a double back-to-back IAME Winter Cup champion.
Yeah, another driver crescendoing like we saw with Mustinez in the first heat here today. That is just what Ruben Moyer would have wanted overnight. And applies that 0 score for the race win. Means we've only got one driver now on remaining on 0 points. That's Marcus Lutzio, who we'll see coming up soon. Drivers returning to pit lane.
But again, good result there for a lot of the drivers. Let's take you through the full lineup then of how these drivers finished at the end of that race. It was Moyer, Utron, McLaughlin, Matviev, Bird, Manyas, Lee, Matti, Gruftacic and Rahali, the top 10. Then it was Malo Bollier from Lucas Frederick, Fred Green, Nico Villa and Salim Hana who rounded out the top 15.
In the mid-pack then, Julian Cameron was 16th, Joseph Smith, Connor Grant, Rafael Pereira and Charlie Gloom were all inside the top 20. Yoshida Kadai, Philip Armancaras, Louis Homa and Keo Vellens were joined by Luis Aguiar in the top 25. Tobias Norman, Philip Svensson, Otto Pikkinen, Andrea Pirovano and Hugo Jaleba will all be in the top 30. And then, as I say, a number of karts having problems in that race. 31st, Luis Esser, Francisco Costa, Christian Vagani and Quinty Penn all finished. 2 retirements, Jan Gomez and Eduardo Dominguez.
This man here on your screen, though, your race winner, Ruben Moyer for the Pantano Racing Team. A superb drive, and I'm sure he will be happy with that one. I think vindication after not the best results that he had earlier on and, of course, the qualifying. This is exactly what he needs and exactly what he's just done. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. The race start, pretty calm, I would say, through turn number 1 than what we saw in the first race. Every driver just dipping it to the inside there. Some drivers sticking to the outside and still going 3 wide. Any driver that you see go 3 wide on the outside usually ends up on the dirty part and the exit of turn number 1 and in towards turn number 2. And there you see it. We have one kart just taking to that runoff area there. They all squeeze through turn number 3. A lot of karts just taken to the inside. Early stages, though, your man here, Clement Outron, just breaking to the lead. McLaughlin not able to keep up with it. But again, just that one little change there was able to get back a little bit later on in the race. 3 wide here as we saw Lewis Bird going for the moves here, just claiming it through the field. Absolutely fantastic drive for him. He would gain only 2 places in the race, but certainly had many overtakes all the way throughout that one. Malo Bollier, though, that unfortunately slowly starting to fall down the order. He would finish that one in P11. That is not a result he would have wanted. McLaughlin, though, took the lead back a little bit later on in the race.
Second half of the race then. Positions to be decided down the inside of the 203 there. This is Ruben Moyer coming through the order. The 225 was also on the move. Dmitry Matviev gaining positions. Bollier had a good fight back as well. Going down the inside of Matviev into turn number 1. But this is a really good move. Lewis Bird took 2 positions, the price of 1 with some beautiful positioning through the middle of the circuit, through sector number 2. Battles continued as Matviev fought back. Here's another view of that move from Lewis Bird, getting by on Matviev and Lee at the same time. Really is in good form this weekend as the Croc Promotions driver is fighting back after a difficult start to his first race earlier in the weekend. Ruben Moyer then really set about making his way to the front of the field. That was him going past Clement Outran. He got past McLaughlin as well, and Outran also followed through to take second place off the Irish driver. Around 4 laps to go, and it still wasn't done further back. Matviev down the inside of Bollier, Bird following through as well. Those 3 drivers traded 4th, 5th and 6th places back throughout the course of the 11-lap duel. But in the end, it was a win for Ruben Moyer, last year's winner in the senior competition. Clement Outran just held on for second place ahead of Finn McLaughlin. The first time Finn McLaughlin has not won one of these heats so far this weekend. It means that Marcus Lutzio is the last driver on 0 points.
Exactly that. Well, let's see what he can do in this race as he starts this one on the front row of the grid, but he doesn't start this one on pole position. That will go to Jimmy Helias, a driver who has himself not had a race win yet. Again, there has been some talk of tyres in this one, some of the drivers switching them, but again, we'll go over that a little bit later on in the race. But for Jimmy Helias, who starts this one on pole position yesterday, 2 second-place finishes and a 7th. That is not the result he will have wanted for the victory lane karting driver, but can he claim that first win of the weekend? He is sticking to his same tyres that he has used over the course of yesterday, so these are 3 race-old tyres plus qualifying, so they are used and abused. Starting alongside Marcus Luzio, though, he has only had 2 qualifying heats so far. This would be his 3rd heat, so his tyres are fresher, and he's had 2 race wins. The only downside he's got is that he starts on the outside of this grid.
Yeah, and that's what's been difficult for drivers so far this weekend. Let's go through the grid then. This is qualifying heats for groups E and F. Pole position, Jimmy Elias for the 2-1-7. Marcus Luzio joining him on the front row. Emilia Carey and Arnau Malizia are on row 2. Luca Horton and Hugo Martiniello on row 3. Ken Geraghty and Mark Granada go from the 4th row of the grid. Kevin Lantinga and Elia Weiss complete the top 10 there on row 5. Meliangelo and Cale Clark start on the 6th row of the grid. Luca Bertoni and John Paul Carras on row 7. Luna Clare and Marc-Laure Piccolo start on row number 8. Hugo Besson and Rema Blanc start on row 9.
The top 20 goes with Miguel Silva and Diego Palesi on row number 10. Row 11 sees Vilma Svan and Johanna Luja. Row 12 sees Diego De Casta and Paul Hamburg on row 12. Row 13 sees Morgan Knudsen and Jill Martrulio on that row. Natalia Granada and Thomas Colayo on row 14. Emilio Van Overberger and Maximilian Rafalik on row 15 in the top 30 from Alexander Ruta and Maximilian Bergström, Kevin Bakker and Livia Samson, Jakob Lasket and Ralph Ntharin at the back of the grid. 36 karts as Martin Bean sends them round one more time. Out lap is complete. Formation lap starting now when they head towards turn 13. That is when they'll see the yellow flags and start getting themselves formed up. Now, there are some drivers who have gone for the switcheroo of tyres. We'll talk a little bit about this now. A lot of them going for the left-hand side of the karts. One driver going for the right-hand side. So there's a bit of a discussion, a bit of disagreement, I think, between some of the drivers out there thinking, no, I think change the left side. No, I think change the right. And again, on this turn, there is more right-hand turns than left.
Yes.
That meaning that the left-hand side of the kart would degrade a little bit more than the right, especially with some of them being such high speed as well.
But at the same time, you want that pull-in grip. So I wonder if that's one of the factors for drivers thinking about the right-hand side of it. They want that initial grip on the front right corner as he's leading into those right-handers. It's interesting to see which strategy will work out. Air temperature that we've got outside, reading here in the box, 7 degrees Celsius. So
it's snippy.
It's chilly. It's chilly.
Yeah, but it's warming up.
It's a nice kind of chilly. It could be worse. It
Exactly.
could be like back in England. It could
Sun's
be raining.
coming out. Someone who's enjoying the sun out there, our deputy race director, Gonzalo Planta, who's out there at the moment. He is the driver who's slow. He's the man who slows them down before they head into that final chicane. I'm not sure if he's going to stand in the middle of the track with the karts going alongside him. No, he's going to walk out of the way. That's a smart move, that is. I wouldn't stand in between that lot.
No, not these seniors. They're all charged up and ready for another 11 laps of racing here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. 11 laps for groups E and F in their X30 senior qualification program. And away we go. Fairly even starts between the two front runners, and it's going to be Luzio trying to go around the outside there, which we've seen have a good level of success. But no, he's lost out there. It's a good lead for Jimmy Elias into the first time into sector number 2. As ever, we are seeing a couple of drivers, and it's all getting a little bit
and that's spin early on.
in. Now that's Kari.
Yeah.
That's Kari. That's a high runner. That's Emilia Kari, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, wasn't able to get through turn 3 and 4 clean, and has now got a lot of work to do.
Won the first race of the weekend as well, and that's not the result I wanted. 10th to the 5th, and now it's all the way to the back of the field. So that is a big shame, though. Race continues. There's Jimmy Helias losing another position there. Now that's to the inside. That's a premium karting that I'm seeing there, I think. Just trying to think who that is. I think it's Marcus Luzio. It is Luzio who gets into 2nd place. So running as a privateer this weekend, but into P2. And now he's on the charge now for your race leader, which is Hugo Martinello. So Martinello, who's gained 5 places in that race, to now lead this one. What a drive.
Yeah, really good stuff from the Frenchman. Started the weekend, well, I said the race week very well. Was pretty good in free practice. We didn't quite see that pace in qualifying, timed qualifying yesterday. Started from the 3rd row in this one, but that's a perfect start to gain those 5 positions. Marcus Luzio, the remaining driver unbeaten so far this weekend, is now looking down the inside into turn number 11. Has he got it done? Yes, he has got it done. Good move from Marcus Luzio back to the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed. Martinello, you could just see trying to get his nose back down the inside there through turn 12. Not able to get it done. Look at the train that we've got here in this one. Very big train now as they all go into the braking zone there. Dive down the inside. That's George Gibbons. That's Luca Horton on Marc Granada there as it doesn't go too well. And now they go 2-3 wide now in towards turn number 1 and closing the door, slamming the door closed there is the 3-1-2 of Hugo Martinello. Just denies Luca Horton the opportunity to get down the inside there, and Horton, I say, bravely keeping his foot completely planted on the throttle, kicks up the dust into turn 1.
Does indeed. This is down the inside now, goes Horton. Now he's got the move done. Through as well, I think that's Elias and Granada having a go, so it's not a good few moments for Hugo Martinello, having gained those 5 positions on lap 1, is now losing a number of them. Down the inside again goes Martinello. It's all kicking off here. This is good news if you're Luzio or Horton, because he's starting to break away now onto the backstretch. Who else is in there? I think Le Piccolo's in there. Lantinga's also come to have a go here. Down the inside goes the 2-2-2 of Lantinga. There's a lot of changes in position at the end of this 3rd lap of the race. Let's count them through. Luzio now leads by 0.6 of a second. Horton is there in second. Another 3/4 of a second further back is Martinello. Then it's Granada, Elias, Lantinga, Le Piccolo, Weiss, Malizio and Blanc. Great run from Reimer Blanc. Up 8 spots so far for KCR Racing and is into the top 10.
Cathal Clark now with the fastest lap of the race, currently down in P16, so looking quick all the way throughout that one, but I still fixated on this battle here. This is P3 as first and second have disappeared down the road now with all this scrapping away. Martinello defending here from Marc Granada, but I think Granada's now got the move done. Yes, he has, yeah, so Granada now in front, yeah, up to P3. A good move there, and now trying to just break away. It's all kicking off a little further back. Kevin Lantinga is under pressure from Marc Le Piccolo. Jimmy Helias as well as there as Elia Weiss also there as well. One car taken to the curb. I think that was Lantinga in the 2-2-2. Yeah, as he maintains his position, but had to leave the track for it. Hugo Martinello, warning flag. That is not what he wanted. The driver who's currently in P4 now seeing a warning flag, and off the track there, that's the 3-2-2 and a spin right in the middle of the track. That is the 255. Now who's that? That is Elia Weiss. Elia Weiss sideways in the fastest, one of the fastest braking zones on the circuit. That is definitely not what you want to see, but luckily manages to break away with no contact. But another driver who had to take to the grass there, I think that was Jimmy Elias again, who lost out.
Yeah, Jimmy Elias is not having a good one here. It just doesn't seem to be falling into place for him in these races. We're on lap number 5. Well, normally this is when it all calms down. If anything, is this the most frenetic racing that we've seen so far this weekend?
And it's still going on here. You can see drivers squabbling for position there. Kevin Lantinga again going defensive in these early stages of the race. This is not what you want to see because it just backs the whole pack up, and now he's got a huge strain behind him. Jimmy Elias right there. Marc Le Piccolo also trying to get involved in this one. Now I think that's Kevin Lantinga. I will confirm who that is. Now into the pit lane comes the 318. That's not gone too well. That is Diego De Casta, unfortunately, for the Pantano Racing team. He is retiring from this race. Now, what's happening here? Is it the 3-2-2 or it's a 2-4-9? I think it's Reimer Blanc who's actually defending there going into the corner. I'll try and confirm the number, but it's still a very tight battle all the way throughout that. But here again at the race lead. Now, Luzio has not broken away too well here. Luca Horton is starting to close in.
I think they'd be well advised, though, to keep working together. They've got about a second over Marc Granada and the chasing group behind. They don't want to fall into the clutches of them. Also should just note that the number of drivers gaining a lot of positions in this race. Juan Aluya, who we saw earlier in the 2-3-0, is now into 11th place, so has halved from his grid position earlier. Maximilian Rafalik is up 13. Alexander Ruta, another one of the Polish drivers, is up 11 as well. But you've got to give it to Raul Zanzarin. We saw this in one of Raul's races yesterday. I think he's gone past that number now. He's gained 21 positions in this race. He's up into the top 15 now from the back of the grid.
Yeah, indeed, some good racing there. I'm going to take back what I said earlier on about Kevin Lantinga defending into the final corner. It was not him. It was another driver, and I'm still trying to ascertain who it was. But that battle's still raging on in the background here. But this one is getting a little bit interesting now. That slipstream effect starting to kick in. Horton, is he going to go for the move into the final corner? No, that's a bit too risky, especially when it's just the two of you and for the race lead. Might be eyeing it up in towards turn one, though. Has that slipstream, has that toe. Not going to go for it. I think they're going to work together now in these dying stages of the race. What's been Horton's best result over the course of this weekend? It has been a third, but he's had a 13th and a 14th. He does not want to risk going for that other move. Now, who's the driver that's gone off the track there?
That was the 222 of Lantinga.
Right, that was Lantinga, but it was another driver who I was trying to get involved with. Now, all that is Elia Weiss. Right, okay, so we saw Elia Weiss sideways and spinning off the circuit. Well, how did that happen? There you can see Malabolia going off. Oh, big curb. Yeah, just got squeezed there, and that's not a place you want to be stuck at.
There we go. That is, oh, wow, fully airborne there was Elia Weiss.
That's a scary place to be on the track, but luckily everyone avoiding. So that's the biggest thing. Another angle there of it. And there you can see everyone just, unfortunately, trying to get through as well. It was a big moment there. That is Cathal Clark, unfortunately, getting caught out. 315 not going well. And, well, Elia Weiss coming away with a warning flag after that as well. So, again, just got to wits about you all the way throughout this racing. No change at the front here, though. How's the pace looking, though? Because it looks like McLaren is starting to close in.
Well, the triple group behind of Granada, Martiniello and Lantinga are all being pushed by Kevin Lantinga, who's just gone purple through sector one. He's one of the fastest drivers out on circuit at the moment. Not the fastest, because there I see on your screens, Raul Zanzarin is set at 56.297. This is whilst he's still coming through the field as well, Anthony. He's now gained 23 places in this race so far. He's up to 13.
I say there's been some big movers in this one as well. Jonas Luja as well, 12 positions gained. You've got Alexander Ruta also gaining 11 positions. The same with Maximilian Rafalik, also 13 positions gained. So there have been some really big shifts in the matrix in this grid. They've all been chopping and changing while we've been keeping an eye on this front battle, where again, still no change. Last lap board will be out this time for the drivers. They will see it the next time they come to the start-finish line. So we might start seeing something here from Luca Horton. Horton, who has yet to have a race win, but Luzio, who has yet to lose a race so far this weekend. Yeah,
if Marcus Luzio can hold on to this one, this is a big result, a really big result. It would put him 3 points clear of the rest of the field and in full command of the X30 senior category with not a lot of time remaining in the rotations. Marcus Luzio keeping calm at the wheel. Horton not doing anything too rash at the moment, and as you mentioned, Anthony, is in one of those positions where he'd take a second place right now. On to the final lap then. Quarter of a second is the difference between Luzio and Horton. Last time around, 56.6 is for both of them. For Granada, Lantinga, and Lantinga's got up to 4th place as well, we should note, ahead of Martiniello. They're all quicker, but not at the kind of run. Oh, and Lantinga was going down the inside there for 3rd place. I don't think he got it on Granada. I don't think they've got enough time here to catch these two. It's just a question of, does Luca Horton go for a big send down the inside either here into turn 11? No. Covered off well there by Marcus Luzio, but there's going to be one more chance, you'd think, for the GGM driver. As into the pits, that's Hugo Besson for VDK Racing, is out of the race late on in this one. Back to our battle at the front, though. Is Marcus Luzio going to take another win here? He's going to be defensive into the chicane. Has just got to thread it through. 1, 2, 3. Get on the gas, sees the checkered flag. A very good win for Marcus Luzio, and he is in full command now of the IAME Winter Cup senior category. Perfect all the way through so far. That is now a triple run of wins for Marcus Luzio. Have that rest of the seniors field.
Yeah, exactly that. But he matches now the wins of Finn McLaughlin. But McLaughlin as well, who's had that 4th race,
True.
We have to see what Luzio can do in that fourth race. But right now, he is on good form here, Marcus Luzio, after 11 laps of racing. Privateer doing very well. Very close battle just at the end there for second place. Luca Horton having to actually defend from Mark Granada, who nearly got the switchback on him out of the final corner. So very close across the line between those two. They rounded out the top three. Kevin Antinga finishes in P4. Very impressive drive from Hugo Martinello, who drops down to P5 but still gains a position. Jimmy Helias unfortunately dropping 5 places from pole position. He finishes in P6 from Marc Lepiccolo and Jean-Paul Carras, who finishes in P8. Johan Aluja rounds out 9th place with Ralph Tharin with 26 places. He finishes within the top 10. What a drive there. Anna Malaysia then finishing in 11th place from Kian Geraghty. Maximilian Rafalek, who gains 17 places, finishes in 13th place from Vilma Svan. And Rema Blanc, who round out the top 15.
Into the mid of the order then, a good drive as well from Alexander Ruta. Kale Clark had some difficulties out there, P17. Miguel Silva, Natalia Granada and Luna Clare all inside the top 20. Gil Matrillo in 21st ahead of Amelia Carey, who had that spin exiting turn number 1. Maxi Bostrom, Kevin Backer all in there as well. Angelo Meliangelo completing the top 25. Thomas Lemos, Morgan Knudsen, Paul Hamburg, Jakob Lizak, Livia Sampson, Emilio van Overberger all making it to the end. Luca Bertoni as well, but the retirements out there for Diego Pelassi, Hugo Besson and Diego de Castro.
Very good run in the results. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. The start, again, pretty good, but it would kick off a little bit as we go in towards turns 2 and then into the braking zone of turn number 3. I think drivers getting a little bit concertinaed up. You see them about 3-4 wide in the background there, and you can see drivers taking to the curbs. It was not the best run that you'd want for a lot of these drivers, but again, everyone trying to get through. I think Anna Malaysia lost out a little bit the most there, but the biggest loser, definitely Amelia Carey, unfortunately, from the second row of the grid, just lost out at the start of that one. Then you started to see Hugo Martinello with the lightning start. He gained 5 positions in the opening lap. He would take the lead, and this was the fall of Jimmy Helias. Unfortunately, he would just start to tumble down as then Luzio managed to get through into second place, and then the field closed in behind. You saw the GTM kart there of Luca Horton getting involved in the scrap. He would finish in P2 as well. That is his best result of the weekend as well, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that P2. But the racing continued on. There again, down into that final chicane, just full commitment, full send. It's very difficult to get a clean overtake there through the final chicane, especially when you've got that big group behind you as well.
Indeed, but Horton really was in the mood for getting up the order. This was him having a go at the 3-1-2 of Martinello for second place. Martinello wasn't having any of that, shut the door as they approached turn number 1. But later on that same lap, down the inside went Horton into turn number 7. He set about trying to close down Marcus Luzio. This was the point of the race where it really started kicking off in the top 10. Changing of places everywhere you would look. Wide there went Latinga across the runoff. And there was more drama afoot into turn 1 as down the inside went Kari. This was the big moment of the race. Kari clipping the curb big time. Elias taking to the dirt. And for Elia Weiss, rather, it was not a good result in the end. 26th place once penalties have been applied, received a warning flag, plus 5 seconds there. Into the last third of the race, Elias was taking to the gravel there. In the end, was classified in 6th place. There was another moment. Kyle Clark not being the beneficiary there in 17th place, but in the end, a 3rd win of the weekend so far here in Valencia for Marcus Luzio, winning by 1/4 of a second ahead of Luca Horton.
Certainly so. Well, that brings us to the end of the first rotation of the senior categories. Now we turn our attention to the juniors. This is the first time we are going to see the juniors go racing, and for this driver here, for the Beyond Racing team, the South African Ethan Lennon, well, he was outright fastest yesterday in qualifying. Here's what he had to say. Well, Ethan, a fantastic time from yourself. Only one of 2 drivers to get down into the 56-second lap times around there. Very, very quick. How was it feeling out there for you?
It's very good, and it's my first pole position in Europe, so it felt great.
Yeah. brilliant lap from yourself. Again, we really look forward to seeing what you can do on the circuit. But talk us through some of the laps, because we were watching you. You were purple in Sector 1, but then Sector 2 you were struggling, and then on that final lap, it all came together.
Yeah, it felt very good, especially without the slipstream. I feel like I did very good through that first big hockey stick-typed corner. And I got to think the guy was behind me because he didn't overtake and he just kept pushing.
Well, it worked out well for you, and you come away with outright pole position. So congratulations. We look forward to seeing what you can do tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hockey stick type corner. I'm trying to think what that corner is. I think it's turn 1. I think it's turn 1 he's talking about there. If you can get it hooked up around there, you're absolutely on it. Well, the driver starting alongside him, though, Harrison Mackie, again, just got pipped on that qualifying, but still very, very quick. He's got his brother Lewis spannering for him today. You can see him there on the side. What can these drivers do over the course of this next few races? Of course, the junior races just slightly less length than the seniors, the senior racing being 11 laps. Here we go then. The next race is the Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus B. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Ethan Lennon and Harrison Mackie starting this one on the front row from Benjamin Manak and Thomas Paradere on row number 2. Nikita Nikashov and Jesse Phillips, another driver who's jumped up from the minis now into the juniors. Let's see what he can do on the third row of the grid. Rock Pineda and Arthur Huang on row number 4 from Alex Pineda and Gilles Herman on row 5. Sid Redemaker and Alfie Slater jumping into row number 6 with Marie Barryberg and Jensen Burnett on row number 7.
On to row number 8, Nat Johnston and Maxime Prudhomme. Thomas Fernandez and Archie Owen go from row number 9. Emil Pateri and Mikhail Kari go from row 10. That is your top 20. Jorn Helder and Quinton van Leeuwen go from row number 11. Martin Marquez and Gabriela Teixeira go on row number 12. Romain Saleh and Nilas Malak go from row 13. Jacob Bachler and Eduard Godfroyd go from row number 14. Florentine Hattemer and Jonathan Landstrom on row 15. And a not good result in qualifying for Jose Bautista de Liccarini. Had problems in that qualifying. Will start at the back in this one. 31 karts in the field, 8 laps for the juniors. And they've been very patient as well, Anthony. They've had lots of senior racing yesterday afternoon and the early part of this morning, but finally they get their turn to head out on track and gain some points.
Exactly that. Yesterday, it was just after qualifying, it was all senior heats, all the juniors and the minis. They were just lining the walls here, watching the seniors go to battle and having to wait another day before they could start. And yeah, finally we can see what these drivers have got under their helmets, what they can do, what they can do in these races. So let's see what they can indeed do. There we go. Right, drivers making their way onto their formation lap now, and they will start getting themselves gridded up. Now they've gone past the first yellow flag, and now they're starting to bring them back, but they're all still fairly spread out, even on this back straight. Remember, the red line is the line that's coming up in about 200 meters time, and from there they are supposed to be lined up, gridded, ready to go, and at this moment in time, they are not. So you can see there that Gonzalo Plata just slowing the grid down. That looks a lot better. Everyone's closed up now.
Less competitors in this category, so everyone's assured of a spot in the super heats, but with only 3 chances to race, it means the margin for error mathematically is a lot smaller for these drivers, so keeping yourself at the front is going to be key. 8 laps for the first time this weekend here in Valencia. We go racing in the X30 Juniors. Good start for Ethan Lennon. Harrison Mackie holding the wider line. He's going to try and carry speed to attempt to go for the lead. They're going to be 3 wide as they come off of turn number 1. Good start, though, for the number 40 of Ethan Lennon, holding the lead. This is the first time they've all gone into turn 3 and 4 together, and they're just about making their way through, all 31 of them, but that's a very good start for the South African. I think there'll have been a bit of nerves. First time on pole position in a competition such as this, but he's rising to the challenge early on.
He certainly is going defensive in these early doors, and there's a little bit of contact between the two of them as going up in the air. Unfortunately, the 55, that was Benjamin Manak, just getting back down on all 4 wheels. He does lose a couple of spots there, but he keeps his composure and keeps the EMP4 as again instantly on the attack now. Mackie looking to the inside here and down the inside as well. The 62 is going to follow as well. That's Nikita Nikashov getting up into P2 as they go into the final chicane. Now let's take you through the full lineup as they go across the grass fast-tracking there across the line, and we're 3 wide for the third place. This is incredible on the opening lap, but it's Mackie who leads from Nikita Nikishov and Benjamin Manak. Ethan Lennon and Pierre still there as well in P5. Jesse Phillips is there in P6, and off the track, that's not what you want to see. It's the 44 that's done that. That's Thomas Prader.
I'm already taking it back from the screen. This is what junior racing is all about. It's always frantic out there. Everybody looking to impress. Good work, I thought, on the last couple of corners there between Mackie and Nikishov to work their way through to first and second. If they can keep working together, and they are, they're pulling away already from Manak behind there in third, and Lennon. They're on for a good result here. They're short races here. 8 laps. We're already a good way into lap number 2. Who's made the most progress in the early stages of this one? I think we're looking to 17th place. Quinten van Leeuwen is up 5 spots in the early stage of this one for PDB Racing Team. End of lap 2. Mackie from Nikishov there. Less than a tenth of a second between them, but they're holding formation for the moment. That's the sensible thing to do. 57.9s for them, 58s and 59s for everybody else. This is good stuff.
Yeah, very, very good here. And these two absolutely line astern as well. Now Nikita Nikishov with the VDK Racing Team this weekend, and Harrison Mackie still with his beloved Fusion team. Of course, his brother being the mechanic for him as well. Great little family outing for them. Both of them very skilled drivers, and Lewis now taking the job of spannering. It's Harrison doing exactly what he needs to do. He is driving very quickly right now, just holding off Nikita Nikishov, but he is right on that rear bumper. He is pushing hard and potentially could go for the move this time in towards turn number 1. Let's see what sort of toe he can get as they exit out of the final chicane. Right on that rear bumper. Is he going to go for the move? No, he's going to think against it. That's some smart driving there. He's going to work together now and try and push each other along. And that is not good news for Benjamin Manak, who's there in third place. But you can see now that he's having to think here. Right, I've got to really push hard now in this to try and keep up with these two. If I don't, I'm going to start falling back into the clutches of the drivers behind. Let's have a look at the replay of the start again on the left-hand side of the screen. Live feed still on the right-hand side. Great stuff here from the production crew here at RGMMC. Brilliant to see the race restart there. Just you can see 3-4 wide in the background there. It was actually fairly clean. It was only when we got to this part of the track, then again, it starts to kick off. Some drivers going wide. At the exit here into turn 3, you can see one car going completely sideways there into the braking zone. But amazingly, they all got through.
They did indeed. And this was a bit tight through the early parts of sector number 2. That was a moment there for Manak, just clipping the back of Lennon's kart there and hopping up in the air on the front axle for a moment. Mackie and Nikishov beautifully weaving their way through to take the lead by the end of lap number 1. Pretty much that formation now as well, but Nikishov starting to move around a little bit more, trying to get in the peripheral vision of Harrison Mackie, maybe just trying to put him off. See there on the live feed through the rest of the order, number 36, Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips is on the move here. Did have the fastest lap a few moments ago. That's been taken away now by his Fusion Motorsport teammate at the front of the field. But last year's mini winner here in the IAME Winter Cup, stepping up into juniors now. Lots of expectation on the young driver's shoulder from the United Kingdom. He's up to 5th place.
Yep, good showing here. Right, back on the start-finish straight here. What's the gap between Benjamin Manak and these two? Well, it's going to come down now as Nikita Nikishov sends it down the inside through turn number 1 and wastes no time with that one. Good driving again from Mackie, not losing too much. So that sends it immediately down the inside. And now here comes Nikishov back to the inside. Right, Benjamin Manak, who's right there now. And look at that, fastest lap of the race as well, just to boot. So he's now closed right in on these two after that squabbling. And now it is Nikita Nikishov who now leads the way. Mackie down to 2nd and Benjamin Manak now closing in.
Benjamin Manak's eyes will have just lit up at that, like,
yeah.
Yes, this is what I want. The two drivers ahead fighting just as he's getting into his stride as well. It's going to be a 3-kart battle at the front of the field. We're in the second half of the race now as well. How does Harrison Mackie play this now? He's not got the lead. Defensive goes Nikishov into the chicane. It's on now for all 3 of them. And Jesse Phillips is going to be looking at this in the distance as well, going, yes, I want to be a part of that. He's getting help from Ethan Lennon behind now as well. Very defensive is Nikishov into the first turn on the penultimate lap now.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about Benjamin Manak here. They're in third place. He's probably in that helmet just thinking, fantastico, vamos, let's go, let's get that move done, as he's closed right in now to these two in first and second place, as he's latched onto that rear bumper now of Harrison Mackie. Through the sweepers they go, 9 and 10, in towards the infield straight towards turn 11. To the outside there goes Benjamin Manak. He forces Mackie to go to the defensive inside line. He might get the switch back here as they exit out of turns 12 and into 13. Can he get alongside? The answer is no. He stays behind there, but that's very close racing and very good defensive driving there from Mackie. But now Nikita Nikishov goes defensive in towards 15 and 16 into the final chicane here. This is backing them all up, and yes, I am going to say it now, that triple group behind of Phillips, Lennon and Arthur Huang is starting to close in as well on this final lap. We could have a 6-car battle here as we go on to this last lap.
They took 1.2 seconds out of them on the last lap. Mackie down the inside takes the lead of the race. Brilliant move from the Briton.
Yeah, that is brilliant stuff now. But again, Nikita Nikishov just sends it back down the inside now. And Benjamin Manak again on the outside through turns number 5 and 6. Will have to try and concede it. Now it's kicking off in the background as well. Lennon's got back past Phillips as they've closed right in now. So it is a 6-car battle in this first junior race of the weekend. Defensive in towards turn 11 as they all try to go with it. They all go deep into the corner as well. Now it's all kicking off. Look at this. This is crazy for this final lap. 6 cars battling for the race lead, but it's Nikita Nikishov who leads the way at the moment. Mackie's still there from Manak, Huang, then it's Lennon, then Phillips, who's dropped down to 6th place. Now, do not leave the door open here, Nikita Nikishov, because you will get attacked here. But to the outside there, who is that? It's the Beyond race against Ethan Lennon, who tries to go around the outside, and Mackie's out. Mackie and Ethan Lennon sideways over the line. They crossed the line, but off the circuit, but they didn't cross the timing loop. They're out. They are out, and Harrison Mackie is furious. Well, boys, keep it civil out on circuit. You don't want to see that, but unfortunately for those two, they are out of this race, and well, you can imagine the fury raging there in the pit lane. Not what you want to see at all. Well, Nikita Nikishov takes the win on that one. Benjamin Manak and Jesse Phillips does get promoted up into 3rd. Well, that is certainly not the way you want to see a race end. But for Nikita Nikishov, that is a first win of the weekend, and he will be happy with that one after not able to just take the pole in qualifying. Benjamin Manak then finishing in 2nd place from Jesse Phillips, finishing in P3 from Arthur Huang and Alfie Slater, who gained 7 positions, finishing in P5. Thomas Prader then recovering back to P6 after losing a couple of positions just at the start of that one. Sid Rodemaker rounding out the top 7 from Alex Pinera. Then it's Jensen Burnett and Nat Johnson rounding out the top 10. Michael Carey rounds out 11th place from Quintin Van Llewellyn. Maxime Proudhon finishing in 13th place from Archie Owen. And Gabriela Tercera finishing in 15th place. 16th place sees Thomas Fernandez gaining 1 position. Rock Bonera unfortunately not having the best race, finishing P17 after losing 10 places. Jose Bautista finishing in 11th place, 13 positions gained. It's a good drive there. For Marie Barryberg, it's a P19 with Emil Pateri finishing in 20th place. Well, there's your winner. Nikita Nikishov for the VDK Racing team. Delighted with that one. Certainly had to fight for it, though. It really kicked off in the early stages of those race, and well, in the dying stages, obviously we saw the drama that unfolded out of that final corner. I'm sure we'll see what happened earlier on, but several retirements in that race. Very unfortunate, of course, with the 2 that are across the line, Mackie Lennon, but Jorn Helder as well as Nilas Malik also retiring. Some of the highlights of that race, though, and it was a good start for Ethan Lennon initially. Ethan Lennon holding that inside line, just controlling it. You can see Mackie there to the outside trying to get involved in it. Unfortunately, he would drop down to, I think, P4 in that one as that inside line came through. Benjamin Manak, Nikita Nikishov, that start really worked out well for him. He did end up in P4, though, at the start of that one. You can see the cut sideways just in the background there as I think it was Rock Pineda getting a little bit sideways there and getting pushed out. Not what you wanted to see at all in the early stages of it. Then it started to kick off. Benjamin Manak sending it back to the outside there as he tried to cut back through. Nikita Nikishov trying to get it through the inside as, well, Mackie was defending while trying to attack at the same time. Very difficult thing to do, but all of them trying to do well in these early stages of the race. Then, yes, you saw that moment there with one of the victory lane carts getting squeezed onto the outside. That was Thomas Prader. Unfortunately, he would end up falling back just that little bit more, his end result being P6. So still a good result, but again, we were talking about it earlier on. The margin for error in the junior categories is very, very slim. You do not want to have a bad result because only 3 drivers or so will not get through into the final. Everyone gets the superheat, though, in the junior category. Mackie took the lead, though, as these drivers would chop and change all the way throughout. That would be the final overtake there. That would be Nikita Nikishov just sending it straight back down the inside, denying Mackie the chance to get that move done, and Benjamin Manak just slowly closing in all the way throughout as we went on to the final lap of the race. Mackie would take the lead, but again, Manak would fight back as well as Nikita Nikishov as straight in towards turn number 3, sending it to the inside, denying that move. And with all this battling, this just allowed everyone else to close in. Arthur Huang, Jesse Phillips, Slater, Stick to the Rainmaker as well. They all closed back in on this one. And then you had a 6-car battle for the lead. But it all kicked off, of course, between Mackie and Ethan Lennon into this final chicane here. Look at the moves here. You can see Ethan Lennon sweeping to the outside there in the number 40. He cuts back in, and now he's wheel to wheel with Harrison Mackie. Takes a lot of curb. He does go off the track. He rejoins, and there, the curb gets hit, and unfortunately, the wheels lock, and both of them go off the circuit. Both of them unhappy with each other, but that's such a fast part of the circuit to get it wrong. You can carry so much speed through that chicane, and unfortunately, the live timing beam just getting swept out of the way, and of course the stewards marshals at the side of the track just getting out of the way. Not what you want to see between the two drivers. There's another angle of it. Yeah, you can see completely off the track there for Ethan Lennon, but again, it's the curb there from Mackie when he comes back, and that's where it all kicks off. But both of them getting interlock with each other and absolutely destroying the cone there as well. So hopefully they've got a replacement for that one, but both drivers furious with each other. You can only imagine the words that are being displayed here, but in the junior category, this is the sort of thing you don't want to see, and especially this one here. But you can imagine the tension between these drivers, especially in a one-off championship as well. It all kicks off. You can see there the staff getting involved and just keeping the drivers separated. And again, this final chicane here at Valencia, it promotes overtakes like that. It promotes defensive driving like that as well, but certainly a very interesting one. Well, let's talk to our race winner from that one. We're live down in the pit lane. It is our man, Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with our winner from the first junior heat of the weekend, Nikita Nikishov. Nikita, well done. Very fierce race out there. Just talk me through the early stages of it, the initial moves, getting into that train with Harrison Mackie. How did that feel?
Oh, it was quite good. We had a plan from the start of the race to push him till the nearly end. But then lap 1, we started to overtake him. And after that, we started to fight with him. But for me, after all the defensive laps, I think I did pretty good with that because it's my first time being here in the top of the IAME Euro Series. Well, for me, it was a very good race, but we still have a lot of work to do. So we see how the next one goes.
How did the kart feel? The conditions here, it's warmed up a lot in the last hour. You were commenting to me before. It's very different to free practice earlier on this morning. Yeah, it was much hotter now. The track changed a lot. But our team made a really good chassis for this race. So, yeah, it was quite good with the chassis and the engine. As you say, it's the start of the season. What have you mainly been working on in preparation for the IAME Winter Cup? We were just doing some testing here, trying to do for the best result we can in the IAME Euro Series this week. And the rest, just testing. Looking through the rest of the competition, 2 more races to come up. Any changes in the strategy or from what you've learnt there in the first race? Maybe, I don't know. I think we do the same. We push the leader and then we try to overtake him.
But for me now, the race was very good, and I think we'll stick to this plan.
Well, congratulations once again, Nikita. Great win there in race 1. We'll see you later on.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, good to hear there from Nikita Nikishov, the first winner in the X30 Juniors. Anthony, back up to yourself for the next heat.
Thank you very much, Andrew, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, next race coming up very, very soon. It is this grid here, Junior X30, qualifying heat C versus D. And the driver starting this one on pole position is the Irishman, Daniel Kelleher, who has got Jus Mulder alongside. And again, both of these drivers have been very quick in qualifying. Are we going to see some close racing in this heat as well? There you can see our judge of fact, Ross Upton, with the 1 minute board up on your screen there, indicating how long these drivers have got remaining before that green light will be heading out the drivers on the track. Of course, all these drivers will have the freshest set of tyres possible. They're not brand new. They will have used them in qualifying. And of course, they use them now in these first qualifying heats, and just to see what they can do. Zach Green and Raul Martinez starting this one on the second row of the grid as well. Keep a close eye on them, and as well as the inside row mainly, because you've got Louis Cochet there in 5th place as well. And we've seen the drivers who have been starting in 5th actually gain the most out of this one. Sam Woolley starts alongside on that one as well. Junior X30 qualifying heat C versus D. Engines are on. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Daniel Kelleher and Jus Mulder going from row 1. Then it's Raul Martinez and Zach Green. Louis Cochet and Sam Woolley from Jacopo Martinez and Rocco Coronel on row number 4. Dan Alaman and Elvis Kurtauskis on row 5 from Javier Proaska and Didier Krieft on row 6. Federico Zafadarati on row number 7. He's got Alex Martinez alongside. Matteo Melis and Senna Munier on row number 8. Daniel Motto and Moritz Moore on row 9 from Devin Minchuna and Devin Grabko on row number 10. They round out the top 20. Elias Lenman and Carolina Redondo on row 11. Angelina Simmons and Max Murray, they go from row 10. Andy Ayuten and Yanis van den Bosch on row 13. Alexander Dahlstrom and Jan Rodriguez round out row 14. Czech Peters and Max Yule round out the 30-kart grid on row number 15. Everything getting warmed up then. You saw how dramatic the first junior qualifying heat was. What's the second qualifying heat going to be like? We just do not know, but we are going to find out in a few moments' time as drivers end their out lap. They now go on to their formation lap. You saw it was actually quite a late formation on the first junior race as well. Hopefully these drivers will have learned from that one, get formed up sooner rather than later. But certainly temperature starting to rise here now. It's going to go up rapidly as the sun gets higher up into the sky. We're nearly reaching the double digits, around 10 degrees here. So still, you know, a nice temperature, but with that sun hitting you, the Spanish sun, it's certainly starting to warm everything up just that little bit more. Andrew Matthew joined me back in the commentary box. Nikita Nikishov, he had a lot to say in that one.
He did. It feels a lot warmer than 10 degrees out there as well, at least in the direct sunlight. It's very open here. At Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. But yeah, he quite confident, I would say, with Nikita there. It was good to see him in a good mood at the end of that race.
Like I say, he had a big group of drivers behind him all the way fighting throughout that one, but certainly a lot happened in that first one. What's going to happen in the second one? Of course, only 2 groups for the juniors and the minis, who will be coming up next after this race. Drivers heading into that, and again, it's another late formation. Again, drivers too eager to get going. They forget that, oh, wait, yeah, I've got to grid everyone up, haven't I? So bring it back, get everyone in formation, side by side, nice and slow, and it looks like they've got that sorted now. So in towards the tram lines then. Let's see what these drivers can do then. It's Keller on the inside, Jus Mulder on the outside. They're going around again. It's a false start. So our first false start of the weekend.
Is indeed. Give the drivers a bit more time just to get themselves in the correct position.
Yeah, so that is drivers either not in position or out of position, or off the tram lines, accelerating too early or anything like that. There's a multitude of reasons why they would go round again, but our race director Martin Bean not giving them that green light to send them, so they will have to form up once more. Hopefully again this time bring it back. Here's a look at the start, and why did we go round again? Well, there's a little bit of spreading out in the background there. The front looks good. But, oh, yeah, in the midfield there, they're not really in formation, and they were very early on the loud pedal there, and the two lines not alongside there at all. Second place was down in about 4th place. So, yes, I think good call there to send them around again. Right, now they're back onto the back straight now, and hopefully the drivers will get themselves slowed down nice and early now. Get yourself in formation, 2 abreast, side by side, nice and steady. We talk about it, and we say that it looks easy. These rolling starts are not easy.
They're not at all. There's a lot of factors involved, especially on a big grid like this, and you're almost on a knife edge of like when do you go, when do you how do you play these if you're on pole or if you're on at the very back of the field. Let's see how they do with this one. 8 laps on the board, and away we go. That's much better. That's a green light, and away we go. Good start for Kelleher. Down the inside there, Luis Martinez looking for second place and getting second place. So once again, it's the pole side of the grid that gets the better start here in Valencia. Into turn 3 now. It's looking a bit calmer than we saw in the first of the junior races. Down the inside there, is that the number 45 of Louis Cochet? Yes, it is. That's a great start from Louis. Down the inside again, Raul. Luis Martinez there, he takes second place. Good start, though, for Daniel Kelleher. All this fighting is just letting him break away. Yeah, nice early start for that one, and straight down the inside. Louis Cochet getting the move done on Raul Martinez, and just gets through turn number 11. And again, we've said it time in, time out, that 5th place spot is a good place to start in these races, because you just get that little bit of a toe. You can see what's happening. You can see where drivers start to run wide through turn 1. You can bring it back a little bit, and you can read the road a lot better there through T1. Out of the final corner they go. Then let's take you through how they line up at the end of lap 1. It's Daniel Kelleher from Cochet. Then it's Raul Martinez, then it's Martinez from Green, Mulder, Woolley, Proasca, then it's Alaman and Rocco Coronel, the top 10. So good starts all the way throughout. Biggest mover in that one, Alexander Dahlstrom, 8 positions gained. He currently sits in 19th. Yeah, he needs to get himself up that order. So they're all drivers guaranteed a spot in the super finals, but they'll be looking a little bit further down the road in the points aspect of getting in the top 36 to ultimately be in the final on Sunday, which you can watch here for the IAME Winter Cup. Bit more organisation now, Anthony, from Cochet, Luis Martinez and Martinez. They're closing in on Daniel Kelleher at the front of the order now. They've taken a good couple of tenths out of him this time around. Yeah, indeed, but very close in this pack here now. Kelleher not able to break away as quickly as he'd like, actually. In fact, I wouldn't say he's got a train forming, but in fact, I am going to say that he's got a train forming behind him. It's it's all starting to kick off here a little bit. Martinez still there, Martinez, Green, Woolley, Proasca still there as well. Rocco Coronel, Alaman, Jus Mulder, and Krakauskas there as well. So it's all starting to go a little bit quick here for our drivers. It's just a case of who's going to go first, and it is going to be the Fusion Motorsport kart of Jacopo Martinez who's going to go first, and he jumps past Martinez for P3. So Martinez now jumps down a position. It looks like Zach Green got through as well. So Zach Green and the Jamie Green racing outfit karts also getting a position there. And as well, the driver behind, I think, who's that? Sam Woolley. Yeah, Sam Woolley getting one. So Martinez, unfortunately, losing 3 places in a couple of corners. He's still as part of the group. There's still time as well to work his way back up. This is the end of lap number 3 then. Fusion Motorsports. Daniel Kelleher leads by just under 2 tenths ahead of Victory Lane Karting's Louis Cochet. Martinez now 3rd. Green, Woolley, Martinez, Proasca, and Coronel. It's Rocco Coronel who's the fastest driver on the track at the moment, Anthony. Great 57.352 from the Dutch driver. Currently running there in 8th place, and got to keep an eye on him. He's only 2 seconds off the lead. Yeah, exactly that, and he's actually right on the rear of this pack. You can see him with the black suit and the orange helmet, just whizzes past the screen there for about half a second. But back here at the front, still Kelleher leads, but Cochet under pressure here from Martinez, who sends it down the inside. Right, okay, now you've got a Fusion 1-2 once again now, with Kelleher and Martinez at the front of this one. If they can get together, I always know the tactic for the Fusion team is work with your teammate and break away. Yeah, they've got a rich history in this competition. One with Jesse Phillips in the mini category last year. They are one of the best. Into the second half of the race. Down the inside goes Zach Green. Love that. That's going to be 3rd place. Very quick there. It doesn't really look it from this angle, but I guarantee from their position, that was the fastest overtake they'd ever done in their life. And again, it didn't work out just on the exit there, because back down the inside,
that was Martinez, Raul Martinez getting that move done once more. No, it isn't. That's Louis Cochet. That's Louis Cochet who's getting back through there. So Cochet on the charge back here after he's lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, it's a great move from Cochet down the inside, but Green attacks once more. Goes past the number 19 there. It's starting to break down a bit. And here comes Rocco Coronel as well. Gaining positions, beautifully read by Coronel there in the number 3. Onto the back straight. This is starting to look pretty good for Daniel Kelleher. Pace is strong. Purple in sector number 1. PB in sector number 2. End of lap number 5. And he's pulled out about half a tenth on his teammate Martinez there. Down the inside, here comes Sam Woolley for 3rd place. Lovely stuff from the BMR driver. He's quietly working his way through this, is Sam Woolley. It's a good level of experience at this international level. This is a strong, strong run there in the number 34.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, again, just big chops and changes in that top pack there. A couple of drivers losing out, Prohaska losing out, Martinez losing out as well. Same as Zach Green as well, Sam Woolley gaining those spots. So again, it's chopping and changing all the way throughout, and it's just allowing those top 2 to slowly creep away. Kelleher and Martinez, they are gonna start working with each other now. I'm looking out the window and I can see it. The gaps though, there's still a little bit between them, but Sam Woolley, he's trying to close them in. But it's going to be a very difficult job if you lose that slipstream. But it looks like Woolley's close enough for that slipstream. He'll just slowly creep his way up. And in fact, yeah, he's on that rear bumper now. So Martinez was not able to break away. This is not good news for him. Now he's going to have to try and defend while he's trying to close up to Daniel Kelleher as well.
If Sam Woolley wants to win this heat, he's got to make the lap on. Well, he's got to make the move on this lap. He's got to go down the inside right on cue. Takes 2nd place. 56.9 for Woolley last time around, fastest driver on the circuit, but now he's got to get his head down and try to catch the race leader. And it looks like Martinez is happy to go with him. I thought would there be a move there for Martinez back down the inside into a good overtaking spot, but not this time. And look at the power that Woolley has got coming round onto the back straight. He's got a chance here. Into sector number 3 they go. They're going to see the last lap board in a moment's time. Daniel Kelleher has done a brilliant job here to lead from the start, but he's got a very fast Sam Woolley right on his tail going onto the final lap.
Alex Martinez seeing a warning flag as well, currently in 19th place. That will see a warning flag going out to them on that one. But that is not what you want to see at all. But now we're seeing they battle for the lead here, and it's all starting to kick off once again. So you've got Kelleher under pressure from Sam Woolley for the BMR restart team, just trying to send it to the inside here, not able to do it through turn number 7. Crank up the power now, get it through, get the revs up as you whisk it through turns 9 and 10 into the braking zone of turn 11. The tight hairpin looks at the inside, gets the move done on the inside through turn 11. Nicely done for Sam Woolley. He now controls the race with only a few corners to go, but watch out because Kelleher's still there, Martinez is still there, and Zach Green is still there as well. And we saw what happened in the last race. I hope we don't see it again in this race. Now in towards the final corner they go, wheel to wheel, 3 wide into the braking zone, to the inside there. Kelleher tries to get it over the curb, goes Martinez, and who's going to take it? It's Kelleher who takes it, but he does go off the circuit slightly in the final corner. That's an interesting one. Kelleher takes the win from Martinez, Sam Woolley and Rocco Coronel in 4th. Zach Green loses out there, finishing in P5, but that result, I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt and say provisional with a capital P on that one, because that final chicane, once again, is causing some dramas for us in the junior categories. Brilliant racing nonetheless, but it all falls down to that final chicane and those drivers who send it to the inside to defend, and then they went 3 wide through that corner. We've not seen that, and you definitely can't go 3 wide through the actual chicane itself. And you saw there drivers taken to the curbs on the left-hand side, drivers taken to the curbs on the right-hand side. But the top 10 very close. Daniel Kelleher from Martinez, Sam Woolley from Rocco Coronel, Zach Green and Javier Prohaska, Louis Cochet and Raul Martinez from Elvis Karakauskis in the top 9. Dan Alleman rounds out the top 10 across the line, and we'll go through the rest of the results in just a moment's time. But brilliant stuff through all of the drivers. Biggest gainer in that one, got to give it to Alexander Dahlstrom, up into 14th place, gaining 13 places. You can see there, Svardelati finishing in 11th place. Didier Krieft from Senemenier, Alexander Dahlstrom with those 13 positions gained from Matteo Melis, rounding out the top 15. 16th place downwards. Again, very, very interesting. Angelina Simmons, 7 places gained. Good result there, gaining many places. David Mentuna finishing in 17th after gaining 2 positions. Alex Martinez from Jusmulder. Elias Lenman finishing in 20th place after gaining 1 spot. Czech Peters from the back of the grid finishes in 21st after gaining 8 positions from Max Murray. Carolina Redondo finishing in 23rd place from Daniel Mota. Andy Ayuten finishes in 25th place from Moritz Moore. Devin Gabraco finishing in 27th place from Jan Rodriguez. Max Yule and Yannis van der Bosch finishing in 30th place. There's the race winner, Daniel Kelleher from Ireland for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Now he's saying Kart Republic Motorsport. He's in a Kart Republic suit, but he is in a Fusion kart, so he's got a Fusion livery on it. So I'm going to query that one in a bit. Here's a look at some of the highlights, though. Very, very strong performance for all of the drivers, as you can see, as they went down towards turn number 1. Just check that inside line. And again, Louis Cochet had a good getaway. He got that inside line. He went from 5th and he held it and got into 3rd place in the early stages there. Down in towards turn number 3. And again, kicking off 3 wide, bit of bumping. One car having to take to the runoff there through turn number 3. But the rest of the racing started to get a little bit interesting. Kelleher broke away after the first couple of laps, but then on lap 3, it all started to concertina back up now. Zach Green got involved. Rocco Coronel started to close in. Then we were seeing moves left, right, and centre with Jacopo Martinez trying to get it down the inside. It was very close little racing. Zach Green again with this superb dive down the inside. Even you queried that one, Andrew. That was very, very fast. And from that angle, it doesn't look too quick, but certainly very dramatic. He would then lose it again in turn 3, as back down the inside would be Louis Cochet. But overall, a much calmer race for the juniors, I would say.
Yes, a much calmer race in that one versus race 1. Rocco Coronel was making some really good progress through the field. In the lower part of the top 10 in the initial stages, made his way up into the top 5. Down the inside, Sam Woolley was in the second phase of the race, absolutely flying. Went down the inside of Martinez there for 2nd place and really looked on for at least challenging Danny Kelleher onto the final lap. He got through, took the lead on the final lap of the race, and then this was the big moment. Down the inside, Daniel Kelleher looking for the move to retake the lead into the final chicane. Beautifully judged by the driver there in the number 30. Ran a bit wide though and across the curb, and then a big hop over the curb as well for Martinez in the number 23. So it was Kelleher from Martinez, Woolley, your 1, 2, 3. Rocco Coronel holding on to 4th place there, ahead of Zach Green.
Take that one as a capital P for provisional, because
and
of
the
those,
capital R and the O and all the rest of it.
All the rest of it, all the rest of it. Well, there you go. There you can see the rest of the Jamie Green outfit. There is Fred Green, who was just watching his, well, I think he's either brother or cousin. I still get confused on that one, but it was out there racing alongside him. Right, we now turn our attention to the Mini X30 category now for their first qualifying heat, A versus B. And this driver here, Daniel Miron Lorente, who had an absolutely storming qualifying. He put it on pole position. Let's see what he had to say. And Daniel Miron Lorente going fastest in session. Daniel, brilliant drive from yourself. A lot of drivers you're quicker than. Very confident from you. Well done.
Thanks. I'm very happy for the pole. I didn't know I had the pole, and I come in the pits and they say I had the pole, because in the first 2 sessions I was not very fast. I was every session out of the top 10, but in the qualifying I managed to have a very good track position and I just get a perfect lap.
There's one more session to go. Do you feel like that time you put in was quick enough?
I think it was quick, but I think they're gonna go faster because the track is gonna get every time more grip because of the new tires, and I think they're gonna have a better time.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But for now, you are our fastest driver in Mini X30, so congratulations, and we look forward to seeing what you can do on track.
Thanks.
Very good to hear there from Daniel Miron Lorente yesterday after timed qualifying. Ready now for our first appearance in a racing capacity at the IAME Winter Cup of 2024 for our X30 Mini category. 27 drivers getting ready to head out on circuit for This qualifying heat for Groups A and B, all of them competed in timed qualifying yesterday. There's George House, who put a stunning lap in right at the end of his qualifying group. That's given him second place on the grid for this one. Let's have a look through the order, if we can, for the grid here in qualifying heat A and B. As we've mentioned, Daniel Miron Lorente will be on pole position for this one. George House alongside on the front row of the grid. Anton Bouchard was strong in qualifying as well. The Andorran will start this one from the third row of the grid. There he is in the Payberry Kart number 825. He'll be joined on the second row of the grid by Harris Ferry in the 852. Zdeněk Bavicek, very good results here last year in this competition, was third in the mini category come the final. Start of his racing program here in the 821. Zdeněk will be on the third row of the grid, starting from grid 5. And alongside him on that third row will be Freddie Wood in the 840.
There is Harris Ferry as well for the Axion Racing team. Nice little helmet there, very bright liveried helmet. The nice iridium visor there. That's a good helmet design there. I'm a fan of that one. Big spoiler on the back as well. He's planning on going fast. Many photographers and media around as well in the officials as the engines fire up. The next race, Mini X30 qualifying heat A versus B, gets going. Let's take you through the full starting lineup on this one. Daniel Miron Lorente, as we said, put this one on pole position. George House alongside him. Anton Bouchard from Ferris Harry on row number 2. Zdeněk Bavicek and Freddie Wood on row number 3. Navola Morales and Charlie Clough go from row 4 with Will Green and Samuel Hugnan on row number 5. Sukmani Kira and Tony Casciferro, they round out row number 6 with Austin Gibson and Austin Newstead on row number 7.
On row 8, we find Colby CJ Patterson and Noah Grenier. On the ninth row of the grid, we find Sultan Konyi and Nahil El Gahoudi. Row number 10, Abraham Selvis and Louis Bieland. Row 11, Ole Smistad and Valentin Lefebvre. Row 12, Baptiste Augustin and Pato Medina. Row 13, Mason Brooks and Alexander Freichberg. And Aurelien Lemaire will complete the 27 runners in this field on row 14.
Exactly, again, another little busy grid of Mini X30s about to go racing. And again, you can see them there just finishing their out lap before they start their formation lap. Now, the Minis they're young drivers. They're still, some of them experienced drivers, you know, some of them racing in the Bambino categories, making their way up, of course, some of them racing in the UK and in their representative countries, of course, in the younger categories. For some of them, this is their first experience in a kart. So, you know, it's one of those things. There's a steep learning curve in karting when you jump into it. I know there are some seniors, it's their first year racing in karts and they're in the senior category. So, you know, it's a big step up for any drivers. But for these ones, they can be a little bit unruly when it comes to formations. So hopefully this time around they get it done. They've had a good briefing. They know what they need to do. I'm sure they do, and they'll get it sorted out. But I know that in the past they can be a little bit of a slow down, you know, get sorted out as they're eager to break away. They're very keen. That's a good word.
So the grid will form up in a moment's time. If you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of the IAME Winter Cup for 2024, live here in Valencia. That's the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you this weekend. And you said about Keane, there's been a bit of a moment for the 874 there. That's Austin Newstead. And there might be a drop bump on that one straight away. Yeah,
that is very unfortunate. Now, okay, now you can see drivers completely out of formation. Now, I think, did they do that before the red line? Now, the red line is actually quite far back on that straight, so they're going to have to be careful on that one. But at the front, it's looking good. It's looking calm, controlled. Are they sending them first time of asking? Yes, they are. Green flag for the first time for Mini X30 down in towards turn number 1. Good start again from that inside line. Miron, Bouchard and Bavicek will have the advantage here, but round the outside, George House is going to try and hold it. Can he hold it? Yes, he can, but he drops down to P4 on that one. That's a big shame. Now you can see Will Green coming into play here. That's good stuff, and I can see one of the marshals running. Oh, there's about 4 karts off at the first couple of corners. This is not good at all.
No, I think it's Lefebvre, Medina, Reichberg have all not come through sector number 1. I think there's also a problem for Charlie Clough out there in the Ollie Rowland Motorsport entry. That's the 832 of Pato Medina. Quite forlorn look there, being towed off the circuit. So the most important thing is Pato looks okay.
Yeah, he's okay, but unfortunately out of the race, which is a big, big shame. Back at the front here, and it's still Daniel Miro Lorente, I think, that controls the lead of this race as they head down in towards the final sector and the final corner of the circuit, very closely followed by Anton Bouchard in the 8:25 as they come across the line now. So it is, well, no, that's Zenik Babacek, sorry. So it's Miron, then it's Babacek, Morales, then it's Anton Bouchard. Bouchard's down into 4th place. So Zenik Babacek from the TEP Racing team, the driver from the Czech Republic, in there in 2nd place, now latching on that rear bumper as they all try and find their way through the twisty section here through 3, 4, 5, 6, and now turn 7. A little bit defensive there from Morales. Again, I'm seeing more running in the background there. We've got a driver stuck at the turn 3 chicane just off camera. Looks to be Haditz Fadi, unfortunately, who has come a cropper in that one. And gets going now. A lot of dust getting kicked out from beneath that one.
Very different style of track usage, obviously, in a race compared to qualifying. It was a very curious qualifying session yesterday in that there was very much a threshold of number of laps before lap times stopped improving that we saw a bit of tactics with. Then Bevacek, I think this is where he starts to come to the fore, but right now coming to the fore, down the inside it's Morales, down the inside in the 867 with that distinctive livery. It's going to be side by side now with the 885 of Miron Lorente. This race has come alive all of a sudden at the start of lap number 3. Here comes the 822 as well of Cachefiro, and through goes the 822. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, this is good stuff now as they go in towards turn number 3 there. Constantina, getting squeezed onto the curb there as Will Green. He manages to get back onto the track, though. And again, still kicking off there for P2 as, again, they go wheel to wheel. Navarro Morales back down the inside. Zenit Babacek coming back through as well as the 877 George House, who's trying to reclaim that 2nd place spot he started with in this race as he's trying to push his way through. Babacek not going for the move this time in towards turn 11. Thinks about it maybe into 12. No space for it at all. These drivers do need to work together just that little bit here as Daniel Miro Lorente is starting to open up a little bit of a gap here. But again, it's a dangerous spot to be in a Mini on your own on a track which has got 2 slipstream opportunities, and instantly there he's lost his advantage, and now he's on the defence again. This is Mini X30 racing at its finest with 2 slipstream opportunities here. Back over the start-finish line they go. No change at the top section there as they all sort themselves out once more, and Navarro Morales is right on that rear bumper. A little bit up off the wheels there for Zenit Babacek. He manages to keep control of his wagon and holds on to it. He goes very defensive, trying to hold off George House as well as one more, the 822, trying to get through. In fact, I think it's the 866 of Noah Gagné who's trying to get through as well as Tony Cachefiro. So Cachefiro also trying, and now a change for the lead. Morales to the lead, and Daniel Miron will have to try and concede that one, and now try and defend from the drivers behind.
Well, this race has got like qualifying yesterday. This driver's going up and down the standings like a cat on a hot tin roof at the moment. Yep. They're all over, but I think that in this middle phase of the race, it's about keeping yourself as part of this main pack. The 866 of Grenier is coming through there. You can see the 877 down the inside. That's George House trying to gain positions back because only 60cc capacity on these engines. They're great little engines. The draft on these karts is huge. It's all about momentum as through there. Isn't the Birolart chassis? I think it was that the 822. It was the 822. Off. And that's the 819 of Sukwani Kira going to driver's right. And there's another kart involved as well.
It looked like a Jamie Green car. I think that was Freddie Wood.
Yeah, the 840. And thankfully, Sukwani Kira is out of her kart and okay. But that was a big moment coming down the pit straight.
Yeah, well, she's going to try and get that one back going herself. She gets it back onto the tarmac. Marshall's not helping because they're not allowed to. As soon as they touch the kart, that's it. You're out the race. And she's got it going again, and she's away and racing. But obviously very deflated on that one. That was just off screen there, left-hand side of the commentary box. Well, it's all still kicking off again here at the front. And again, we're still seeing this. Right, okay, wheel to wheel here is all getting squeezed there. Noah Grenier is going to have to lose out a couple of positions here as Will Green now to the inside. Now they're 3, 4 wide as they all try and go down the back straight here. This is not what you want to see, especially only halfway through the race. You've got to keep it nice and clean and civil here as they go into the braking zone now. Big lunge there under braking in towards the final chicane. It's all kicking off once again. again. Will Green going off and into the barriers there. I didn't see the number off screen. It's a George Gibbons kart that's falling down the screen, and it is, I think that's El Gahoudi. Yeah, El Gahoudi unfortunately going off the track. There's another kart that's come to a stop as well.
I think that's Louis Bieland, and his Clough's out. That Charlie Clough is out as well. So quite a few drivers are not going to make it to the end of this race. Daniel Miron Lorente is probably a bit confused at the moment. It's like, where is everybody? Where has everybody gone?
Yeah, Luis Belande, there, who's going to bring it back in. The kart, I don't think, is working at full potential. Oh, no, he stays out on track, so he keeps it going. Looked like he had a wobble in the axle there, but no, he's kept it going. Right, well, let's compose ourselves and let's find out where our drivers are. Right, so Daniel Miron Lorente still leads the race. He's not had to worry about any of that was happening behind him. He's got an 8/10 lead. Now it's the battle for second place is still kicking off. So it's Navarro Morales and George House. And Morales now takes second place and holds on to that one as we go on to the final lap of the race. Now these two in this lap, are they going to close that gap? I mean, they've gained 1/10 of a second alone on the slipstream. I don't think it's going to be enough to close the gap through this section here. They might just have to work together and then just save it for the last couple of corners if they want to gain a position or not.
As I say, they may as well work together through sector number 2. And saying that, no, they're not going to, because George House is going to go down the inside. That's a really lovely move from George House. Now, has he got the pace to hold off Morales when they get to sector 3? Because that's where we've seen a lot of the action so far in this X30 Mini heat. Is going to be defensive into turn number 11 round the outside. Morales is looking there. Can he get the inside line now for turn number 12? He can. Forces George House to go to the driver's left. That was good firm racing in my book. But Daniel Miron Lorente is being handed the win here. He fully deserves it because this fight for second place is still going on between Morales and George House. George House is going to look to the outside now as they go through the chicane. That's well defended by Morales. But Daniel Miron Lorente from pole position takes the first heat, the A versus B heat for X30 Mini. A brilliant drive from the Dutch driver there. Morales takes second place. George House in third. Noah Grenier up 12 places in that one takes fourth place, and Zdeněk Babicek is there in fifth place. But, well, from Daniel Miron Lorente's perspective, actually, that looked quite simple, but it was anything but, especially with what was going on behind.
Well, yeah, you got to think those early stages, he still had to defend a little bit as well. So, you know, when he had that big group behind, they had the slipstream, they had the tow, they know what they needed to do, and yeah, it forced Daniel to go defensive all the time in towards that final chicane, because otherwise they'd have just absolutely freight trained him through that final chicane. So yeah, very technical drive still nonetheless, but a good result. It's a first race win then for Daniel Miron Lorente after taking pole position in qualifying. That's now a race win to his name as well, looking very, very strong in the early stages of this weekend. Let's take you through then the full finishing lineup from that race. Miron Lorente taking the race win, of course, from Navarro Morales. George House finishing in third place from Noah Grenier. Noah Grenier getting 12 positions in that race. Zdeněk Babicek holding on to P5 from Will Green and Austin Newstead, who gained 7 positions in that race to finish P7. Zoltan Koingi finishing in P8. He rounded out 9 positions in that race from Samuel Hugden, and Anton Bouchard finishing in the top 10. Mason Brooks, 14 positions gained. He finished in P11 from Ollie Smitsnad in 12th place, gaining 9 positions. Abraham Shelvis finishing in 13th, gaining 6 from Colby Patterson. Tony Cachefero from Austin Gibson, the top 16. Baptiste Augenstein from Freddie Wood. Unfortunately, Freddie would have that mishap, dropping down to 18th place with coming together with Sukmani Kira. But plenty of racing all the way throughout. Only the 3 retirements, Lemaire, Clough and Medina, unfortunately not able to finish the race. But your driver here, Daniel Miron Lorente, race winner, nicely done.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race, and there was drama even before the start. Austin Newton, that was a big hit. It was a much bigger hit than I initially thought, and there may well be a little bit of damage on the front of the kart there. This was the start of the race, and it was a clean one at the front of the order. Daniel Miron Lorente controlling the pace well up to the start line and holding the inside line crucially as they ran through turn 1, 27 of them making their way through for the first time. George House was trying to hold in there, lost a couple of positions, not to, well, that's a huge problem. We've seen many drivers have that befall them on lap 1 here in Valencia. There was a bit of a collision towards the back of the field that took a number of karts out. In the early stages, it was Morales who came through to have his nose in front over towards the end of lap number 2. Miron Lorente fought back with a bit of help from Zdeněk Babacek, last year's third-place driver. A brilliant move here from the 822 of Cachafiro up the inside, and had a lead for a while in this one. Back came Miron Lorente, and this in the middle phase of the race on lap 3 is really where it started to all break down behind. Overtakes everywhere. Probably too long for a highlights package to get all of them in. Cachafiro losing a couple of positions there. George House coming through the order. Down the inside went Morales in the 867. The 866 of Grenier already by this stage of the race was up the order into the top 3. This was a big moment between Tukwani Kira and Freddie Wood. I think there was, and actually another kart involved there as well. Look at the running. That's the form that we want to see there.
That's top man Gerardo out there, who's got quicker legs than Speedy Gonzalez out there.
Yeah, so it was the 821 who was also involved in that one. 3 into 1 simply did not go along the pit straight. In the final third of the race, it did somewhat start to calm down as through went Miron Lorente back on Morales there. Still lots to be fought for in the top 10. Here coming through once again was the 866 of Grenier, who in the end would finish in 4th place with that move past Morales. A few retirements, unfortunately, in this race. Luis Violande has only got classified in 24th after that one. It was all very close in the chicane as well. This was a very scary moment in some ways for a number of drivers.
Wow.
There.
That was El Gahoudi, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was El Gahoudi who did return to the circuit. Good drive from the hill El Gahoudi to carry on and be classified in 22nd. But even the minis, sometimes there's just not enough space for all of them to get through. Nowhere that El Gahoudi could do. All the safety features on the kart of the circuit doing their job correctly, which is the most important thing.
Big hit, and there you can see Gerardo on the scene as he's breaking away. You can see the marshals there really making sure the drivers are okay. And, well, there you can see Gahoudi absolutely fine, frustrated with himself on that one there. Well, that's just not the way you want a race to go, is it? But like I say, 10 into 1 don't go. And in Mini X30, we see that more often than not. But, yeah, luckily they were all okay. The race continued, though. Your race leader, Daniel Miron Lorente, breaking away, but it was all down to these two drivers here, Novello Morales and George House. George trying his very best to hold off the Spaniard, but unable to do so. Miron Lorente would take the checkered flag, would then go to Novello Morales, and then George House, who would round out the top 3. You could just see there Noah Grenier in the background after gaining 12 positions, just closing in a very close P4 there, but side by side across the line. But it would go to Morales, then House. The next race you can see lined up on your screen. It is the second of the Mini X30s, but we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with Mini X30 qualifying C and D in a few moments' time. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Winter Cup 2024. We are halfway through the first half of the day. We're going into the last of the Mini X30 rounds before the seniors come back out, and then we go to our lunch break before we then go to the second half of the day. Your drivers on track, though, for this one. There are many talented ones, and no more talented than the driver who was fastest in group for qualifying, Priyan Bruno, who starts this one on pole position. But we'll have some champion drivers alongside that will have some something to say about that pole position start. Ivan Gonzalez, who starts alongside as well. Matej Brajot, who starts on the second round of the grid. Christian Kobe is there as well. Oliver Warner, Charles Ural. These are all names who have been very familiar in the world of these paddock. There is Ivan Gonzalez, who starts this one on the front row of the grid, focused again, really invites. I like the helmet livery again, the stars and the stripes on the side, but the Spanish driver looking very, very strong. And I think an animal of some sort with some teeth on the top of that one. I like it. It looks like a lion. I
think there's almost like the Max Verstappen lion.
Esque, yeah.
And then also, I'd say, Lewis Hamilton-esque stripes on the side as well.
Best of both.
Yeah, best of both worlds on that one. But no, another good field. And I think if these drivers have learnt anything from, maybe just peering over and having a look out on the track from Heat 1, starting at the front in these even just 7-lap races doesn't necessarily mean, drive around, be quite safe with it, I'm going to get a top 10, because we've seen many drives through the field, and quite early as well. These karts have a real upturn of pace in the first few laps, and then they start to bed in. And if you can handle that, it's a good opportunity to move from the middle of the grid.
Certainly is. Engines fire up then. Mini X30 qualifying heat C versus D. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Priyan Bruno and Ivan Gonzalez start this one on the front row of the grid. Matej Brajot and Christian Kobe go from row 2. Now, Brajot and Bruno are teammates, and they've both got that inside line. They could work well together on this one. Row number 3 sees Oliver Warner and Charles Ural. Row 4 sees Romeo Mello and Stan Ratashki on row 4. Ludwig Grandquist and Max Cruz on row 5. They ran out the top 10 with Bruno Grieling and Luca Pavel on row 6. Ruben Perez and Idan Velo on row number 7.
Daniel Ferguson goes from row 8 and is joined by Aurelio Longitano. Ben McCluffrey and Alvaro Pirello go from row 9. Alfie Davidson and Alexander Rogstad go from row number 10. That's your top 20. Harry Williams and Marlo Cornhill go from row number 11. It's David Argaten and Alexander Point on row 12. Pablo Segura and Martin Rodriguez completes the 26 kart field in this one. Second heat of the competition for X30 Mini, groups C and D. Out lap complete. Go around at least one more time. And start to form up the grid for this one. Aim of the game is to win. Score 0 points in the intermediate classification, 2 points for finishing second, 3 points for third. You get the picture all the way down to 26th place.
Certainly do, and of course, the less points you have in these qualifying heats, the better. You're more likely to get into the super heats and then the final. Of course, a lot of these drivers, all of these drivers will get into the super heats, but of course, it will get whittled down to the one grid of 36 karts for that grand final on Sunday, so make sure that you stay with us all the way throughout this weekend so you know the story of the drivers, of how they've got there. You've got some drivers who are going to be fighting to try and get, after a bad qualifying, to try and get up into these super heats and then get into that final. But of course, there is a story for each and every one of these drivers throughout a weekend, and we do our best to try and deliver you these stories. Right, again, we've got a very spread out grid. We've got drivers who are gridded up right at the front. Gonzalo Plata saying, slow down. They are not going slow enough, unfortunately. There are still drivers coming round turns 15 and 14. So I suspect we might go round again on this one. It's only a suspect, and yes, we are indeed going round again. So yeah, another formation start on this one.
When Gonzalo tells you to go slow, you better go slow.
You go slow, yeah.
They'll have all got the message now, and we'll form up the grid once again at the on the backstretch, coming out of turn 14, fastest part of the course. Once we get up to racing speed.
But again, it's a learning curve for a lot of these drivers. Again, these rolling starts are tricky. For some of these drivers, it'll be the first rolling starts they've ever done. And for some, it's only like a handful that they've done. They are tricky. The grown-ups get it wrong in the senior categories. Trust me on that one. I have seen senior grid get multiple false starts, and they have to stop the race and have a talk with all of them and everything like that. Say, stop doing what you're doing. And yeah, so everyone can get it wrong. Not just the mini drivers, but right now, oh dear, that's not gone too well for one of the drivers. Inside curb, but he got spat out on the left-hand side, and it looked like it was that car there with the yellow helmet on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm trying to see the number. Actually, no, I think it was the orange helmet there, just trying to get back into formation. Yes, it was. And back into formation they are, so that is good. No idea who that was. Right, this is much better. Zanapata saying, yep, okay, nice and steady, nice and slow. Just get it round that final corner. They do miss out that chicane. It's a bit too tricky to get all these cars side by side through that chicane. Into the tram lines. This looks good. Green light comes out. Here we go then, down and towards turn number 1. Good start again from that inside line. Bruno going to the outside, now trying to get the optimal line through, and he does get that optimal line through. Very good start there, and it looks like it was a good start from Oliver Warner as well, the driver who started this one in P5. It looks like he's up into P1 or P2 and fighting for the lead on this one. All carts up and around, and 3-4 carts off. There's a Falcon, there's a ORM, I think there's a Fusion there as well. So who have we got? We've got Daniel Ferguson, I think was one of them.
Harry Williams as well.
Yeah, Ben McCluffrey as well, also one of them. So that's all not gone too well for them.
Yeah, but still good number of laps for them to come back through. And again, if the first heat is anything to go by, there will be opportunities if they can get back on and get back up to speed. Side by side, 3 wide, going through turn 12, 13 and 14. Beautiful weave there from Bruno Grieling in the 860 to come through. It's got the 812 of Ludwig Granqvist, the Falcon Racing team at the front of this group now.
Yeah, really good start to the race there, into the braking zone. All a little bit late, bit deep under braking there for that whole group. All pushing each other into the corner, and now going defensive in towards turn number 1. Now they're all saying think, work together, but yet you're saying think, work together while you're currently defending going into the corner. Yes. So again, you need to commit to the working together. All of them need to commit, but as soon as one goes defensive, that's it. All of them go defensive, and they think the plan's out. They throw the book out the window.
They do indeed. End of lap number 1. Bruno leads. Warner in second place. Gonzalez, Gronquist, Grieling, Ratajski, Perez, Cruz, Kobe and Mello. That is your top 10. Who was your biggest mover on that first lap? Well, there's a few drivers who moved up 6, and the highest of them was Bruno Grieling. Down the inside, beautiful stuff. Sliding in there, that's Ratajski in the Fusion Motorsport 841. Goes past Grieling there for 5th place.
Well, as everything's just simmered down a little bit, I'm only going to say a little bit because you still got these guys here battling away now towards the final chicane. You can still see there, I think that's Stan Ratsky that's going defensive there in towards the final corner. The top 3 have broken away. That's the most important thing. Bruno, Warner and Gonzalez, they have broken away. It's all down to this group here that are all just trying to find their feet. So it was the 841. Yeah, it was Stan Ratajski that went defensive into the final chicane. Bit of a lock up there on the rear axle as they're going in towards turn number 3 now as they hammer on the brakes and they try and slow these carts down. They're not too heavy. They're the lightest carts that we've got here. All drivers running at the same weight. So there are regulations stating that one. So they do all have to be at that category. But right now as they wind it back up into the infield straight now, and it is still Ludwig Granqvist who is controlling this group. Bruno Grieling right there, and it was Grieling who went sideways on that formation lap at the start.
Let's have a look at this. This is a beautiful move. This is Ratajski is going to go from the outside to the inside and thread the needle there past the 853. I think the 859 of Ruben Perez is going to be running out wide here onto the curb. Yeah, that's where you don't want to be through turn number 2, but just about holds on to that. That's actually very well held. Good by the youngster there in the DML.
Yeah, good kart control there. That was very nicely done. Right, action at the front here because Oliver Warner has closed the gap now to Priam Bruno. So Bruno is under pressure, and Oliver Warner, for good measure, setting the fastest lap of the race, 104.185. I think that's just slightly slower than what they were doing in qualifying. I think 103s in qualifying, if I remember rightly. But yeah, right on that rear bumper now. And I suspect we may see a move on this lap, or we may not. He might just, again, work together. Again, it's one of those fine lines here, but these 2 drivers, I think, have raced each other for quite some time now in the Mini X30 category. So I think they're well aware of each other's driving abilities. But right now, just sticking to the normal line, not attacking. Maybe looking to the inside a little bit there. A lot of curb there on the second curb for Priam Bruno. But Warner not going for the move this time around. This is interesting stuff because now Ivan Gonzalez sits there in third place, really unable to do anything right now because 8 wheels works so much better than 4. And right now, with no tow and no help, he's a bit, well, just stranded there in third place, isn't he?
But we have seen races already today in the seniors and the juniors over this weekend where third place has been in that situation. They've just got to keep going, get the head down, and hope if they can keep themselves in range, and that's definitely what Ivan's doing right now. If your top 2 then stop working together and fighting amongst each other on the last 2 laps, suddenly a 1.4 second gap can become nothing.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So you do have to be a little bit careful, though. You've got to keep it focused, keep it sorted, and yeah, you should be absolutely fine. But right now for these 2, they're just keeping it nice and tame. That's what you want to see. Retirement into the pit lane. Big shame there for Alfie Davidson, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Unfortunately, his first qualifying heat of the weekend is going to end with a DNF. And, well, again, like we were talking about with the juniors, about the fine margin, you know, only a handful of drivers will get eliminated going into the final, of course. You know, it's just that fine line. You don't want to get these bad results, do you?
It's the weighting of the points. It's like drivers will do a third of their heats work, as opposed to the seniors who know that they've got five goes at it. So each score is worth 20% of what they're going to get in the intermediate classification. The weighting's higher for the juniors and the minis. It's a greater impact when you have one of those larger scores for a DNF for Alfie Davidson, who's one of the karts unfortunately involved in the first lap incident at turn 3 and 4. Clearly, Alfie's felt something with a kart that's not right, and you know, better to time. It's a time game as well with this quick turnaround. Better to bring the kart in perhaps and have a bit more time to repair. Yeah, exactly that. Save the engine, save the tyres. To the inside, though, Oliver Warner has had enough of being in second place and now chooses he wants first place and goes to the inside through the final chicane. As we go on to the final lap now, and well, Priam Bruno to himself there, because Oliver Warner was fully focused on what's going on ahead, was saying, right, let's go, let's not fight. But Warner, I think, without seeing that, is going to go defensive, and instantly defensive. Warner goes in towards turn number 3. That will keep Priam Bruno in control, and also Ivan Gonzalez will be able to close in now. So we could get a 3-kart battle for the end, but that's a mighty gap that they've got. It's about 2 seconds between themselves and Ivan Gonzalez. So it's all down to these 2 here, and Priam Bruno, after the send to the inside for Warner. Is he going to try and attack here now? No, not again. So Warner just again has that defensive inside line, leaves the door open on the exit though, and they do go wheel to wheel here through turn 14. And Priam Bruno gets back down the inside. Nicely done as they go down the back straight now. Now Priam Bruno's time to go defensive here. Is Warner going to go to the inside? No, Priam Bruno is. Oh, look at the switch over there. What a last-ditch attempt there, and that was absolutely superb under braking there, side by side across the line. Closest racing you're going to see. Warner takes it after a superb move into that final chicane. Bruno went defensive right to the inside, then at the last second sweep to the outside, and Warner saw it coming, then dived to the inside and had it done before the second apex. Absolutely superb racing between these 2. Loads of racing room they gave each other. Wheel-to-wheel racing, that's what you want to see. Ivan Gonzalez finishes in 3rd place then, after having a controlled one. Here's a look at that replay. It was an absolutely superb move. Like I say, I'm glad we're seeing it again. Right, defensive to the inside, checks over the shoulder, sees he's not there. Sweeps to the outside of that last-ditch attempt. How close you were. That was millimetres away from being absolutely disastrous, but absolutely superb move. Here it is from another angle. Oh, you couldn't write it. You couldn't write it at all. And I'm sure for the people watching on that grandstand right there, got a front row seat to that move. Absolutely superb. Well, Warner will take it from Priam Bruno. Ivan Gonzalez finishes in 3rd place from Ludwig Granquist. Bruno Grieling rounds out the top 5 from Romeo Mello. Max Cruz rounds out 7th place from Stan Rajaski, who finishes in 8th place. Christian Kobe from Charles Ural, they round out the top 10. Big movers made all the way throughout that one.
Alvaro Perello finishes in 11th place, 7 positions gained in that one. Mateus Brazzo unfortunately dropping down to 12th place. Ruben Perez having a good race, started in 13th, finishes in 13th as well. Alexander Rodstad having 6 places gained, finishes in P14. Aidan Velo finishes in 15th place, from Aurelio Longitano finishing in 16th place, gaining no positions but not losing any either. Just behind, you've got Alexandre Point, who also gained a fair few positions, 7 positions gained, and David Agaden finishing in 18th place, 5 places gained from that one. Pavel, Milo, Segura, Williams, Ferguson, Rodriguez, McCloughery, all finishing on the same lap. But your one retirement, Alfie Davison, Fusion Motorsport, big shame. But your winner there, Oliver Warner for the George Gibbons Motorsport team, after an absolutely superb switchover move there into the final chicane. That probably is going to go down as the best overtake of the weekend so far. Maybe all the way throughout the end of this weekend, but there is still plenty more racing to go for that one. Let's take a look then at some of the highlights from that race. Again, the race start very calm, and it was probably the calmest race that we had all the way throughout this weekend so far. Drivers being controlled into that one. You can see there it wasn't the best start for I think it was Christian Kobe there, who just got swamped by the pack just that little bit. Came fighting back in the later stages, would drop down to about 9th place in that race. 4 carts did go off at the turn 3 corner there. It was a big shame for many of the drivers. I think Harry Williams was one of them, Daniel Ferguson one of them as well. Ben McCloughery also one of the drivers, and potentially even Martin Rodriguez, all drivers who just got caught out at that start of the race. Luckily, all of them managed to keep going. We would have only the one retirement in the race. Then there was wheel-to-wheel action here. You saw Oliver Warner just trying to get it back down the inside. And again, the 860 of Bruno Grieling, who had that drama moment in the formation, just trying to keep it back into position. There you can see the Falcon of Ludwig Granqvist just holding on to this group here, as everyone trying to get a position made left, right and centre, but for all of them, Stan Radashki there just trying to again get this beautiful move. Eye of a needle there, just straight down the inside. Nicely done. Gets wheel to wheel, and unfortunately for the 859 there, Ruben Perez, it would be into the dirty part of the track there, not what you needed. Going on to the final lap then, it would be the overtake here from Oliver Warner to try and get down the inside, and he would control half of the first lap. There you can see Bruno saying, right, keep going, don't defend. Right, okay, so we did get the message going into the corner after he'd already gone a little bit defensive there for Ollie Warner, but he would maintain that one. You can never trust that a driver behind is going to defend or not attack, and exactly what we saw here. Bruno sent it back down the inside through turn 14. On the back straight they would go. Bruno would hold the inside line here, switch to the outside, then really tuck it in on the inside here. Warner would switch to the outside. Last diff change and straight back to the inside. Oliver Warner would take the race lead back through the final chicane. Beautifully timed, beautifully calculated by both drivers there. But unfortunately, the driver who would lose out on that one would be Priam Bruno. But Oliver Warner would take the win after gaining 4 positions in that race. Spirit Racing's Priam Bruno finishing in 2nd place from Ivan Gonzalez, who wasn't able to close in just on those dying stages, but would have a calm and quiet 3rd place finish ahead of Ludwig Vanquist, the driver from Sweden. Again, multiple angles of that beautiful dive to the inside. Perfectly timed, and say millimeters away from going disastrously wrong, but absolutely superb then for our drivers in the Mini X30 category. You can see then the drivers for the senior categories getting ready to go out again for their next one, but we're going to head down to Parc Ferme. We are live down there. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our winner from that last race, Oliver Warner. Oliver, a really good victory, that a fantastic way to start your X30 Mini IAME Winter Cup. I want to start with the very start of the race. A really good move from the 3rd row of the grid. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so it started really well. I knew I had to go very fast, otherwise I would lose the front. So I went straight in on Matisse and settled into 2nd. Settled behind Bruno, and we pushed all the way to the end.
What was the middle phase of the race like with Bruno? You could see you were in that formation. What was going through your mind as the laps ticked on by?
I was just trying not to make any mistakes, being as consistent as possible, trying to get the toe.
You always know in a race like that it's going to kick off, it's going to get really competitive towards the end of the race. That move that you pulled on the last lap, absolutely brilliant. Again, what was going through your mind when you did that one?
Yeah, so I always wanted to try that move at the last corner, so I went straight to the outside, pulled off the dummy and parked it on the apex and just got a nice exit, and yeah.
Kart's clearly feeling good. What have you learnt out there in that last race session that perhaps wasn't available when it was a bit colder earlier on this morning?
Not really sure, actually. Not really sure. No, don't know.
Looking forward to the second race.
Yeah, can't wait.
Who'd you like to thank for the victory there?
I want to thank my family. I want to thank Lewis Hall, my mechanic, for making the kart perfect, and I'd like to thank George Gibbons.
Well, best of luck, Oliver, for the rest of the competition. I'm sure you're going to have a good time out there here at Valencia.
Thank you.
Very good stuff there from Oliver Warner, our winner in the second heat of the weekend for X30 Mini. Anthony, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. There you can see the 1 minute board up from our judge of fact there, Ross Upton, indicating 1 minute to go before the next senior X30 race. It'll be qualifying heat B versus G, and Finn McLaughlin, who starts this one on pole position, the driver who's had 3 out of 3 race wins in his last race, settling for a P3. So a little bit of work to do now to maintain that top spot, as of course he's going to have to be battling with Marcus Luzio later on in the weekend. Of course, Marcus on a clean sweep at the moment with 3 race wins. Elo Gonzalez starting alongside this one as well. You can see him there in the 3:02. Again, driver who has had some good results in this one, but keep a close eye on all of our drivers, as tyre strategy once again is starting to come in, and this time it's the front runners who have decided to swap their tyres around. Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus G. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Finn McLaughlin and Elo Gonzalez start this one on the front row of the grid. Kuho Lee and Danny Carinini on row number 2. Clement Outron and Noah Montero go from row 3 from Lewis Bird, and Ricardo Sorelli on row 4. Lucas Frederick and Romeo Rossell, they round out the top 10 on row number 5, with Hugo Manas and Nicolas Simic on row number 6. Hugo Marti and Maxime Blanchimand go from row 7, with Adam Rahali and Luke Taylor on row 8, Joseph Smith and Daniel Caballero on row number 9. Jan Gomez and Maximano Radic on row number 10. They round out the top 20. Andrea Pirovano and Bertram Sasha round out row number 11. Julian Kamen and Leonardo Logoni round out row 12 from Rafael Piera and Alexandre Delot on row 13. Yoshida Kadai and Pedro Cacheda on row 14. Keanu Wellens and Enrique Oliveira round out the top 30 on row 15. Francisco Costa and Bjorn Vernham on row 16. Otto Pukkanen and Tristan Powell round out row 17, with Quinty Penn rounding out the 35 kart grid. Andrew Mather joins me back in the commentary box. I'll let you catch your breath, sir. It's a fairly long run from the weighbridge there where you do those interviews to here. Seniors back out. Change in the tyre strategy once again. McLaughlin going for a fresh set of boots on the right-hand side of the kart. The same with Gonzalez. There you can see Kuho Lee also going for a set of boots, but he's going for the left side of his wagon. That's where he's gone for the fresh set of tyres. So again, you've got the 2 drivers ahead of him who have both gone for fresh sets of tyres on the right-hand side, driver behind going for the left-hand side. And it's actually the same for Danny Carinini. He's also gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart. I would assume a part of it is how you've set the kart up, because we've got 3 sectors here, but they're very much into 2 different camps. Sector 2, technical, cornering, the grip that you need through those corners. You can set the kart up perfectly for that, but then not be so good in the straight line when you go through sector 1 and sector number 3. So you often will then end up with a bit of a compromise between the 2, but you're always going to be leaning either way. So I wonder if that's an element of it, but they'll be sticking to their plans. They'll have done plenty of running around here. They've gained a lot of experience with these tyres now across the course of the week and the competition so far, and any testing that they've done here prior. So yeah, good stable conditions, which is probably a good thing for the mechanics out there. Yeah. Rafael Pieria, he has gone for a brand new set on both sides. He's gone full new tyres on his wagon for this one. Now he starts in 25th place, the 274. Keep an eye on him. He might make some good moves in this one. Well, drivers now making their way out of the final corner, nice and controlled, nice and tamed. McLaughlin and Gonzalez controlling the pace of this grid. Is it going to be a green flag first time of asking for this group? Yes, it is, and away they go down and towards turn number 1. The smoke clears as they then whiz in towards T1 and to the inside there straight away. Hurley trying to get that car down the inside, unable to find a gap, has to settle for second place, and crucially Gonzalez only drops down to, he's dropped down to 4th there because Clement Outron has gained a place as well. Keep an eye on Outron as well because he has certainly been quick this weekend and has been gaining those positions in the early stages of this race. But as they make their way out of the tight twisty section, they wind it back up once more as they go into the infield straight now into the braking zone of turn number 11. Into the brakes now. Anyone for a quick move to the inside? No, but we are in turn number 12. There's Outron to the inside, gets it done on Hurley and moves up into P2.
I'm loving watching Outron this weekend. There's not a single chance for an overtake that he's not taking this weekend. He's fighting hard out there up to second place. Let's count them through at the end of the first lap here for the qualifying heats for Groups B and G. McLaughlin leads, Outron second. That's a gain of 3 on the first lap. And here comes Lee back down the inside. That's what the Korean needs to do. It needs to get some stronger results to move himself back up the order in those intermediate points. And that was a super one down the inside. It's off there. That's the 276 of Lucas Frederick. For the second time this weekend, Lucas Frederick has a problem in a heat. He's been fast, but he just does not seem to be having the luck here at Valencia. He's losing stacks of positions. I think he's going to be outside the top 20, maybe even the top 25. Was running up there in 7th place, and it's all gone wrong for the Spaniard there on the TB kart.
It certainly is, and remember, this is the first time that we're seeing a lot of these drivers out on track today as well. The G group in this one, this is their 4th heat that they will have completed so far this weekend. It's all kicking off. Danny Carinini back to the inside there. He has been one on fire. Yesterday, he has just been on it, all the way throughout it. 2 second places and a win yesterday. Danny Carinini is the driver that you need to keep an eye on in this category because, again, he has just been making moves after moves, and he's back up into P3 now.
Running for a good team that's very experienced with this style of racing and this format. They know how to work their way through a multi-heat system for sure. Here on lap number 3, Coughlin 14.7 through the first sector. Lee likewise. Carinini 14.5 is absolutely flying. Who else is on the move? Jan Gomez is up 8 spots into 11th place, and Adam Rahali, who needs a good result here for Dream Racing, is also up 8 spots and is now sat there in 7th.
Yep, so changes happening, and well, Danny Carinini just, oh dear, that's gone wrong. That's the 295. That's come to a stop out on circuit, and that is Maxime Blanchimont. Unfortunately, the Frenchman for Victory Lane Karting out of the race, and that's a big one because this is his first race of the day, and unfortunately he's ended in retirement.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, had a DNF yesterday as well. So when we're talking about having two not so good races in terms of results, that's not going to be good news at all. Watching here, I think, now this is going to be it's just on his own.
Wow.
That was Lucas Frederick going round, got on the curb through turn number 4.
It's a big
curb. Like tabletop mountain shaped curb. Just could take too much of it, fully airborne, and lose the back end of the karts when he landed.
Yeah, I think that was just a full mistake there. Just the car just didn't want to turn in for the corner of turn 4 there, and he just took to the curb, and yeah, that's not the way you want it to go, unfortunately for him, and he drops down the order, but he's still in the race, which is good. Right, we're on lap 4. We're going to be ending lap 4 now, as they'll be going on to lap 5, but McLaughlin's still leading the way of this race. Carinini's still there in second, and now he's starting to close in. And Gonzalez has not been able to match the pace and has still got the pressure from behind. There is action still here, as this is Noah Montero getting the move done, getting past Adam Rahali, and Hugo Mañas also trying to get involved. So this is down 7th, 8th and 9th place. Jan Gomez still there as well in P10. Hugo Maddi from Romeo Rossell. Ricardo Sorelli still there, but it's still going wheel to wheel here as to the inside. Now, who was that? That's Outron on Kioli, isn't it?
Was indeed. So Outron once again makes another overtake when there's an opportunity. I was just having a quick look at the intermediate points, Anthony. I know we've been talking about Finn McLaughlin in the lead a lot this weekend. I would argue this is his most important lead so far.
Yeah.
It wouldn't give him the lead back in the competition, but it would put Marcus Lutzio, when he comes to his next race, under a lot of pressure. It would sit him there just behind on 3 points versus Lucio 0. So yes, Lucio would still have a race in hand, but he's still got to go out there and deliver.
Which means the left-hand tyres get scrubbed more, and they've gone the opposite way, and it's clearly working for Carinini more than McLaughlin.
Last time around, 56.190 for McLaughlin, 56.2, but we're talking margins here. The actual difference was 16 thousandths between them on that last lap. Carinini was very quick in sector number 1 though, and has popped in another 14.5 through sector number 1 this time around. But McLaughlin started to up his pace in sector 1 as well. It sets you up for the technical part of the courses. Down the inside there, that's the 2-1-4 going through. That's Gomez on the move. That's 9 positions gained now, past No Montero for 10.
Yeah, Montero, after gaining the moves earlier on, now starting to lose them once again. So we'll keep an eye on those battles as well as the rest of the battles along the field, because there have been many overtakes and big movers all the way throughout this field. You've got Rafael Piero, who's gained 11 places. You've also, who's on those fresh set of tyres that we were talking about earlier on. Otto Pukkanen as well, 13 positions gained. He's up quite a few. There's a look at the intermediate classification at the moment. Marcus Lucio leads them with the 0 points, but remember, he's only done 3 races at the moment, or 4 races at the moment.
No,
three races
yep.
He's only done at the moment, yeah, so he's still got a couple more to go, with McLaughlin only on 3, but this is his 5th race now that he's doing, so McLaughlin well ahead, and now he's starting to return on the fastest times. There's another statement, 56.089. Right, Carinini, you think you're fast? I can go faster.
Can indeed. This is good stuff from the seniors, as we come to expect. Lap 8, 3 more after this one. McLaughlin has gone personal best through sector 1. He's gone purple in sector 2. He's ramping this up, Anthony. He's played this tactically spot on to keep something in reserve for this phase of the race when he needs it most, to hold Carinini off there at 0.8 of a second. Gonzalez is similarly about 0.7 further back. What is the lap time? It's a 56.068. The lead is back above 1 second. 1.15 to be exact over Carinini. Move for 11th place. Romeo Roussel is having a better race here. Struggled yesterday with starts in particular in those first runs through sector number 2. It's just got up to 11th place past No Montero. There's a warning flag going out. The 2.73 of Keanu Wellens. There is confirmation of the fastest lap for the Irishman. VDK Racing Machine is running well.
It certainly is running well. The gap increasing now to 1.1 seconds. And Carinini is starting to get reeled in here by Eloy Gonzalez. Gonzalez is now piled on the pressure now. The gap down to about 0.4 of a second as they wind it back up onto the back straight now. The same with Clement Outron. Outron is right there, and he's ready to pick up any pieces that may come from these two that are possibly going to start battling. And they were battling all the way through the races yesterday, in their own races indeed. But right now, Carinini and Eloy Gonzalez are about to come to blows together here. And who is going to come out victorious on top? Because Gonzalez really now piling on the pressure. He's closed that gap even more now. It's 0.3 of a second. And visually, it's just getting smaller and smaller. So Carinini, I think, has realised that he's not going to catch McLaughlin. He's hanging back, but he's hanging back too much now. I don't think he's looked behind him, and I don't think he realises that Gonzalez is right there.
Yeah, and Gonzalez has been on really good form today, in particular, closing in. Is he going to have a run into sector number 3? Crucial that you get as much speed through 13 and 14 as possible. Is he in striking distance? There is your race leader going through turn 15 now. Finn McLaughlin out of the race, the 2.38 of Pedro Cacheda. He's had a torrid week so far. DNF there in the PLC machine. Last lap then. Can Finn McLaughlin bring this one home? Can Carinini hold on for another second place?
Yeah, that is the ultimate question. Well, McLaughlin's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, which is gain another win, keeping his score as low as possible, putting the ball straight back into Marcus Lucio's court. But the battle here still raging on. Carinini and Eloy Gonzalez. Gonzalez, who currently sits 6th in the intermediate classifications with 12 points, needs some good results here. Danny Carinini, who has got a few more, no, actually a few less. He's got 6 points, so he's doing a lot better in the points at the moment, but he needs to maintain this with that second place finish. And at the moment, he's doing a good job of defending that. Gonzalez just not able to close that gap up. It's opened up just that wee bit more. But for Finn McLaughlin, for Ireland, it's another win there for him. That's 4 out of 5 wins and a third. Finn McLaughlin looking in fine form here at Valencia. And he takes another win for the VDK Racing team. Danny Caronini for Zanki Motorsport takes second after gaining 2 positions in that one. Another good result for Danny Caronini. That's 3 seconds and a first. He's still got another heat to go for Danny Caronini. Eloy Gonzalez, well, that is another third place for him. He's had a third, fourth, second, and now another third. So for him, he's got a bit of work to do here. He's still in good stead. There's many drivers in this one, and the cutoff is still quite large. We were saying that 2 retirements and you're in trouble. So no retirements for our top 3 so far throughout this weekend. Clement Autran, though, another good result as well. 1 position gained. He finishes this one in P4. And he's had a fair few P4s now. That would make 3 P4s for Clement Autran. Another look there briefly of the intermediate classifications. Here's a look then at the classification at the end of qualifying Heat B versus G. This is pending scrutineering. Of course, Finn McLaughlin and Danny Caronini from Eloy Gonzalez, Clement Autran from Kyuho Lee, Lewis Bird from Hugo Mañas, from Hugo Malti and Adam Rahali, Rafael Piera and Jan Gomez from Romeo Russell, who rounds out the top spots on that one to 12th place. Maximiliano Radic finishing in 13th place from Julian Kamin. All of these drivers are gaining positions. Rafael Rajani, I should say, gaining 15 positions in that one. Remember, he had the brand new set of tyres on his wagon, so gaining fair few positions in that one from Julian Kamin. Noah Montero, Otto Pukkanen also gaining 17 positions in that one, finishing in P16 from Alexander Delot, who finishes in 17th place from Joseph Smith, and Leonardo Logoni finishing in 19th place. Andrea Pirovano rounds out the top 20. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. And again, initially, good start for Finn McLaughlin. Sweeps to the outside there to try and hold that line. Kyuho Lee right behind him. Starting this one P3, dropping back to 7th in his last race. In this one, he finishes in P5, so still a good result for him, but did drop back in those early stages. We had mistakes in this race, and we had dramatic moments. This was a dramatic moment. Clement Autran going up into 2nd place there, past Kyuho Lee. Would drop back, though, to P4 in the latter stages of the race. This is when everyone started to come back through. Kyuho Lee back to the inside there, denying that one big sideways moment there for Clement Autran. And again, that's just the tyres in their degraded state as they are. There was the mistake there from Frederick all by himself on that one, which is a very strange one. The TB kart racing driver finishing that one in 23rd place after that spin. Big shame. Autran back to the inside of Eloy Gonzalez, but Gonzalez would fight back and he would try and follow Danny Caronini. You can see Caronini there in the orange helmet just to the inside now of Eloy Gonzalez, and after that move he would then get another position gained, and again instantly would go on the attack into the final chicane, would get that move up into 3rd place, would then get past Kyuho Lee dropping back in the latter stages. The Eloy Gonzalez battle still raging on as Clement Autran would drop back another spot there. And again, just the tyres starting to find their fighting points. Noah Montero to the inside there of the drivers behind. Adam Rahali being on the receiving end of that one. Then the 214 came involved, and that certainly got interesting there as they all started to squabble and they all started to then fall back a little bit. Jan Gomez certainly showing what he's got. But it would go to Finn McLaughlin. That is 4 out of 5 qualifying heat wins. 3rd place to his name, 3 points in total. But it's all down to Marcus Luzio a little bit later on to see what he can do. Well, a very exciting one there for Senior X30. Let's go chat to some of our drivers. Andrew Mather is down there. Over to you.
Thank you, Anthony, here with our winner from that last race for another race win here in X30 Senior, Finn McLaughlin. Finn, that was a big one. It looked easy, but in the context of this competition, that's put the pressure on your competitors.
Yeah, for sure, it was a good heat, and we'll just see how it goes for the rest of the day. That's what I want to maintain for the rest of the week, so I'm happy.
We're in that stage of the competition where tyre strategy is playing out. You had a difference to some of the others. Yeah, I think you went with the left-hand side tyres as opposed to the right for Caronini behind you. Can you talk us through that decision?
It just conserves the tyre a little bit more because of for me, it's a bit better for the tyre saving, so that's why we picked that side.
That's 4 out of 5 heats completed for yourself. We've got Marcus Lutzio coming up shortly to see if he can keep this run of results going. But you're up against each other in each of your 5th heats later on today. How are you feeling about that?
I'm not worried. Just do what I've been doing all week, and we'll see how it ends up.
Any thoughts on tactics of the next heat and going into the super heats?
No, exact same thing for me.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory?
VDK, everyone watching me from home. Still a lot more to come.
Good to hear. Well done, Finn. Another supreme performance here at Valencia. Anthony, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, more racing to come indeed, and we've still got 2 more races before the lunch break and the first half of the day gets completed. There you can see some of our drivers again, still from the Jamie Green Racing team. They're still out there on the banking. Hopefully they're playing who can get it closest to the beer can or the can of drink down there on the side. But a lot of the drivers just focused on the racing that's happening out on the circuit. Let's focus now on the racing that we've got out on the screen right now. Thibaut Ramakas again starting this one on pole position. The race that they had earlier on, still very interesting. Would only best a 3rd place, and it's been 3rd places all the way throughout this driver's racing. Andy Rattel starts just behind him on the 2nd row of the grid also, but he had a retirement earlier on today, so certainly he is looking for a better result in this one. Let's take you through the starting lineup though as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It's Thibaut Ramakas and Marcus Lutzio on row number 1, Andy Rattel and Anna Malaysia on row number 2, Alexander Bondarev and Hugo Martinello, they go from row 3, with Adrian Martinez, who won his previous race. He starts on row number 4 with Mark Granada alongside. Louis Johnson-Cool and Elia Weiss on row 5 from Matthias Maschouts and Cahal Clark on row number 6. Hugo Ron and Jean-Paul Carras, they go from row 7. Mickey Blascos and Marc Lapiccolo go from row number 8. Row number 9 is Louis Castellini and Raymond Blanc, with row 10 being Freddie Lloyd and Diego Palesi, who round out the top 10. Row 11 is Arthur Fasort and Joanna Luja on row 11. Fred Sex and Paul Hamburg, they go from row number 12. Row 13 is Aaron Garcia and Gilles Matarullo. Row 14 is Alex Lageza and Thomas Kaluo on row 14. Row 15 is Casper Norman and Maximilian Rafalik. Row 16 is Thibaut Gelade and Maximilian Bergstrom. Row 17 sees August Raber and Livia Sampson. And row 18 is Jill Redmonds and Raul Zanzardin, giving us our 36 drivers in this race. Information from the grid concerning tyres and concerning some drivers. Looks like August Reiber has not made it to the grid. He is not in this race, so it brings us to 35 drivers. Tyres is another interesting one as well. Alexander Bondarev has gone to the right for his set of tyres. He's the only driver within the top 6 rows of the grid that have actually put some new boots on their wagon, which is very, very interesting indeed. But we will see what happens in this race. Andrew Mather back in the comms box. I'm going to just jot some notes down on my piece of paper. But this is an interesting one now. Marcus Lutzio, the ball's back in his court after we saw there the wins there from Finn McLaughlin. We're expecting big things here.
We are indeed. I think anything on or in the top 3 would do for Marcus Lutzio. He obviously would prefer to get another 0 score, but knowing that it's a 1 versus 1 potential scenario when they have their 5th heats, both Finn and Marcus, this is an important race to set up how a battle will be, at least at the start of it. You've also got this, the small task of beating, a new senior driver, but a very quick senior driver in Thibaut Ramakas. Let's see how it goes. 11 laps on the board, green light, away we go. Good start for Ramakas as they go towards turn 1. Good start as well for Lutzio, was able to chop across and get ahead of Andy Rattel, who's going from grid number 3. Andy Rattel needs a good result here, having had a DNF earlier on this morning. Good move there from Alexander Bondarev in the 226 has got past Rattel there into 3rd place. There's some drivers off towards the back. The 320 is one of them. That's Energy Corsa.
That's Maximilian Bondstrom.
Yeah, so Bondstrom in trouble there. The Swede was towards the back of the field and will not be progressing up the order in the early stages of this one. But it's Ramakas leading, and Bondarev aggressive down the inside, takes 2nd place away from Lutzio. It's another fast start for the driver there in the Prema Racing entry.
The new right-hand tyres working well for Alexander Bondarev. Exactly what he needs, straight into second place, needing some of these better results. Now, that is Marcus Lucio under a little bit of pressure here now from the driver behind. There, confirmation of the new tyres on the right-hand side of Alexander Bondarev's kart. And to the inside there, that is Andy Rattel. Now, Rattel needs a very good result in this one after his retirement in his previous race. He really needs to focus on this one. But right now for Marcus Lucio, he is starting to really feel the pressure here now as down the inside. That is the 3-2-8 getting through. That is Andrea Martinez, and he won the last race that he had. So again, he's also feeling the pressure here.
Martiniello has got through as well. This is a difficult couple of moments for Marcus Lucio because he's looking vulnerable to others in this train. There's a bit of a battle going on immediately behind him with one of the TB karts involved there. I think that might be Arnaud Valencia in the 3-2-7. Matthias Meerschout also looking to get involved. In fact, Meerschout, yes, was going through into 7th place there. End of lap number 2. VDK Racing's Thibaut Ramekers on his first weekend at the senior level here in the IAME Euro Series for the Winter Cup. Down the inside there goes the 3-2-8. That's a beautiful move there by Adrian Mustinez, who just seems to be a completely new driver today.
Yeah, he does. Martinello there, very quick as well to read the road. He started to turn in, and then he saw Mustinez was there and then just dipped out the way. Loses another one now to Marcus Lucio. Lucio back on the charge now after that overtake. And again, Lucio, the ball's very much in his side of the court, and he needs no lower than 3rd because he's battling with Finn McLaughlin.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, on those live scores for the intermediate classification through these qualifying heats, if the race was to finish like this, it would read McLaughlin on 3, Barry Berg on 6, and move for the lead. Through goes Bondarev, past Ramekers into the final chicane.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there we go. It was before the last chicane, but yeah, not sure what corner it was on. Hopefully we do get to see that. But yeah, now, so Thibaut Ramekers now having to think, right, what to do now, because he's not been able to immediately attack back going in towards turn 1, and that's what we saw him do earlier on. When someone got an overtake on, instantly would fight back. Not this time. Now, he has not got a fresh set of tyres on either side of his kart at the moment. Bondarev does. He's got the brand new tyres on the right-hand side of his kart, and it is still working very well for him here, but he's got to be careful now. Rattel's still there in 3rd. Ramekers still there in 2nd place. Martinez, with the fastest lap of the race, is starting to close in on this top 3 as well. Bondarev tucking it as much as he possibly can. And for Ramekers as well, Ramekers is not a tall driver. He doesn't need to really dip his head down, so he gets the ultimate slipstream, and he can stay completely focused on what's happening in front of him. Dips the head down a little bit there, but he's got the slipstream, and I thought it was going to be a late move there, but it's going to be a move here. Andrea Martinez to the inside of Andy Rattel. Rattel just gives enough racing room, but Ramekers is still on that rear bumper. He has not dropped Bondarev here.
Psychologically, I think Mustinez is the big factor here. I think that the 2 drivers now ahead of the Spaniard are both aware he is absolutely flying at the moment. A 56.301 for the 3-2-8 last time around. At this stage of the race, you're on lap 5. You've still got more than 50% of this one to go. Now is not the time to start fighting as if it's the last lap. As out of the race goes the 3-2-2 of Mark Lepiccolo. That's not good news for the victory lane driver. Let's have a look at a replay. This is Bondarev into turn 1. It was the slight move there from Ramekers down the inside. That's where Mustinez made the move for 3rd place past Andy Rattel. There is Bondarev again.
But still, great stuff from these 2 here. But again, Ramekers is not fallen off the back. But I've got to say, Andrea Martinez is bringing Andy Rattel to these 2 here. We're going to get a full cut scrap. Big curb moment there for Bondarev as he fights his way through 3 and 4. You don't want to do that too much. This is how the move for the lead happened. Right, now there it is just in the background. You can see it. Now that's in towards turn number 7. And yeah, you just see down the inside, and nicely done.
Yeah, really good move from Bondarev. Crucial few laps this, I think, for Marcus Lucio. 1.6 seconds behind this quartet. 0.6 of a second ahead of Hugo Martiniello. But again, it's that 1.5 to 2 second range where if there's a bit of a squabble up ahead as Ramekers goes down the inside into the chicane and retakes the lead of the race at the end of lap 6. This could be hope for Marcus Lucio, because Bondarev's going to come back down the inside. Mustines is going to try and follow through as well for P2, and here comes Andy Mattel as well. Oh my goodness me, Ramakas goes from first to fourth in the matter of one corner.
Yep, gain 1 and lose 3. That's not what you want at all, and Ramakas now has got a lot of work ahead of him here. Now with that battling happening, keep an eye on Lucio, because he's got the clean air in front and behind, and he is starting to close in as well. He is only about a second and a half or so behind this battle, so he is starting to close in, but Bondarev now has the pressure of Andre Mustines. Mustines is right there, and he has closed in from quite a distance. He has gained 5 positions in this race, and he's there now in P2, and he's started to break away from Rattel now and Ramakas, so they are going to have to be careful now. They are going to need to work together, but this is where you've got an experienced senior driver like Andy Rattel and a new senior driver like Thibaut Ramakas. This is where you've got to think, right, okay, this is the big game now. You've got to focus. You've got to really push. You've got to work together now. You've got to really work together with all the drivers around you to try and close that gap back up. And that's exactly what Ramakas is doing. He has stayed behind Andy Rattel, pushing each other along, and they've closed the gap back up again. Good racing.
Really interesting, the psychology of this race at the moment, because it's got that feel, yes, it's a heat. Yes, in terms of the weighting, it's exactly the same as the other ones before. But you're getting towards the end of this phase of the competition now, and drivers are thinking ahead to the superheats and beyond. You saw Mustines point forward to Bondarev to say, no, I'm going to go with you, but still Bondarev wasn't sure. He just sat to the inside, didn't defend too hard into turn 1 last time around. But can he hold on for this one? How's Marcus Lucio getting on? He's being dropped, I think, still 1.6 seconds back from Ramakas through the chicane to complete lap number 8. It's Bondarev, it's Mustines, Rattel up to 3rd, Ramakas in 4th, and once again Bondarev feels the need to go defensive to the inside through turn 1. He'll leave in the same order, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, no change for the top 4 at the moment. They do stay in that same order, but where's Lucio? Is he closing in? I'm not going to say he is. I think he's dropping back a little bit more now. He's not able to catch up to this pack, and that is only because they've not gone defensive or anything like that. Give it another lap. I guarantee you that changes.
Yeah.
Because Bondarev will defend on this one. He's not lost them. He knows that Andre Mustines will go for the move, and Rattel right on that rear bumper now. We're going to see a move either in this next half lap or lap or so of racing. I can guarantee it. Into turns 15, 16, into the final chicane once more. No dives to the inside here. Nice line of stern. Good driving all the way throughout, and a little bit of a gap there now between the top 2 and 4. Now Bondarev goes defensive. Here we go. This will bring Rattel Ramakas back into play now, and it might, if Rattel goes to the move here on Mustines, it gives Bondarev the advantage and they'll drive away. It's got to be a really careful move that each one of these drivers puts in here.
Absolutely. In terms of the intermediate classification, you can see there in the bottom right hand of your corner, there's a lot to potentially be lost for all of these drivers at the moment. If the race was to finish like this, McLaughlin would lead at the end of this round. That would be guaranteed. He's already raced in this particular rotation on 3. Lucio would be 5. Barryberg on 6, drawn with Karanini. And Bondarev is just off that top 6 at the moment. He's sat in 7th place on the live scores, because there's that aspect as well for Bondarev. 7th place, it's not a bad place to be. If you start going 9th, 11th, 13th and 3rd at the back, you've got a lot to do when we get to the superheat. Final lap, defensive to the inside once again is Bondarev. He's read that perfectly so far and is holding Mustines at bay.
Yeah, that is a true drive, that is. So keep an eye. Bondarev still leading. Mustines, Rattel, Ramakas still in that top 4. But no change whatsoever. Keeping the door slightly open, but not completely, and Bondarev maintains control of this one. Raul Zanzarin with the fastest lap of the race. He started this one shotgun at the back of the grid, and once again, he has made some good moves. He's up to P13, so Raul Zanzarin still having a fabulous little race here, but we're focused on this one now as Martinez has left the door open, Rattel to the inside. So Andrea Mustines now in 3rd place, and we'll have to try and fight in this final chicane. Keep an eye on Ramakas, though. We saw what Bondarev did a few races ago. Into the final chicane they go. No changes here. Anything into the final chicane. It's Bondarev who takes the win. His first win of the weekend from Andy Rattel, Andrea Mustines and Thibaut Ramakas in 4th.
Really, really good race there by Alexander Bondarev. Prema Racing take the heat victory. Andy Rattel home there in second place, almost roles reversed for Adrian Mustinez. He pulled the exact same move on Thibaut Ramekes earlier on this morning in the previous round of heats. It was him losing the position this time. Rest of the order coming in. Great drives from Juan Aluya, up 13 spots again to P9. But I think for Andy Rattel as well, that was a much needed result. He's on the back foot with the DNF earlier on this morning, but these kind of results will definitely be in the top 72, I'd imagine, for the super heats, and he's holding on to that hope of being in the top 36 come the final. There's a long way to go here in this competition as the latest group of X30 seniors come in to Parc Fermé.
Well, let's take you through the finishing order on that one. Of course, the provisional classifications pending scrutineering. Alexander Bondarev from Ukraine takes the race win. Brilliant driving from him after a fresh set of boots on the right-hand side. Anna Rattel finishing in second place from Andrea Martinez from Thibaut Ramekes. Marcus Luzio and Marc Granada. Hugo Martinello and Matthias Michautz finish in P8. Jona Luja from Louis Johnson Cool round out the top 10. P11 sees Anna Malaysia finishing in that position. Hugo Haran and Raul Zanzar in 23 positions gains finishes in P13 from Louis Castellini and Diego Palesi rounding out the top 15.
Elia Weiss in the midfield there in 16th place. Freddie Lloyd, Maximilian Rafalik and Aaron Garcia all in the top 20 that's completed by Casper Norman. Reimer Blanc in 21st place. Mickey Blaskos in 22nd. Gil Mastrolo 23rd. Cale Clark, it's not been Cale Clark's weekend so far. 24th in that one ahead of Thomas Lemos. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that latest race in X30 Senior. Brilliant start again from Thibaut Ramekes, led into turn one. It's a good start as well for Marcus Luzio in what was a key race for him to try and hold on to the lead in the intermediate classification through these qualifying heats. Andy Rattel was also looking to get another good one, and Alexander Bondarev had a quick start as well. The 3:20 and 3:07 fell off early on in this one. Bondarev, we've seen it a couple of times so far this weekend, has always been starting these races quickly. And was early up to second place and then set about trying to find a way past Thibaut Ramekes. The 3:28 of Adrian Mustinez had some really good speed so far today and made his way there past Hugo Martinello for a spot in the top 6. This was a key move down the inside. Bondarev into turn 7, found a way past the young Belgian. Very much changed tack at that point. Marcus Luzio did fall down to 6th place, fought back up to 5th place past Martinello there, and scored 5 points in this race, so holds 2nd place in the intermediate classification. Down the inside, Mustinez on Rattel, and it looked like it was going to be another one of those runs like we saw earlier in the day from Adrian Mustinez. Down the inside went Ramekes on Bondarev. Took the lead back through the chicane, but Bondarev straight away responded. Wants to control the pace in this one. Also opened the door for Mustinez to take his place in P2 past Ramekes, and Andy Rattel followed through as well. So a bit of learning to be done perhaps for Ramekes in this senior level. He went for the move for first, but it left him vulnerable and ended up in 4th. Big move this from Andy Rattel, trying to crawl his way back into the top 36. Got past Mustinez late on there for P2. It's Alexander Bondarev who took the race win from Andy Rattel, Mustinez, Ramekes and Marcus Luzio in the top 5 as well.
Certainly so. A dramatic race in that one, still fighting, but brilliant driving from Alexander Bondarev, back where he always thinks he should be, right at that top spot, and well-deserved as well. Well, the next race, and this is the final race before the lunch break, we turn our attention to qualifying heat C versus E. And this man here, Marius Barryberg, the driver from Norway, who has had a race win this weekend, he put it on pole in qualifying in his group. We caught up with him, and he had a little secret about how he did it. Marius Barryberg, pole in Group 4. It's not the outright pole by a couple of tenths, but fastest in session. That's absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, I'm really surprised I got pole after I actually did spun like that. I felt like I would get such a bad qualifying, but turns out I got pole, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Top tip then for qualifying from Marius Barryberg. Spin on one of your laps and then you get pole position. But certainly very good time that came in on that lap. Just talk us about the lap. What happened? Because you went from the bottom of the list straight to the top.
Yeah, I spun, you know, and then after the next lap I see Lewis Bird, he also got slow out of the corner. I was like, oh, their lap was a little destroyed. So I'd say, like, okay, let's make this next lap actually good. And I feel like, oh, I make so good first sector, and then I just kept pushing, and then I just got surprised when I saw my name go on number 1.
Well, now you're going to be starting right at the front of the grid for a lot of these races. Plenty to go through, but for you, the pressure is on. Do you feel ready for it?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think I can do really good this race with the things I have now. Like my engine and my mechanic has done a really good job these last days now with just working their ass off, really.
Yeah. Well, the privateer on pole position. Well done, Marius Barryberg.
Thank you, thank you.
Good stuff from Marius Barryberg, and he's had good racing all the way throughout this weekend as well. Second, a win and a fourth in his last race, and look at that, brand new set of boots on the right-hand side of his wagon. Look at the degradation that they've had as well on the left-hand side, all the marbles that they get picked up as well. It really shows that it's a smooth circuit here at Valencia. But it's a fast circuit. That's the problem. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. It's Senior X30. It's the last race before the lunch break. And it's Group C versus E. Marius Barryberg starts this one on pole position. Jimmy Hellier starts alongside, who had his worst result so far this weekend in his last race, finishing P10. David Dragan also having another retirement. 2 retirements for the Romanian. He needs a better race this time around. He's got Emilia Carey alongside, who also spun on the opening lap. Alex Macedo and Luca Horton, who had his best result, starts on row number 3 with Celine Canol and Kian Geraghty, who subsequently had his worst result on the last race. They start from row number 4. Christian Caballero and Kevin Latinga go from row 5 with Emilio Cavisto and Angelo Melli on row 6. Sem van der Heijden and Luca Bertoni go from row 7 with Paul Chaus and Luca Clay on row 8. Row 9 sees Thomas Gomez and Hugo Besson, and the rest of the field is as follows.
Benjamin Johns and Miguel Silva on row 10. Lauritz Saxa and Vilma Svan go from row 11. Francisco Quiros and Diogo de Castro on row 12. Big result needed here for de Castro, who retired from his previous race. Marcus Gloom and Morgan Knudsen go from row 13. Harry Ewell and Natalia Granada go from row 14. The top 30 is completed by Jim Ringelberg and Emilio van Overberger. Thibaut Kemp and Alexander Ruter go from row 16. Good progress from Ruter in his previous race. Can he do likewise here? Margarida Furtad and Kevin Bakker start on row 17. And then it's Marlon Bayer and Jakob Lizak on row 18, completing the 36 kart field.
You're seeing a lot of graphics coming up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tyres are the story in this one. We were already talking about Marius Barryberg with his brand new set on the right-hand side. Jimmy Elias alongside him has also gone for a brand new set on the right-hand side, but the 2 drivers behind, David Dragan and Emilia Carey, have gone the opposite sides as well. So you've got Dragan, who's gone for the left-hand side, and then you've got Carey, who's also gone for the right-hand side. So you've got a big mix-up there of drivers swapping. You go a little further back in the field, and you've got drivers like Kian Geraghty and Kevin Latinga, who have gone for a brand new set of tyres on both sides of the wagon.
Well, as you were reading out the grid, particularly in that first 7 or 8 rows, there's a lot of drivers who've not had the perfect weekend. They've had one race that's not so good. I think there's going to be a lot of drivers in this one. I'm just getting that feeling who are going to attack this one big time, because they need strong results.
The biggest thing for me is that David Dragan, who's had 2 DNFs, has still gone for a fresh set of boots, even though he's only completed really 1 full race. Now, that strikes me as something strange, because he could have saved that and had a brand new set a little bit later on. But it's done what he's done. Here we go. We're going around again. False starts. So let's talk a little bit more about that then. So David Dragan, so he's had the 2 retirements. He's had the 1 good race. I'm just trying to think back to the races. He may have used them a little bit more, and if there has been a spin or he's gone into the gravel or anything like that, it could have just cooked the tyres, and that's why he's done what he's done. But if that tyre was still in a good condition, I'd have probably kept those tyres and then saved both your brand new fresh set for just a little bit later on.
Could be a psychological thing as well. You know, put a new set on where you need it, and give the driver that confidence to go out and win this race. It's a real long shot now for David Dragan to get the kind of result that he wanted. But, you know, I've watched David raced for many years, he takes every single race as an opportunity to win, and he'll give it his all here in this one.
Yeah, because of course these tyres have got to survive the superheats as well. It's only when you get to the final, that's when you have a brand new set for all the drivers.
But that's the factor as well. If you're not going to be in that super heat because you're outside the top 72, you may as well just throw everything at it. You may as well throw everything at it, and that is what he's doing right now. There's a look at the intermediate classifications then at the end of that one. McLaughlin now takes the lead of that after his 4 wins and 1/3. Marcus Luzio with his 3 wins and now a 5th. Now falls down to 2nd. Marius Barryberg, though, sits 3rd with 6 points. A race win on this one will certainly keep him in a good position for later on in those superheats. Back into the tram lines we go. Little slow getaway there for Alex Machado. The kart did not want to go, and we get green lights and we go racing, and away they go down and towards turn number 1, and it's a good start then from that inside row, and it looked like Celine Canol had a good start. Amelia Carey diving to the inside there. Much better start this time around. They're in 3rd place. Remember, she had a win in the first race that she had. Her worst result was 22nd. That was in the last race after a spin on the opening lap, but the rest of it seems good, and it's a nice breakaway straight away for your 2 drivers up front, Marius Barryberg and David Dragon. Good start indeed for those at the front. There was one kart that was slow from about 2/3 of the way back. Just didn't get the punch off the line there. Was it Alex Machado? Well, I'll tell you, Alex Machado had trouble on P5 as well. I think there was another one further back as well in a spot of bother. Paul Chaus, I think, has had a problem as well. Was a bit delayed coming through the end of sector 2. Is down the inside there. Here's the 2-2-2.
That's Kevin Latinga.
Kevin Latinga, once again, he's been doing that a lot so far this weekend. Aggressive overtakes, wanted to get up this order. Got a good race machine under him. Down into turn 1, it's to the inside, the 2-1-5, that's Cian Geraghty. So that's one of those drivers that we were mentioning, Anthony, who needs a good one in this one, needs to go on the attack. He's going to do so, but straight away back comes Machado there. Won many a competition in his time in karting as Alex Machado. He's not going to give this one up. Change there between the 3-2-4 and the 2-5-1. So it's Luca Horton who's having another one of those drivers who seems a bit rejuvenated today on the second day of racing for the seniors. Got a 2nd place earlier on in the day and is now on the move again.
Yeah, yesterday it was a 19th and a 14th. Today a 3rd and a 2nd. So yeah, it seems to be going well. Yeah, so it's going well at the moment. So all is good. But as the race goes on, there's a look at the replay of the start. So let's have a quick look at that. And yeah, you can see the driver on the 3rd row of the grid, Alex Machado, did not get away well. Left a huge gap. That allowed Amelia Carey to just dive straight to the inside there. A clean gap. And as well, for the GTM car of Luca Horton, also managed to dive to the inside. Action on the live feed, though, it is still started to kick off a little bit just on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll keep an eye on that one as well as we watch the highlights of the opening lap. But still, there has been some developments in these senior categories. Again, big shake-up with these tyres and just drivers just punching above their weight compared to what they had yesterday.
Indeed. I think there's been a problem for Tomas Gomez. He might have been on my 2nd kart a bit further back. Having trouble getting away from the line because he's lost 16 positions. That we do know for certain.
Yeah.
The Pablo Peter Racing driver not having a good one here.
Well, you can still see there Luca Horton and Amelia Carey on your screens going through the chicane there, and then you've got the drivers behind. Cian Geraghty, who's got the clean air now, and then Alex Machado and Kevin Latinga. They are still battling away here. Latinga to the inside, wheel to wheel as they go through and through as well. Tries to go Caballero, and it's all going wrong, and Caballero is starting to go slowly here, and that's not gone well at all.
Yeah, that is a definite problem. There's a mini ride up there. Where it might have been Kevin Latinga, but for Caballero pulling off the road, it's got a real problem. You can see him looking down, trying to find some life back in there. He's now looking down at the engine. Not good times at all for Christian Caballero, and that's going to be a big score.
Yeah, that's just slowly dying. His foot's flat on the throttle there, and it's just slowly creeping to a halt. There's nothing more deflating than that. Well, for Caballero, that is it for his race. That's a retirement, and again, we've said it over and over, you don't want them retirements, especially with so many drivers in the category. Here we go then, back at the front. Barryberg still leading the way from Jimmy Elias. This is a much better showing from Elias after a bad result earlier on. 10th place, his worst result he's had so far this weekend. David Dragan still there in 3rd place. They're holding on to their original starting spots, which is good to see. Cian Geraghty, though, fastest lap of the race. He's certainly coming out of his shell in this one. He is up 2 positions. He's there in P6. And another retirement. It's the 321 in the pit lane.
That's Hugo Basson. That's the second time today that the Frenchman has had problems in a race. And you can tell by his body language, he is not happy at all.
Yeah, indeed. That could possibly spell the end of a weekend for a driver, a second retirement. So, yeah, not good at all. Well, here is Amelia Carey. Now, Carey's under pressure here from Luca Horton once again. Horton back to the inside. Now Cian Geraghty's caught up, and Cian Geraghty might have a move here down the inside, but no, Carey closes that door on the start-finish straight, opens it back up, though, as they go down in towards turn 1, and Geraghty down the inside and takes that position. So, Carey not able to defend off from the 2 drivers here. Big curb there for Luca Horton, and we've seen so many drivers who have hit that curb and have spun by themselves. We've seen it time in, time out. You've got to be careful, a little bit wide there on the exit. Here's a replay of Carey getting the move done on Luca Horton earlier on. It's actually regained that position, so Amelia Carey able to take it back. Horton fighting back, and now Cian Geraghty also coming through. Tried it on the exit, not able to. Got it into the entrance of turn 1 just here, under braking into the corner, and again just showing nice tighter line in the corner there. Nicely done.
This is much more like it from Cian Geraghty. Another driver we've watched. He's probably the one who's making me feel the most old this weekend, Anthony, because I remember him racing in the cadet categories and the younger categories in IAME Machinery, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago at Wilton Mill Kart Club back in the day. And I've always seen Cian as, when he's in the groove, he's one of the best out there. It's taken him maybe a little bit of a while to find that groove, but he's found it now. He's moving up the field. He's gained 4 positions in this race so far.
And that was how he gained that position on Luca Horton to get him up into P4. And that's that fresh set of boots working for him. Cian Geraghty, he was the highest ranked driver in the grid for this race with that fresh set of tyres, and it's working out well for him. Carey back to the inside of Luca Horton, so these two still going at it, and that's just bringing Kevin Latinga into the game here. There you can see he's closing in the background there. So this could be another 3-car battle here as Geraghty is on his charge towards David Dragan, who's there in 3rd place at the moment. But eyes on this battle here. Amelia Carey on the defence.
And if there's one driver that you probably don't want on the rear bumper this weekend, it's Kevin Latinga, considering how many opportunities he's gone for. He's raced really, really well. Cutthroat overtakes plenty. Take a huge amount of curb yet again. He's pushing all the way here. Who's making good progress? Phil Svan's had a good race, Anthony. He's up 12 spots to 10th place. So KR Motorsports, Swedish driver there, making some good progress. Morgan Knudsen as well is up 11 so far in this one. Kevin Backer up 12 as well. Down there comes Latinga. Making a bit of a lean there through the corner, gets through past 3-2-4 of Luca Horton. So Latinga up to 6th.
Yeah, nice move there, just sweeping it down the inside. Latinga, who has also got a fresh set of boots on wagon. Here is Geraghty on Dragan. This is fresh set of tyres versus just a fresh set on the left-hand side of the kart. And gets it done, no contest there whatsoever. And that's purely the fresh tyres that are at work there. 4 definitely work better than just 2 out on the circuit. And Geraghty now up into 3rd place. But he has got a 2-second gap between himself and Jimmy Helias and Marius Barryberg, who have had a nice, calm, relaxing race. Unlike what we're seeing here with, again, now we've got Latinga in front of Amelia Carey, and now Luca Horton is trying to fight back on this one. Oh, off the track, that's the 310. That's not gone well. That's Knudsen off the track.
And he was making real progress there. Morgan Knudsen was up 13 and loses it all and more for KB Racing. You can understand that a very big disappointing moment there for Morgan Knudsen out of this race.
Yeah, big shame. Back to the inside. Luca Horton on Amelia Carey gets it done. These two, honestly, I bet they'll be, no, I'm in front, no, I'm in front, no, I'm in front. Stop squabbling, get on with it.
Getting on with it though, Marius Barryberg is going to be now. Now, this is more of a question for the next round of heats, Anthony. Would you rather for a superheat be on the inside or the outside?
For a superheat, definitely on the inside.
Definitely on the inside, because that's what's potentially at play when we get to that next round for Marcus Barryberg, moving from 3rd to 2nd if he can. His first will take pole position for one of the superheats, and the second will take the other. If you're 3rd, it's going to be a different story. There is Barryberg, 2:59. Jimmy Elias there behind. What are these sector times looking like? Well, it's sector 2 again. Sector 2's been a very good place for Marius Barryberg so far this weekend. They're matching each other in the first and the second. Well, maybe Elias a little bit quicker in the second, but Barryberg has got the edge in the twisty stuff. 0.8 is the gap as we head on to the final lap.
Indeed, warning flags coming out as well for Angelo Melli, so not good at all. A little bit further down in the order there for Melli. But yeah, eyes on this one. Marius Barryberg, well, what a drive. Again, this has been absolutely superb, controlled. Had a good chat with him this morning, actually, just saying, you know, you're doing well. You know, it's first time moving up into this category. You know, you've been racing in the juniors a lot. Now you're up into the seniors. Qualifying out of nowhere, and just a very mature, superb drive here from Marius Barryberg. Not worrying about anything at all. Now, there's a yellow flag on the start-finish straight at the same time as a checkered flag, so they'll have to slow down for it, but it's going to be a checkered flag for Marius Barryberg, and what a drive that is, and that's the reason why there's a car that's come to a stop on the outside there. Jimmy Elias will take second place from Kian Geraghty, and David Dragan will hold on to P4. That is a good result. Needed that one after the 2 retirements earlier on in the weekend.
Very good stuff. I think the retirement is Vilmos Svan, so another one of our drivers who is making great progress in this race. Doesn't see the checkered flag. Barryberg, you winner there after 11 laps here at Valencia by 1.1 seconds. A great chasm in this sport. Supremely done by the Norwegian. Be very happy. We'll be sat in 3rd place in the classification after this round of heats. Let's have a look at the final and well, provisional results. Run through it. Marius Barryberg returning to the pits there as your winner of the race. 1.1 seconds, as we say, was the gap to Jimmy Elias there in 2nd place. Super drive from Kian Geraghty, the Briton, up 5 places and finishes that one in 3rd for MDL Motorsports. David Dragan was 4th for Zanki Motorsports. Kevin Latinga, another attacking drive from the Dutchman, and finishes in the top 5. Luca Horton has had a solid day. Finishes in 6th in this one. Emilia Kari's 7th ahead of another one of the Finnish drivers, Emili Koivisto. Alex Machado, another top 10 ahead of Sloan Knoll. Miguel Silva in 11th. Paul Chaus, a good return after difficulties early on, finishes 12th. Luca Bertoni 13th. Natalia Granada and Loritz Saxa complete the top 15.
16th place downwards sees Diego de Casta gaining 8 places as well, just ahead of Sam van der Heijden, not having the best race after dropping 4 in 17th place. Francisca Queiroz finishes in 18th place. Francisca, also known as Kika, getting the nickname there one. So Kika Queiroz also finishing in 18th place, gaining 5 places in that one. Luna Claret finishing in 19th. Kevin Bakker finishing in 20th, 14 places gained. Let's take you through some of the highlights in that one. Now, if I'm right in saying there was a false start on this one, this wasn't a false start, but it was a slow getaway for Alex Machado in that one. Wagon didn't want to go.
Didn't want to go indeed, but the rest of them went into turn 1 with Marius Barryberg leading at the front. He's got good practice of leading these fields into turn 1. Jimmy Elias was looking around the outside. It was a good start for David Dragan as well, and managed to find himself in 2nd place in the early stages. They ran through and out of turn 1 towards the 2nd sector for a rare occasion on this weekend. No one taking to the gravel on drivers left. It's a very clean start from groups C and E. Early stages of the race. Down the inside there was the 215 of Kian Geraghty, who knew he needed to make up positions in this race. Has been maybe a bit out of sorts so far this week, but has definitely found himself in this race. Just having a good battle there with the 272 of Alex Machado.
These two scrapping all the way nearly to the end of the race on this one, wasn't it? Luca Horton and Emilia Kari just line astern. Kevin Latinga making those moves as well. He was bringing a lot of drivers back into the fray, and it was just at that point there a complete breakdown for Christian Caballero. Unfortunately for him, yeah, Wagon would just slowly creep to a halt. It would still do at least the next 5 or 6 corners just with the pace that he had, but Wagon didn't want to go, and unfortunately, he was come to a stop and retire from the race. Big shame. Then the battle happens. We were watching for about 4 laps. We were watching these two scrap away. Amelia Carey and Luca Horton just no me, no you, no me, no you. It was just top and tail, and it allowed Cian Geraghty to close in as well. He would then try and get through. He'd have to wait to turn 1 to get that one done, as Carey actually got quite a good exit out of the final chicane there. Geraghty, with the fresh set of tyres on all 4 wheels, was able to get past without trouble.
He continued his run up through the order, going past the 3-2-4 of Luca Horton, a run that eventually would give Geraghty 3rd place. The battle raged on, though, between Horton and Carey. He swapped positions once again in the middle phase of the race, going through lap number 7. Latinga showing that he's got the pace this weekend, and he's got the elbows out to get into the top 5. Key move this for Geraghty. As I say, it was a very strong run from the British driver, past David Dragan there for 3rd place. Another move again from Latinga down the inside of Carey on that occasion. Horton not able to find a way through. There were more retirements to come, though. That was Morgan Knudsen, who was making good progress, was up 13 but didn't see the checkered flag, which was taken by Marius Barryberg. Another win, 6 points on the board for Marius at the moment.
There you go. Well, that concludes the first half of the day here at the Cartodrome Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Spain for the IAME Winter Cup in 2024. You can expect the junior qualifying heat B and C to come on your screens at around 10 to 2 local time here in around 45 minutes. So do set your alarms for that one as we go for a lunch break. We'll be back with the juniors minis for their 2nd round of heats, then back for the final couple of rounds of the seniors. Then it's back to juniors minis, and then we end the day with the senior categories, and the last race due to start at around 6:10 local time. It's a long old day, 24 heats in total that we're getting through. But from us, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather, we will see you in 44 minutes. Into the tram lights. Lights go green. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. Big dive up the inside jump. And amazing.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
The sun is shining and it continues to be a beautiful day for racing here at Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup in 2024. The lunch break is over and the karts are lining up ready to go racing once again for the second half of the day. We kickstart with the juniors. They're going out first, then back with the minis. Seniors will be out after that, and we repeat it all again until the end of the day. That is a look at the format you can see on your screens here. First race due to start in around 5 minutes time, or 4 minutes on your screen that you see there. The Cartodrome International Lucas Guerrero, a beautiful circuit situated just around half an hour away from the city of Valencia. 19 turns, a fabulous venue to go racing at, and myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. The first half of the day been very exciting, hasn't it?
Very exciting. We've seen the seniors move through their program through the mid phase of their 5 qualifying heats. They've got their last set coming up shortly, and of course the juniors and the minis kick off. They didn't race yesterday in the afternoon, but they got things underway, and they're really going to ramp things up this afternoon as well. Here's your circuit. The Cartodrome International Lucas Guerrero opened in 2014, so celebrating its 10th year this year. Lap record from last year, 55.691. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and also the backstretch, 2 long straights there, where the cars really start to sing with their X30 engines. 28 metres in length, 19 turns, 11 of them turning right, 8 of them turning left, and the hairpin of turn 11 as well, where we've seen a lot of action there this morning, Anthony.
They certainly have. There are the main overtaking opportunities through turns 1, 3, 6 and 7. 11, 12 and 13, and of course the final chicane as well. Plenty of overtakes happening thick and fast all the way throughout the corner course. Top speed drives reaching around 125 kilometers an hour in the senior categories. That is with a tow, around 120 without, and that will be in towards turn 1 and into the braking zone of the final turn in towards turn 17. Average speed around 86 kilometers an hour. The juniors won't be reaching that one, but certainly the seniors a little bit later on will be peaking at those speeds. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. There you can see the grid lined up, ready to go. Juniors.
Yes.
A few moments ago. Your man here on screen, Harrison Mackie, is starting on pole for this one. Race 1, unfortunately, did not go the way he wanted. Ended, unfortunately, with a DSQ, and that went the same as well for Ethan Lennon after a bit of contact. But we caught up with Harrison Mackie after he did very well in qualifying. Harrison Mackie, pole so far, fastest out there, really good time, great way to start the season.
Yeah, it's obviously a great way to start the season, but it's obviously not all over yet, so obviously it's a great start to it, and we're going to hope to have that result for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Races are long, this one. Plenty of races to do, of course. Big, packed, full grid of junior drivers, and some drivers who have come up from the mini category into this one as well. So you've got new drivers joining you. How do you feel it's going to be racing with them?
Well, all the mini drivers have moved up, and they're obviously all still fast in the juniors as well. But obviously, I'm second year now, so hopefully we can show our pace from last year and even better this year.
Yeah, teach them how it's done, show them how it's done, so to speak. But brilliant time, congratulations. We'll see what you can do out on track.
Thank you.
Well, yes, that, I think didn't fall on deaf ears, but it was a good race all the way up to that moment at the end. It was a big challenge. This is what the drivers are fighting for, of course. The IAME Winter Cup, €250 of cash prize for third place in all 3 classes, plus the first round entry into the IAME Euro Series. Second place gets you €500 plus the first 2 rounds of the IAME Euro Series, and first place €1,000, a full season and a ticket to the IWF. That is a prize worth fighting for.
Big prize. And to know that, like, especially for World Finals, that you've booked your place there already, right at the start of the season.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many different ways of qualifying through, of course, but, you know, that's a real feather in your cap to know that you're going to be going to the biggest event of the year in 2024.
Yeah, represent your country in the best of the IAME drivers from around the globe. Yeah, certainly the IAME Warriors final is an event to behold. Next race then, it's Junior X30. It's qualifying heat B versus C. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Like we were just talking about there, Harrison Mackie, not the result he would have wanted. DSQ'd from race 1. Daniel Kelleher took the race win in his first race. Thomas Perdere and Raul Martinez, they go from row number 2. Jesse Phillips, who finished 3rd in his first race, has got Louis Cachet alongside on row 3. Arthur Kwang and Jacopo Martinez, who finishes 2nd. He starts from row 4. Gilles Herman and Dan Alaman, they round out the top 10 on row 5, with Alfie Slater, with his brother racing in the UAE at the moment in UAE Formula 4. He's racing here in Spain. They start from row number 6. He's got Javier Barrasca alongside. Jensen Burnett and Francisco Celadati start from row 7.
On row 8, Maxime Prudent and Matteo Meis. On row 9, Archie Owen lines up alongside Daniel Mota. Mikhail Kari and David Minituna start on row number 10. That is your top 20. On row 11, we find Quintin Van Leeuwen and Elias Lehmann. Row 12, Gabriela Teixeira and Angelina Simmons. Row 13, Ilas Malik and Andy Auten. Row 14, Eduard Godfroyd and Alexander Dahlström. And then row 15, 30 carts in the field, completed by Jonathan Landström and Chet Peters.
Indeed, busy old grid on that one. 30 drivers in total. And it's Federico Sfardelity, I should say, out there. There in race control, you've got head of race control David Manchester, race control Sarah Blanco and Joanna Falcone just in there, keeping an eye on all the racing. There are lots and lots and lots of cameras out there, plus also the live feed. The chance of you getting away with anything out there is nil.
And they're refreshed after lunch as well.
They are refreshed after lunch, yes.
So there's your intermediate classification as it stands. This is after one round of junior qualifying. Everybody's raced just the once. And at the moment, your 2 winners on 0 points from that first round. Daniel Kelleher and Nikita Nikishov as well. But a lot is going to change. I'm not saying might change, it is going to change across the course of this, the second round of heats. It'll be B and C in this race, A and D groups in the race to follow, and then another round later on today where all the matchups get completed.
Yes, indeed. Well, drivers heading in towards Gonzalo Plata there, who is going to slow the drivers down just going into the final corner. Again, keep the field all nice and bunched up. This is looking good then for the first race back after the lunch break. It's Harrison Mackie and it's Daniel Kelleher, the 2 Fusion carts at the front of the grid here. What's going to happen? Green flag comes out and away they go down and towards turn number 1. In towards it, it's a great start from the inside line, but Kelleher all the way round the outside is going to try and hold it in second place. He can't, he has to concede it, and he slots into second. It's Thomas Perdere who slots into second place. He'll want a good result after this one, and a huge coming together. 3 carts off there, and who is that? Right, we've got a Mole Racing. David Minchuna is there. You've got Gabriela Teixeira there as well, and as Jonathan Landström also. That is Gabriela Teixeira there, who unfortunately is going to be retiring from the race, and that is a very beaten up little wagon there.
Yeah, work to do for FCK before the third round move being put in there was, I think that was Jacopo Martinez. Yes, he was, the number 23 for Fusion coming through into the chicane, coming round to complete lap number 1 though. And my goodness me, this is looking really good for Fusion Motorsport at the moment. 1, 2, 3. Mackie, Kelleher and Martinez. Martinez down the inside. He's going to be followed through by Thomas Perdere as well, fighting back. Brilliantly done by Perdere there, up into second place.
Yeah, splits up that big group of Fusion drivers. This looks more like a mini X30 Fusion Basil than a junior X30. We've got them all trying to fight here as Martinez sends it down the inside. Nicely done, and he'll take that one. He'll move back up into second place on the hunt for Harrison Mackie, who drives away at the front here. Again, going defensive here. Perdere tries to send it back down the inside. The number 44 exposes the inside line there. And now Daniel Kelleher gets back through, and so does Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips getting through, but Kelleher now holds on to that position as well. So again, they're all still scrapping for position, and crucially, what's that doing? It's keeping everyone nice and close and bunched up. The racing still very strong here. Is down the inside there. That looked like that was the 48 of Raul Martinez there, just getting another position, and he does. He's up into P6 now.
And the impressive thing for me, well, all of these drivers are impressing me, but in particular, last year's Minis winner here at the IAME Winter Cup, Jesse Phillips taking his step up. This is the first time we've really seen him at the front of the field now. I think, is this the incident on lap 1? Yes, it is.
Right, okay, so that's the first one going off there, then a second, and then where was the big coming together? That's the question. Right, there's a huge...
towards the back.
Further back. Wow, okay. That's a big lip they just hit there. So, yeah, that's going to put a lot of damage on the underneath those carts. But luckily for all of the drivers, it was only the one retirement, though. But for David Mancuna, Jonathan Landstrom, and Gabriela Teixeira, it was just Gabriela from Portugal, unfortunately retiring from that one.
On to lap 3 then. Second quarter of this heat for X30 Junior. Groups B and C out there on track. Harrison Mackie checks off another lap on the lap chart in the lead of this race. Kelleher second, Martinez third. Pradier, Phillips, that is your top 5. Good progress being put in by Gilles Herman in the VDK Racing entry at the moment. Anthony up 2 places to 7th. Who else is coming up through the order? Czech Peters is the biggest mover at the moment. From the back of the grid is now up 9 to 21st. Fastest lap of the race, though, for Kelleher. And here through goes Martinez. Forces his way back through past Thomas Pradier. This is good stuff.
There was no gap, but I'll make a gap. There we go. And he just squeezed himself between himself and the curb there, but certainly good racing there. So Martinez back up into 3rd place, Pradier now again finding himself in this sandwich here. Now you've got Martinez who's closing in, and a huge late lunge there through one of the fastest corners on the circuit. That was incredibly brave there from Pradier to just put that cut right down the inside there, gets back up into 3rd place. All the meanwhile, Mackie and Kelleher are just breaking away now from this 3rd place battle. Yeah, they're in line formation. They know that this is their best opportunity to break away and at least book the top 2 spots in for themselves. Teammates running at a good pace at the moment. Kelleher already with 1 win so far today from the first round of heats. What are the lap times? What are the sector times looking like at the moment? 14.9 for Mackie. New personal best. Everybody pretty much in the 14.9s or the 15.0s, apart from Jensen Burnett. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, is coming along quite nicely. 14.8 new purple sector 1, up to 9th place. Let's see what he can do. So, not these two. I don't expect they're going to fight in these stages of the race. Don't get me wrong, when it comes to the last couple of laps, 100% they will squabble for that position. But right now, they are doing what I'm sure the team always tell them to do. Just stick together, work together, push yourselves forward. But they're doing a brilliant job still there in 3rd place from Jesse Phillips. Martinez still there in P6. Gilles Herman still there in P7 as well. Louis Cochet from Jensen Burnett in 9th. Dan Alaman rounding out the top 10 at the moment, and with the fastest lap of the race as well, 57.399. He is the quickest driver on circuit for the Spirit karting team, and he is certainly pushing his way forward. Intermediate classification at the moment updating there on your screen. Nikita Nikolashov will take the lead of that one, but he has still got a race to go. He's still got a 2nd race to go in this one. Kelleher in 2nd. Needs to take the win on this one to make sure he maintains his perfect streak. But Mackie is going to make that as difficult as possible, I'm sure, for him, as they make their way through 15 and 16 in towards the final chicane once more. They've really got to keep this formation as long as possible. There is a lot of pace, strong pace in this top 10, and crucially, it's coming from the back of the group. Yep. That's going to be pushing all the likes of Martinez, Herman, Martinez all in the middle. They're naturally being pushed towards Mackie and Kelleher, because it's Burnett and Alaman and Cochet. They're the ones really driving this race to a strong conclusion. Yeah, they really are. Well, again, that gap coming down again, and confirmation. Burnett with the fastest lap of the race as well. He currently sits in P8, so it shows that that rear group really is what you were saying there, Andrew. It's pushing themselves towards these two. But right now, they're not focused on that. They're focused on each other. But I suspect a quick glance over the shoulder from Kelleher would see Pradier right there and think, oh, right, okay, we probably should start doing something about this. There was the look over the shoulder, and he can see now the gap has closed in. So into the final chicane they go. No move this time around. It stays in formation. Back onto the start-finish straight. Last lap board is out now. Now we might see something from these two here. Nothing in towards turn 1. Mackie takes the normal racing line. Smart move from him. If it'd gone defensive, they would have had that huge group right on them straight away. No dive to the inside of turn number 3 here. And again, no defensive line there from Mackie. He's probably just thinking, I've got to get this to the end. I need a win after what happened in race 1, because again, it's such a fine margin we were talking about only a couple of drivers are going to get kicked out of this when it comes to like the finals and everything like that, and the superheat. So you really got to be very, very careful. Mackie again not defending.
And Kelleher's position as well. Second place is not bad at this stage of the competition, but he could lose a lot more because it's so close. The top 10 are covered by less than 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly that. Right, down the back straight then, this is the final call, and well, the hands gesture there from Kelleher saying, you just crack on, I'm not going to overtake you, I'll be happy with second place, it's what I need, and it will help out a teammate as well. Across the line they go. It will be Harrison Mackie who takes the win then from Daniel Kelleher, and Thomas Prader finishes in P3 from Jesse Phillips, and Jacopo Martinez finishes in P5 after gaining 3 positions in that one. He tried to gain more, and unfortunately it wasn't to be. Gilles Herman finishes in P6 then after also gaining 3 positions. Raul Martinez drops back to 7th place, but still a top 10 finish. Jensen Burnett with 5 places gained finishes in P8 from Louis Cochet, and Dan Alaman who rounds out the top 10 out on circuit. But for Harrison Mackie, that's what he needs now from these next couple of races. And first win for him after a DSQ earlier on in his first race of the weekend. Daniel Kelleher as well finishing at a P2. Good results for him. He will be second in the intermediate classification, of course, but we have still got another junior race to go here, which will determine where Nikita Nikashov, if he can maintain that lead on the intermediate classifications. He starts that next one P5, so he has some work to do. Drivers head back in towards Parc Ferme then. Here's a look at the intermediate classifications at the end of qualifying Heat B versus C. Harrison Mackie from Kelleher, Thomas Prader from Jesse Phillips, Martinez from Herman, Martinez from Burnett, Cochet and Alaman round out the top 10 from Daniel Mota and Javier Borrasca in P12. Alfie Slater and Quintin van Llewellyn round out the top 14, with Matteo Melis rounding out the top 15. 16 place down, saw some big moves once again. Angelina Simmons gaining 8, the Spanish driver for the MDC racing team, doing a very good job. Archie Owen finishing in P17, didn't gain any positions, but subsequently didn't lose any positions. A good job from him. Czech Peters, another good race, 12 positions gained. He finishes in P18. He had Alexander Dahlstrom just behind, 9 places gained, finishing in 19th. Mikhail Carey rounding out the top 20. There is Harrison Mackie over the wave bridge this time around, finishing the race in Parc Ferme, not broken at the side of the circuit. This is exactly what he needs, a good result, and that will hopefully bump up his spirits after the race earlier on. But we'll be down there in Parc Ferme in a few moments' time with Andrew Mather. Hopefully we'll be chatting to this man on your screens. Before that though, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. Race start, very good. Inside line getting a good getaway. Harrison getting away well. Thomas Prader also just jumping in. Daniel Kelleher, despite his best efforts, tried to get that kart into second place. Would had to concede second place and get into third. The outside line though would have an interesting race at the start of this one because it all kicked off a little bit at the back of the field. Gabriela Teixeira, David Manchuna and Jonathan Landstrom all off the track at the first couple of corners, so big shame for them. Very fast little incident they had. You probably see it from this angle here. Now, yes, you have that moment there just at the front, driver getting spat out onto the side, but it's that moment there, very fast, where just think 3 drivers getting tangled together and getting caught up. Then you had the Fusion and Victory Lane karting battle here. You got Mackie, Kelleher, Phillips, Jacopo Martinez, all in that group there. And then you had Thomas Prader trying to fight off all of them. And certainly it was a handful as everyone just trying to find their way through. Phillips getting the move down the inside. Then you saw Jacopo Martinez following through as well. So it's all a big chop and change all the way throughout this one. But Thomas Prader, the French driver, would not give up easily, fight back all the way through this session, as Daniel Kelleher again continuing to take those positions. There again, the 44 of Prader just putting that kart back on the inside, but Martinez making it difficult for him. Martinez unfortunately dropped down to P5 at the end of that for him. There's one of the bravest moves we've seen so far this weekend, straight down the inside through turns 15 and 16. Absolutely flat out through that corner. It feels more like a single racing line, but for Prader, it would be an overtaking opportunity. Mackie would take the win though from Daniel Kelleher. Thomas Prader would round out the top 3, with Jesse Phillips finishing in P4. One more junior race to go before we go back to the minis, but we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. Anthony here with Harrison Mackie, winner of the latest X30 Junior Heat. Harrison, good to bounce back with a win following that pace that you saw yesterday in qualifying. It's in the car, so it's going well.
Yeah, obviously we were showing the pace from yesterday. Obviously in Heat 1 didn't go well, we obviously crashed, but obviously we're showing our pace in this one and obviously taking the win, haven't we? So.
Quite a few of your Fusion Motorsport teammates in that last race. How much do you discuss before a race like that, how the tactics are going to play out?
Obviously we didn't finish last one, obviously they were just like, if one of the teammates are behind, they are going to push just so you can have a good result for the pre-final tomorrow, and obviously they did what they got told, and obviously I'm thankful for that, and I hope that we can keep doing that for the rest of the weekend.
It was a race that kind of simmered away. There was some good pace coming from those further back in the lower half of the top 10. Was that something that yourself and Daniel were feeling in terms of how you were playing it out?
I think me and Daniel, our pace put together is obviously something that not a lot of people can get near, and obviously we've shown that in that one. We've obviously won 2, but we've got obviously still got to hope to have that for the rest of the weekend.
Any changes or any thoughts on tactics and setup? It's got quite warm here this afternoon, and you've got another heat to go.
Yeah, I struggled a little bit there with just the car a little bit, but obviously the team will obviously sort that out. We know what we're doing, so we'll also sort that out for the next one and hope for the same result.
Well, best of luck for the third round of heats, Harrison. I know you'll keep fighting on, and we'll see you again later on.
Thank you.
Well, a good result there for Harrison Mackie and Fusion Motorsport in general, and a number of their drivers in the top 10. Anthony, back up to you.
Very much, Andrew. Yes, good to chat with Harrison Mackie there. Calm and composed, ready to focus on the rest of the weekend. And as well, I suspect it will be the same for the driver who's starting on pole for the next race. Junior X30 qualifying heat A and D is the race coming up next. 3 minutes until that time. There you can see the rest of the schedule that we have here. The seniors will be coming out in a few moments' time. That will be before the minis, who are coming out for their second round of qualifying heats. Of course, the juniors and the minis with 3 rounds on this one, the seniors with 5 rounds apiece of that one. So looking forward to seeing what they can do a little bit later on today. But next race due to start at 10 past the hour, which, of course, as you can see there, is in just a couple of minutes' time. IAME Winter Cup, though, 2024 so far has been one to watch. Several exciting races all the way throughout today, and, of course, yesterday as well. The seniors having their first round of heats. Some drivers getting the 3 heats, some drivers just getting the 2 heats. They'll have more heats today, of course, all of the senior drivers getting the 5 heats each. Points have been interesting over the course of these races, but in the qualifying heats for juniors, which is what we're focusing on right now, it's still Nikita Nikashov who has the 0 points, but like I say, he's only had that first heat. He's got his second heat that's coming up in a couple of minutes' time now. What can he do from the third row of that grid? Because certainly it's going to be a tough one. Benjamin Manak as well, who's starting this one on the second row, finished P2, also is a driver that we need to keep a very close eye on. But pole sitter on this one, Ethan Lennon, same story there with Harrison Mackie, unfortunately disqualified from the first race, but I'm sure, like both of them, they've put that over their shoulder. They are going to focus now on what is happening ahead of them. They need to get these good results in now because, of course, it's very tight within the junior category. It's very competitive, and only a handful of drivers get to go through to that final, of course. So there will be a couple of drivers will be taken out. There's your pole sitter for this one. Ethan Lennon, the driver from South Africa, fully focused, ready to get this one going and just see what we can do. DSQ in the first race, we just saw what Mackie could do there. He's taken a race win. Lennon really needs to do the same in this one to make sure that he can maintain those points throughout this one. Whistle blows there, as you see, Ross Upton, our judge of fact, showing, I believe, the 1 minute board before this race gets started. Jus Mulder alongside, driver starting this one on the front row. There he is on your screen for the Victory Lane karting team. Also, again, didn't have the result I think he was expecting. Unfortunately, dropped down to P17 in his first race after starting at the front. And again, it just shows it's a tough grid, lots of competitive drivers. The drivers just behind on the second row having better races, though. Like we said earlier, Benjamin Manak, the driver from Spain, second place finish in his first race. Zach Green starting alongside, having a P5. There is Benjamin Manak on your screens, getting ready to go for this one. But yeah, for Zach Green, P5 as well. Again, some good results from the rows behind.
Yes, but I think that should almost give a bit of confidence to Mulder that this is a very raceable track. It's there's drivers coming through the field, there's overtakes aplenty, and if you can find the pace, even if you lose a couple of spots at the start, you can work your way back through. Let's have a look at the full grid then. X30 Junior qualifying heat, Group A versus D. And there's 31 karts for us to go through. Ethan Lennon will be the first of them on pole position. Justin Mulder alongside on the front row. Benjamin Maniak on row 2 alongside Sam Green. Nikita Nikishov already has a race win today and will be on row 3 alongside Sam Woolley. Rock Pinera and Rocco Coronel starts from row number 4. Alex Pinera and Elvis Krasauskas starts on row number 5. Stig de Rademacher and Didier Krief start on the 6th row of the grid. Marie Barryberg and Alex Martinez start on row 7. Nat Johnston and Senna Mounier start on row 8.
Row number 9 sees Thomas Fernandez and Moritz Moore. Row 10 rounding out the top 20 is Emil Petri and Devin Gabrabko on that row. Row 11, Jorn Helder and Carolina Redondo. Row 12 sees Martin Marquez and Max Murray. Romanian Celius and Yanis van der Bosch on row 13. Row 14 is Jacob Bachelor and Jan Rodriguez. Florentine Hattemer and Max Yule on row 15. It is Jose Batista who starts this one, shotgun at the back of the field in 31st place. All drivers out on circuit, and we're ready to get going racing. Martin Bean, our race director, sending the drivers round after their out lap to start their formation lap as we get going for this one. So, Ethan Lennon has just seen Harrison Mackie take a win after the disqualification that happened after the first race. What's going to be going through a young driver's mind like that right now?
I think he'll just try and put that first race and the results after it out of his mind. He has experience in these competitions of having to come back from not a good position, whether that be through mechanical problems or just things that happen in a race. He's got the speed. He's got the performance. It's about the execution now, and getting a solid result here will get him on his way.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that's a very good point there. Well, as you can see, the field is nice and bunched up, still a bit spread out at the back there, so just got to slow everyone down. Lennon and Mulder at the front of this field will now come face to face with our deputy race director, Gonzalo Planta, who moves out of the way and watches the grid form up. It's a bit of tomfoolery at the back there. I think a couple of drivers just getting kicked out of place, but it looks good at the front here as the drivers head round into the tram lines. It looks good here, and the green lights come out and off they go down and towards turn number 1. Good start from the inside line. Manak and Lennon getting away very, very well there as they break away from the rest of the field. Nikita Nikishov, you can still see there in 3rd place, has had a good start. Remember, won the previous race and is immediately diving into 2nd place now. Good start then from the driver from 5th place.
Yeah, really good start indeed for one of our winners already today. Rest of it. Oh, I was about to say that the field got through unscathed. Too early. It's the number 25 of Jorn Helder's involved, the 47 of Tomas Fernandez. They've both got going again now, but that is suboptimal, shall we say, for their hopes in this race.
Yeah, it certainly is. They started that one 17th and 21st for those two. There is the 71 that's gone off of the track as well. That is Romain Celesis as well. He started this one P25, and that's another retirement there for the Dream Racing driver. That is a big shame. Back at the front, though, it's all going to be kicking off here as we're seeing hand gestures there, and that looked like Benjamin Manak saying to Nikita Nikishov, go on, you go for that move, I'll follow you. And Ethan Lennon gets squeezed down to P3.
Well, these 3 drivers have already raced against each other, of course. They were all in the A versus B race earlier. And I like that play from Maniak. Has already seen today that Nikishov's got some good pace, some good race pace. That's a good wheel to follow at the moment. But having said that, back comes Lennon into 2nd place. This could be an opportunity for Nikishov to break away from the rest of the field.
Down the inside there, that looked like that was Rock Pinera there going for the move. The number 12 moving up to P4 now, getting past Jus Mulder. As Jus Mulder now has an investigation flag as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one, possibly for a start infringement.
To the chicane then, onto the pit straight. Nikishov leads at the end of lap number 2. Lennon 2nd, and it's starting to get a bit feisty at the front here as Then Maniac trying to find a way through from third place. Down the inside comes Zach Green. In and through past just Mulder there. That's Green up to 5th place.
Yeah, nice little overtake there, just down the inside, turn 1, always promoting a quick dive to the inside, doesn't it? But you've got to be careful on the exit there that you don't run out too wide as you come through the kink of turn number 2. On to the back straight they go, or onto the infield straight, I should say, and it's still Nikita Nikishov who leads the way. And with that, he's just taken the lead now, so this is good stuff for him. He will only have the 0 points to his name, so he will still lead the intermediate classifications. There, just behind though, Lennon, still in P2, is pushing strong, but he's now going to have to deal with Benjamin Manak, who sends it down the inside. Oh, pushes Lennon off the track, he rejoins. Oh, it was like a near carbon copper to the last lap we saw earlier on.
Was indeed. Zach Green's on the move again, has got a bit of help from behind, down the inside there. Lovely stuff, working with the number 27 of Mr. Mulder and the 14 of Stig the Rademacher. So Pinera, unfortunately, having to deal with that. But again, it's a longer race, this. 4.5 more laps of it to go. And that was a driver that I was wondering about as well. Sam Woolley didn't have the greatest of starts, but we saw a very strong second half from Woolley the last time he was out. And again, a 57.494 with Zach Green's on the move again, this time down the inside of Ethan Lennon. That's good for 3rd place. Mulder's trying to look round the outside as well. But keep an eye on Sam Woolley. He's got the speed, he's got the overtaking skills as well up to 7th place. He could find himself up towards that top 3 if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, certainly so. Sam Woolley earlier on today did get a P3 finish, so yeah, he's working strong. Lennon again over the curbs, just keeping the pack bunched up there as Woolley goes wheel to wheel here with Zach Green in towards turn number 1, and subsequently they're side by side in the background as well. But Woolley gets it. Following through was Stig the Rademacher trying to get down the inside. Now it looked like it was Rock Pineda and Rocco Coronel who are battling away. Big hit of the curb there, and Rocco Coronel goes down the inside. That's pushing the number 20 of Krakauskas out of the way. So Krakauskas moving down side by side. There is the 12. That is Pineda. Krief just behind as well. And Alex Pineda also just there as well. So battles happening thick and fast right behind this man here, Ethan Lennon, who continues to hold on at the moment to P3. Just Mulder right on that rear bumper, but Benjamin Manak and Nikita Nikishov are currently, look at that, well, they're driving away in 1st and 2nd.
Well, they've played this perfectly, Anthony, because they're both hitting personal bests. They're getting the pace of the road, and now a change for the lead. Manak down the inside of Nikishov into the chicane, end of lap number 5. There it is confirmed. Birilart's driving to the front of the field. Nikishov had to think about it down into turn 1, but decides to hold position. The gap back to Ethan Lennon behind is a 2nd. They don't want to fight too early, so that 2nd gap will disappear pretty quickly.
It certainly will. We'll keep a close eye on this one as Woolley again sets the fastest lap of the race. Manak now controlling the pack here. Nikita Nikishov not able to get a move done in that tight, twisty section. We are fast running out of time here. Oh, a little bit wide there for both of them as they go round turn number 11 through 12 and 13, but leaving no room for error here on the exits. They keep it nice and tight to that inside line and they hold position, and crucially they keep that all important near about a 2nd gap from this battle here for 3rd place. Ethan Lennon, Just Mulder and Sam Woolley still there, but now it's Sam Woolley down the inside of Ethan Lennon, not Ethan Lennon, of Just Mulder, sorry, and gets up into P4. Now a change for the lead, down the inside, Nikita Nikishov gets past Benjamin Manak, and again, with them chopping positions and the group behind chopping positions, all that's going to do is bring Stig the Rademacher, Zach Green and Krakauskas back into this fight.
Yeah, 2 more laps, including the one that we are on. This one's not over yet. Who's moving up through the order? Jacob Bachelor has gone up 6 places, 21st. Florentin Hattemer as well, I think is your biggest mover, directly behind in 22nd, up 7. Meanwhile, Nikishov and Maniac trying to keep the pace up. They're trying to stop the pressure of Lennon and Woolley from behind. As out of the race is the number 18. That's Martin Marquez for the RAC group. Kicks the dirt there. That's going to be a big haul of points due to a DNF out of this race.
Last lap board comes out then, and again, side by side, wheel to wheel for 3rd place there. And oh, that's Ethan Lennon going very slowly there. Well, he's lost lots of ground on these two ahead, but he's managed to pull it back a little bit on the exit. Not sure what happened there. Back here at the front, though, on this final lap, and it's still Nikita Nikishov leading the way from Benjamin Manak, but Manak looking to the inside here, maybe at 7. No, thinks against it, stays behind, while the battle still rages there for P3. We're trying to keep an eye on both of these fights here, but Manak now to the inside, tries to go for it, but Nikishov closes the door. Back to the outside now. They switch positions. Is he going to get a run to the inside here on the exit? Can he get a wheel alongside? No, he can't. This is great stuff.
Really good block off there from Nikishov. Knew that there's been a number of overtakes through there on the last lap so far today. Oh, getting really, really restless as they go towards the chicane for the final time. Nikishov is doing everything he can to hold that position. Here comes Sam Woolley as well. It's going to be very close on the line. Nikishov makes it 2 from 2. Maniac P2, Woolley P3, and Ethan Lennon is on the board with P4.
That was very close at the end there, but Nikita Nikishov holding on to the win there. He will maintain that perfect streak despite the fact he started on the 3rd row of the grid. That is 2 out of 2 race wins for that man on your screen there. Benjamin Manak tried his best, but it's another P2 for him. It's a good result still, and that is a good low amount of points that he will be getting. It will keep him in a nice, good spot. Sam Woolley as well, another P3. Fantastic result for him. And Ethan Lennon, after that disqualification, can't take a win, but a P4 is very, very good, and that will keep him in a good, strong spot.
Will do indeed. Drivers will head to pit lane. They'll go into Parc Ferme, go through all the required post-race parts of scrutineering, and then they'll get themselves ready for their 3rd set of heats. The juniors, particularly following the juniors, will be back out later on this afternoon. Here's your provisional results from the qualifying heat for groups A and D. Nikita Nikishov makes it 2 from 2, put .082 ahead of Ben Manak there. Sam Woolley in 3rd, Ethan Lennon and Justin Mulder all in the top 5. Zach Green, another solid result for the Jamie Green Racing pilot, in 6th place. Stig the Rademacher made good progress there, up 4 to 7th. Elvis Krasauskas in 8th place. Rocco Coronel in a top 10 again that was completed by Alex Martinez. Didier Krieft up to 11th place. Rock Pinera 12th. Marie Barry-Berg held in 13th place there ahead of Nat Johnston, and the top 15 was completed by Alex Pinera.
Then we near rounding out the top 16 then, as the rest of the field followed in behind. Emil Peter from Davin Gabraco. Then you've got Morris Moore, Jakob Bashler, you've got Carolina Redondo, then Hattemer, then Murray, Rodriguez, Huel. Then you've got Petita, Helder, Fernandez, and Van den Bosch. 2 retirements, Marquez and Salases. Big shame for them. The highlights on that one, though, there were many, but it was initially a good getaway for Yamaha, who started on pole for this one. Ethan Lennon, great little drive there on the inside, and the same for the drivers behind, Benjamin Manak and Nikita Nikishov. But Nikishov from 5th would get to 2nd in the 1st lap alone.
Would indeed. The rest of the drivers finding their way through, trying to be in the top 10 in the early stages of this race was going to be very important. There was a few drivers having trouble on lap 1, though. The number 47 and the 25, Tomas Fernandez and Jorn Helder, both getting delayed there. Into turn 1, Nikishov made the move down the inside of Ethan Lennon, and Benjamin Manak followed through. A fight back from Ethan Lennon, who knew he needed to score well in this race. Just Mulder was in there as well for 4th place. Into turn 1 they went again. Nikishov soaked the pressure up brilliantly in this race and let the others fight behind. Big move this from Benjamin Manak down the inside of the number 40 of Ethan Lennon. Ethan Lennon having to hop over the curbs there, came back on in 3rd place. Zach Green was having a good phase during this part of the race as well, and another battling drive to stay in the top 10. It's Sam Woolley, like we saw in the first race, stronger in the second half, picking off drivers one by one. This was him going past Zach Green and had his eyes on the top 3. It's again down the inside of Green, another angle into turn 1. Plenty of the drivers, interested parties watching that. Rock and Coronel side by side there with the number 20. Coronel able to fight through and, as I say, take 9th place in this one in the end.
And they did. The battling just kept raging on all the way throughout. There, the number 12 just coming through. Rock Pineda also trying to just gain those places. This was the first change for the lead in the last dying laps of the race. Benjamin Manek back down the inside through the final corner. Nikita Nikishov just conceding with that one. Then it all started kicking off just behind as well. Everyone coming into play once again. But it would go the way of Sam Woolley, who would gain that battle at the end. Nikita Nikishov back down the inside through turn number 1 and would hold on to that one there. The unfortunate retirement of Martin Marquez. Unfortunately, the Portuguese driver very unhappy with the result there. Still kicked off with these two right to the end of the race, right to the inside. No change would happen. It would bring Sam Woolley right into closing distance there to potentially even go for second. It wouldn't go that way. Nikita Nikishov would take the win from Benjamin Manek and then Sam Woolley. But good results still from all of the drivers. Ethan Lennon as well with his P4 and Jos Mulder as well. But remember, was under investigation during that race. Mini X30 is round now for their second round of heats. George House for Oliver Rowland Motorsports starts this one on a pole position. Here's what he had to say after a great qualifying. Well, qualifying is done for Mini X30 here at Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup, and George House fastest in group, but not fastest overall, just by a few tenths of a second, but a very quick time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lots of racing still to come, though. Are you feeling like you're ready, confident to start the front here? You've got a lot of quick drivers behind you as well.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to smash it.
Yeah. Of course, being in the mini category, there are some drivers who have got 2 years as well, some drivers who are new, a lot of different names in the grid as well. Is there anyone that you're thinking about could be a threat to you out there?
I'm not sure, really. Yeah.
Not sure. Oh, well, there's plenty of talent out there. But like you say, we're looking forward to seeing what you can do on track, and best of luck in the qualifying heats.
Thank you.
Well, George House there, who is primed, ready to go for this one, had a third place finish in his first race earlier on today. We'll have to see what he can do in this one. Priam Bruno starting alongside. Second place in the first race there. The 878 certainly having a very good day. Can he better that second place with a race win in this one? But he'll have to contend with being on that outside line. Hadets Ferry, who starts this one on the second row of the grid. Unfortunately, race one didn't go that well. Mishaps, 21st place finish.
Yeah, and another driver who, similar to how we were talking in the juniors with a couple of competitors, needs a solid one here. Everyone's guaranteed a spot in the super heats, but so they're already going to be thinking about that top 36 and holding themselves in the bit of the classification, which means you'll make the final come Sunday. So a big result needed here for very top 5, I think, would do.
Yeah, exactly that. Looking focused as ever, though, on your screen just there. Mathis Brajoda as well, the driver from France, who's starting this one also on the second row of the grid. Again, a P12 in the first race. Again, not having the best getaway. But, again, this one still got teammate just in front. They are both starting on the outside row. Bit of work to do here. The only thing that they can say is that they've got the winner of the first race earlier on, Oliver Warner, just behind them as well. So that might be a case of can push forward and help us out just that little bit.
And we've got to remember as well, it's the start of a new season. For some of our drivers, you know, this may be their first time to Valencia. It's a circuit that's over their careers they'll most likely frequent quite a lot, but they're still learning. That's what this level's all about. So I'm sure the drivers who slipped a bit back in that first race will have taken stock. They've had a bit of a break. They'll come back afresh to perform out there in this second round.
No, exactly that. Well, there you can see everyone lined up there, ready to get going. Here, though, on your screen, the 840. This is Freddie Wood. Again, tough race earlier on. 18th place finish. We saw some names come through the field earlier on that one. As you can see, Ross Upton, the pre-grid officer, just showing the 1 minute board there before we get going for this race. Now, crucially, yeah, with Freddie Wood, like we were just saying, he's got Oliver Warner starting alongside. There is Ollie Warner on your screen, winner of the previous race earlier on, the driver from Great Britain, starting this one P6. Again, you think with a driver who had a bad result earlier on, has got a lot of pressure to get a good result in this time around. I think there's more pressure on a driver who had a good result earlier on to continue that momentum.
Well, all eyes are on Oliver Warner now after that victory, and he was very composed when we spoke to him down in Parc Ferme afterwards. But you're absolutely right, Anthony. It's like if you've delivered it once, it's like, well, let's see if it's real true pace or it's a fluke.
Yeah.
I think we know, from Oliver's experience that he has got that pace.
Oh,
but again, it's about the execution.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what he can do this time around. X30 Mini qualifying Heat B versus C. Engines rise. Let's take you through the starting lineup on this one. George House and Priyam Bruno on row number 1 with Harris Farry and Mathis Brajot on row number 2. Freddie Wood and Oliver Warner, they go from row 3 with Charlie Clough and Romeo Mello on row 4. Row number 5 in the top 10 sees Samuel Hugden and Ludwig Granquist, with row 6 showing Tony Cachefero and Bruno Greeling on that row. Austin Newstead and Ruben Perez round out row 7.
Noah Grenier was brilliant in his first race and has got to work from the 8th row of the grid once more. He's joined by Daniel Ferguson on that one. Nahil El Gahoudi had a big impact with the wall, and hopefully he's out there on row 9 for this one. He's joined by Ben McCluffrey. Louis Bieland is another driver needing a strong result in this one. Had problems in the first round, starts this second round from row 10, is alongside Alfie Davidson. Valentin Lefebvre and Harry Williams start on row 11. Pato Medina, another driver who didn't see the end of the race in round 1, starts this one from row 12 alongside is David Argton. And Alexander Friekeberg and Pablo Segura complete the 26 runners in this race on row 13.
Indeed. Well, drivers are out for their out lap. They are going round once more to start their formation lap now. And again, everything just getting sorted out. We've got drivers just taking it nice and steady at the back there, but hopefully they'll get it sorted out and bunched right up and get this race going first time of asking. Temperature rising once more. We're hitting nearly 20 degrees here now after the biting cold 4 degrees we had this morning. It's such a drastic change in temperature, isn't it? When the sun heats the middle of the sky, but then at the end of the day where it dips us down behind the mountains and the surrounding area, it gets really cold again. It's just the ups and downs of being out in the middle of the desert.
We're open to the elements here, and this will be the peak of the temperatures of the day. So, the drivers have already experienced their warm-ups this morning in cold conditions. They've warmed up now. The conditions out there now are not too far away from where we were for round 1. I think it's round 3 where it'll get really interesting on warm tyres with the cooler temperatures. Will the drivers be able to tune themselves into those?
Exactly. With that air temp cooling down, it will certainly make the engines run very, very well. Trying to slow the grid down once more. They're still a bit spread out at the back of it, but it's looking good at the front here for a green flag start. But let's see. Into the tram lines. They're a bit eager to get going. They are going round again. Yep, that's a little bit too eager to get going. But again, to be expected. The minis here, I'm not going to say the engine's prone to oiling up or anything, but you have to keep them going a little bit. Otherwise, they do bog down just that little bit.
They do. So a bit more time to get in tune with what the circuit and what the karts are doing at the moment. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the IAME Winter Cup here from Valencia for 2024. We are midway through our mini second round for qualifying, for the qualifying heats. This is all to determine the grids for the super heats, which you'll be able to watch here tomorrow. And of course, those are all important finals where we'll decide which of the drivers in each of the categories, the minis, the juniors and the seniors, will take home those fabulous prizes here on offer at Valencia.
Indeed, remember that €1,000 full season entry into the IAME Euro Series, plus that ticket to the IWF for your race winner this weekend. A fantastic prize, and the same for second and third place as well. Nice chunk of cash, as well as a 2-round entry for the IAME Euro Series for second, and the single round entry for the IAME Euro Series. Here we go then, take 2 for X30 Mini. This looks better, and green lights come on, and away they go down and towards turn number 1. Good start for George House. He hugs that inside line. The same with Faris Harry as well. Holds on to the inside line. Ferry having a good run there as he slots back in. Priyam Bruno slotting into third, and Kart's going wide there and coming back onto the track. One of the Falcons there. There's a spin in the background, and there's a couple of Karts off and beached into the gravel there. It's the 834, and that is Valentin Lebrev there. Unfortunately, the driver from Switzerland has not gone well at all, and he's stuck in the gravel.
Yeah, there's a couple more drivers who I think Ben McCluffrey was in a bit of bother as well. Hasn't come through sector number 1 yet in the 8.43. Now El Gahoudi as well has had a slow sector 1, as has Harry Williams. So it's that second half of the field where it all got a little bit messy.
Yeah, indeed. But again, it happens, doesn't it? Especially, well, not especially in the mini category, but in the mini category, because the karts are so small and narrow, you can get 3, 4, maybe even 5 karts wide in some of the sections of the track, and that just creates bottlenecks when you come into an apex. So you do see it a little bit more often in the minis, only because you can get so many more karts in one spot than you can the bigger karts. George House leads the way then at the end of lap number 1. Ferry still there in second place. Bruno from Wood, Brageau, Warner, Mello, Grenier, Clough and Newstead, who round out the top 10 at the moment. Eyes on that battle as Haditz Ferry trying to get that kart down the inside. Remember, he had finished 21st earlier on. Today needs to focus in this one and get it sorted and get a good result in this one. But at the moment, it's going well.
Indeed. Driver to keep an eye on, Anthony, for everyone out there, if you're watching from trackside as well. The 8.48 of Lewis Bieland didn't have a good first race. I think I'm right in saying was a DNF. Has already gained 8 positions in this race. He's up to at least 11th spot now. So we'll keep an eye on the RSD karting entry, going along pretty quickly at the moment. Closing at the front as well. And down the inside goes Ferry for that move in that distinctive yellow helmet. Has taken the lead of the race. Bruno and Wood are coming into this as well. And Warner and Brageau.
Yeah, this is nice racing, nice and compact and close here. Still side by side in the background there as Noah Grenier tries to get down the inside of Brageau. Looks like he gets it done. There's Brian Bruno down the inside there of George House. He gets up into second place now. House is under pressure from Warner. Warner to the inside there. He gets it as well. Now House is on the outside line through the turn 6. Gets the inside line here, but now he loses it with a bit of contact there. Well, I think that was Freddie Wood that gets that one punched out wide, and now no, Grenier gets through. So it's all kicking off in that mid-pack there, but they're all just trying to find their feet now and trying to find a piece of clean track to themselves. But no, Grenier under pressure here from the drivers behind, as he's got the likes of George House right behind. Brageau still there, and Newstead, who's up into 7th place now. Wood down to 8th, Mello there in 9th, and now it's Bruno Greeling rounding out the top 10.
Is indeed. Austin Newstead's really impressing me here. He's another driver who had a difficult first round of the competition, but has bounced back here and is showing some strong pace as we go into the middle phase. Lead change confirmed, but here comes Warner. Here comes Ferry once again down the inside. Warner stuck his nose in to take P2. Beautifully done. Ferry to the front of the race. Warner P2, Bruno now in 3rd.
Yep, this is good stuff here, but you've got to be careful now. Too much of this for too long of a period of time, and then you just bring everyone back into play, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But Warner now controls this race. Haditz Ferry still there in 2nd place, and again, he needs this good result. He needs to be careful now. He needs to control what is happening around him. Now, Priam Bruno still there as well, but now dives to the inside through turn number 11, gets it done and closes off any attack again in towards turn 12. Here, though, you've got Austin Newstead looking to the inside here, wheel to wheel with Haditz Ferry as they go through turn 14 onto the back straight now. And it looks like Austin Newstead, has he got that move done? Yes, he has. He's up into P3 now. He's having a much better race this time around. In fact, he's looking for P2 now as well. Gets it done and always squeezes Priam Bruno off the track there. Bruno takes the runoff and now comes back out on the track wheel to wheel with another one of the ORM karts just in the background there. Who is that with? I think George House is that with, I think.
George House coming back through, having a stronger start of the second half of the race. This is classic Austin Newstead. He's a driver who's been racing since he was 6 years old. He's got a lot of experience given how young he still is. When he's in the groove, he properly is in the groove. Down the inside goes Newstead for the lead. Takes the lead of the race away from Oliver Warner. There's 3 laps to go, including this one. Great move from the BMR driver.
And how is that? That didn't look rushed at all. That looked smooth and controlled. That was just down the inside, no time wasted. There's a gap, I'm going for it. Warner, though, will be a driver who certainly wants to fight back, so he's still there in 2nd place. He's latched onto that rear bumper as they go onto the back straight now. Remember, the slipstream here is immense. You get such a toe down this back straight and into the final corner. Are we going to see a defensive lunge here? No, we're not. They're going to stay line astern. This is good. Haditz Valley still there in third place, trying to also get involved in that lead battle, but is dealing with George House. No, Grenier, Prien Bruno's gone down to P6 now after being at the front here earlier on. Ludwig Grancrest still there as well in 8th place from Brageau. Bruno Grieling still there in the top 10, wheel to wheel, as Haditz back down the inside of Oliver Warner, and he gets that position done with now Newstead setting the fastest lap of the race. He's breaking away. Back to the inside there. Is that George House making moves? Yes, it is. He's wheel to wheel with Warner, but Warner's back down the inside.
Grenier also coming up through the order. That's now, I think, 12 places for Grenier. Got past George House in the early parts of that one and past Warner as well, slipping through. Is now going to try for a move. Back comes Oliver Warner, sticks his nose on the inside through turn 12. Brilliant stuff once again, but what this is all doing, Austin Newstead is starting to pull away now and can smell that victory. This plus one more to go.
Yeah, indeed, this is looking very, very strong now for Newstead. Haditz Valley, though, in under pressure here as Warner sends it down the inside, and Haditz now goes over the curb there, comes back onto the circuit. They're 3 wide here. Look at this battle onto the final lap now. Down in towards turn one, number one they go, and look at that, they're nearly 5-6 wide in towards the corner. That's absolutely incredible, and amazingly, they all come out in one piece. Warner leads the pack then as they go through, and Prien Bruno is back up into third place. This is fantastic stuff. Ludwig Grancrest having a brilliant race. He's up to P4, and now with the drivers who are fighting for that second place spot, third place spot, they're now finding themselves down in 6th, 7th and 8th place out on track. This is a disaster for some of the drivers, but for Newstead, this is absolutely superb. The battle for second, though, still raging on. Warner there in second has been caught. There's Grancrest to the inside of Prien Bruno and gets up into P3. Brilliant stuff, but Bruno back to the inside now. Gets that move done and gets back past Grancrest as quickly as he lost it. He gains it back once more. 3 wide in the background as they go, but it's all going to be down to these 3 here. The battle for second, the battle for third is kicking off, and Prien Bruno to the inside. Warner keeps it on the track. Newstead wins the race. Who's going to be second? It's Prien Bruno who's second. Warner takes third from Ludwig Grancrest, who takes P4. Absolutely superb. Well, for Austin Newstead, what a result for him, starting that one in P13 and then taking the win. Absolutely brilliant racing for Austin Newstead. A commanding drive there, 12 positions gained. He'll certainly be very happy with that one. Prien Bruno, after dropping back with just a couple of laps to go, brings it back to P2 at the end. A superb result there. That's 2 for 2 for Prien Bruno, having 2 second-place finishes. He wanted to maintain that. He does maintain that. There was a cut that unfortunately came to a stop at the end of that one. It looked like into the final chicane. And I unfortunately have to report it's Bruno Grieling who was in that top 10 for the majority of that race. And unfortunately for him, retires at the end of that. There he is on your screen. A big disappointment for him, and you can imagine feeling very deflated after that race. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat B and C. Newstead takes the win from Prien Bruno. Warner, Grancrest, House, Grenier, Ferry, Wood, Brageau and Romeo Mello, who round out the top 10. Lewis Belunde and Samuel Hugon round out the top 12. Alfred Davidson and Daniel Ferguson taking 13th and 14th, and Tony Cachaferro rounding out the top 15. 16th place downwards sees Ruben Perez. Alexander Freiberg finishes in 17th place after gaining 8 positions. Pato Medina finishing in 18th, also gaining 5 positions. David Agaten finishing in 19th, 5 positions gained from Pablo Segura. Gaining 6 places, finishing in the top 20. Harry Williams gaining the 1, finishing in P21. Nahil El Gahoudi finishing in 22nd place. Not the result he would have wanted, but this time at least not finding the wall in that race. Charlie Clough, Bruno Grieling, Ben McCovery and Valentin Lefebvre, unfortunately both retiring from the race due to an incident. They found themselves in the gravel pit on the outside of turn number 2. But there on your screen, your race winner, Austin Newstead, 13 positions gained. A superb race in that one, and I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. Let's take you through some of the highlights from that race. Again, initially, good start for George House, for Hannes Ferry, as well as Freddie Wood. They all had that inside line there with some of the drivers taking to the outside, trying to switch back. It would all go wrong in the background. Valentin Lefebvre and Ben McCloughery getting caught up in an incident. Well, that's one of them coming off the track there. But both of them being spat out the exit of turn number 2. You can see Marshall's heading to that one very, very quickly. Ludwig Granquist was the driver who went off the track in the early stages as well, just on that inside. And there you can see the dust kicked up in the background for the two off the track. The top two breaking away, though, in the early stages of that race. There's another angle of it again as they were just coming through that section. And, yeah, there you go. There is your two drivers just in the background there, like we were talking about, Valentin Lefebvre and Ben McCloughery. So a big shame for them. Harris Ferry, though, early stages of the race, gaining the lead of this one. Priam Bruno to the inside as well, trying to get past George House. George House, unfortunately, getting kind of squeezed by the pack here. Unfortunately, with a little bit of coming together there, just lost the inside line, and that allowed another driver to get through there, Nurkan and Ye, to just send it down the inside. So big change on this one. Back onto the start-finish line. Priam Bruno taking the lead of that one earlier on, would lose it a little bit later on, as now Oliver Warner had a go at trying to take the lead of this one. This, of course, brought Priam Bruno back into the fray. And, of course, it was just chopping and changing all the way throughout this one. But all the meanwhile, Austin Newstead was just sneaking his way through that grid order and then just pipping himself into that position, into second place. And now he could focus on chasing down the driver, Oliver Warner, who was leading the way in the stages of that race. Back at the back, though, still kicking off. We were still side by side with a lot of the drivers who were just trying to find their way through. That was the overtake there for Austin Newstead. And from there, on lap number 5, it would just drive away from the rest of the field as the rest of the battle still happened behind. So again, just as they were pushing, they fell back. On the final lap, Ludwig Granquist on the great recovery drive coming back through. Priam Bruno as well with the fantastic recovery drive. He dropped back down to P6. He came back, got that second place with that beautiful little dive down the inside of Oliver Warner. There you can see the contact in the background there that cost a couple of drivers to go backwards. But for your man, Austin Newstead, uncontested at the front, won that race by 2.2 seconds. The biggest gap we've seen in a minute 30
I'm Ada
race
Sauer,
at the
the brand and marketing manager of STX Motorhomes, and we're here in Valencia kicking off our exciting partnership with RGMMC at the IAME Winter Cup. STX Motorhomes is a family-owned business, and we produce luxury motorhomes that are especially perfect for racing because you have your perfect home on the track with all the comforts and luxuries that you could ever imagine. Come on, let's go have a tour inside. So the motorhome we have today with us is a STX3 pop-out, and at the moment we're in the living room / kitchen area. In this area, we can sleep. We have a bedroom that sleeps 2 very comfortably, and this can be made into a bed, so it can be flattened out when the corner proof is taken out. And this can also be made into a bed. You can pull out and make it into a nice lounge chair or into a bed, like I said. And it sleeps 2 comfortably, and like this as well. And here, with a touch of a button, you can push the bed up or down, whichever the time calls for. And then here's the TV area. Here, with the clicking on these two both sides, you bring the TV further, and you can position it comfortably so you can watch it from the living area. And we have a Bose sound bar here, but we also work with Sonos to have Sonos bars as well. Here in the kitchen, we have everything you would want. A full fridge. We have a freezer, a microwave oven, and a dishwasher, as well as an induction plate for two cooking plates. We also have a wine cooler, which is fantastic for those summer evenings at the track. Then here we have our beautiful little bathroom with a towel heater, a rain shower, and a handheld shower. as well as 2 sinks, bathroom sinks, which is an option. Normally we have only one here, which leaves you a bunch of surface space in the bathroom. Then in the bedroom, we have a very beautiful, comfortable bed with wireless chargers on both sides, a whole lot of storage room. Here I can give you guys a look where you can hang your clothes. Then we have a AC and a heater in here, also in the living room, the same. And here, from a click of a button, the TV comes up. And now on the outside, we can have a quick look in our storage garage, which is heated and has a washing machine and dryer, as well as a plug for water. For now, we use it as our coffee corner. So please welcome to join us in our stand anytime for any questions or concerns or interests in our wonderful motorhomes. See you soon.
Oh, brilliant stuff there. You can find the SDX motorhome in the paddock there. I'm pretty sure the one in the paddock's already sold. So there you go. Someone's already got an eager eye. Certainly want one myself. Next group is already out on the circuit. It is Mini X30 qualifying heat A versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup in this one. Daniel Miron Lorente starts this one on pole position after winning earlier on. He's got Ivan Gonzalez alongside. You've got Anton Bouchard, who also finished P10 earlier on. Hopefully he gets a better result. He's got Christian Kobe. You've got Zenit Babacek and Charles Ural on the third row. Novella Morales and Stan Rajaski starts this one on row 4. Will Green and Max Cruz go from row 5. Sukmani Kira had a very scary moment in her first race. Starts this one on the 6th row. Luca Pavel starts alongside. Then you have Austin Gibson and Aidan Velio on row 7.
Row 8, Colby Patterson and Aurelio Longitano. Row 9, Zoltan Koini and Alvaro Pirello. Abraham Shelvis and Alexander Rugstad start on row 10. Ole Simsta and Marla Cornell on row 11. Baptiste Augustin and Alexandre Point on row 12. Mason Brooks and Martin Rodriguez, Aurelien Lemaire completes the 27-kart field.
I don't know why we rushed through that grid. We had loads of time. There we go. Well, we have loads of time. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the results in that one. Christian Kobe finishing 9th, Ivan Gonzalez finishing 3rd, Charles Ural finishing 10th as well, Zenit Babacek finishing 5th. So started 5th, finished 5th, but was pushing himself a little further up the order as well. Novella Moraes also having a very good run in that race as well. Now we've talked about the results, let's talk a bit about the motorhome that's out there as well. Because like you were seeing there from STX Motorhomes, fantastic to have them on board this year with us. They'll be joining us through most of the races, which is absolutely fantastic. Please make sure you go over, have a chat with the team over there, because I've had a look inside the motorhome. I've got to say, it's absolutely superb. I'm always jealous when a shower in a motorhome is better than my shower in my house. But yes. There we go.
I think I'm too from the north of England to even be allowed into the motorhome.
Exactly. Right, drivers lined up on the back of the grid. Then we're looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do. Keep it nice and steady, nice and slow, not too quick. Now, you don't want to get oiled up or anything like that, but there you can see again, Deputy Race Director Gonzalo Planta just saying nice and steady. This is perfect. Exactly what we want to see. Nice and calm from our front runners here. Daniel Miron Lorente and Ivan Gonzalez starting this one at the front of the grid. Green lights come on and away they go down and towards turn number 1. Miron to the inside line, holds on to that one. Anton Bouchard on the inside line, tucking in close. He's got Zenit Babacek right behind there as they all negotiate themselves on that inside line. Who from the outside line managed to get a good start there, if any of them did. I think it was only Ivan Gonzalez who managed to get a good getaway. Crucially, everyone getting through turns 2 and 3 unscathed.
Pretty much. Alexander Rogstad was a little bit wide through turn number 2, but has rejoined the circuit and is still as part of the main pack. So 27 of them running through sector number 2 now through this tough sequence of corners, turn 7, 8, 9 and 10, as they stretch now down towards the hairpin of turn 11. Daniel Miron Lorente looking comfortable at the moment in the lead of this race. It's the 8-2-1 of Zdeněk Babacek behind. Now, interesting race for Babacek in round 1. He was right at the point, Anthony, where I thought he was going to break through, use that experience that he had from last year, 3rd place in this event 12 months ago, and it just didn't quite happen. Bit more spread out at the front at the end of this first lap for Groups A and D. This could be a good opportunity for him.
Certainly could. Across the line they go. Let's talk you through the order that they're currently in right now. It's Daniel Mira Lorente from Babacek, Bouchard, Morales, Green. Then it's Gonzalez, then it's Kira, then it's Kobe, Cruz, Ural, the top 10 at the moment. Very close pack group at the moment. Still, all of our drivers running, which is good to see. But right now, the eyes are fixated on this front battle here. Daniel Mira under pressure here from Zdeněk Babacek, but Babacek also under pressure from Anton Bouchard, who's there in third place. The top three breaking away from the rest of the field now. Novella Morales, who's there in P4, also trying their best to keep with this pack, but at the moment is having to contend with, I think, Will Green, who's actually just managed to get past, potentially so, up into P4 now as they go through the sector. It updates, and yes, it is confirmed. So Gonzalez still there in P6, not had the best getaway, but still in a good spot to catch up back to this front three.
So 2 groups of 3 clear of the rest of the pack. Very important for these drivers that they try, as they'll have to resist all of their urges to start fighting now. They've got to stay in formation to lock in some good positions towards the end of the race and then put it to everybody back from 7th place. Max Cruz, Christian Kobe, etc. to close in and get themselves back in as part of the fight. But down the inside, here comes Babacek. Babacek wants to take the lead of the race. Beautiful, clean move in and through turn number 3. That's how you do it.
It's a clean move, but again, it's very early on into the race with drivers so close. Now, look, you've got one group of 6 drivers now. This is how difficult it is to try and break away. You always should try your best to just work together with someone to just give you a bit more of a battle buffer, as I like to call it, to give you that time to get a clean overtake done, but still have an advantage over the grid behind, because now they're in slipstream territory. A little further back as well, have a look at some of the biggest movers on that one. Got to give it to Mason Brooks, the privateer driver from the United Kingdom, currently up 10 positions. He's in P5 at the moment, doing very, very well. Top 3, though, still in a comfortable spot despite that overtake. They still have a bit of breathing space there, but Will Green is starting to break away from those drivers ahead. He is starting to close, and you can see him there. He's hunkered down behind the steering wheel. He's focused, where these 3 here are just cruising along now. They've just found their rhythm now with Babacek leading the way. And Lorente still there, and Bouchard holding on to 3rd place. No real change there. Fastest sectors, though, are coming in thick and fast. And guess who your fastest driver is?
Fastest driver overall, I'm going to have a punt at Will Green.
It is indeed, yes. He's got clean space in front of him, but I don't think he's got clean space in front of him now, because he's side by side in the background there. Novella Morales is piling on the pressure here, so the battle for P4 is raging on. There, you can see it on your screen. Will Green has managed to hold on to it now, but Novella Morales is still putting on that pressure. Now, who is that? Yes, it is. Ivan Gonzalez is still there just behind as well. So Gonzalez also wanting to keep with these 2 here, because it looks like he's actually starting to drop off the back of those 2 now, isn't he?
It is indeed. Good progress being made by Austin Gibson for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. We're going to cut back to that, because down the inside, here comes Daniel Mira Lorente, retakes the lead of the race. I think Anton Bouchard had a little think about getting back through into 2nd place. Out of the race is Aurelio Longitano in the 826. Damage to the front of the cart as well. That is not good news. That's going to be 27th place and last, unfortunately. Mason Brooks has had a warning flag as well. And that's just come up on my screen, not for the 865.
And that comes with a 5-second time penalty, unfortunately, for Mason Brooks. So we thought he was doing very well there, and maybe they thought, well, you're doing a bit too well, actually. So maybe some of those moves not being to par, I think, what they were saying. But big shame for Mason Brooks, especially after he made so many positions. But the race isn't over yet, Mason. Keep pushing, keep seeing what you can do.
Great work going on between Miron Lorente and Babacek. They were starting to drop Anton Bouchard. So the Andorrans got to dig deep now to stay as part of this 3-way fight at the front of the order. There is a change for 4th place behind as well. Nova Morales has got past Will Green. They seem to be working together now. Very deep into the chicane for Miron Lorente. He held onto it, but a big slide there for the DML driver.
Nice chunk of opposite lock there, I think, but brilliant stuff for Miron Lorente as they continue this stretch. But I've got to say, they're not breaking away from those 2 behind. Now that Morales and Green have focused on just getting in some good clean lap times, They are just by themselves closing in on this group of 3 up ahead. So we're going to have a 5-kart battle going into these last stages, and we've always seen it. The drivers who are in about 5th or 6th or anything like that just sneak their way through.
They do indeed. They've dropped Ivan Gonzalez as well. He's in a bit of a gully in terms of the lap times at the moment. He's 1 second back from this group, 1.7 ahead of Austin Gibson, who, by the way, continues to work his way up the order. That's 6 positions gained for the Briton. Now he's just got past. Oh, he's moving through with Christian Kobe, but here comes Babicek up the inside on one of the fastest corners of the circuit. My goodness me, Miran Lorente just leaves enough room for them both to make it through the corner. It's gone a little bit deep through the chicane. They're going to be completing lap number 6 here onto the final lap, and the 2 chasers have caught them now. Morales and Green are right there. To the outside, Bouchard, round goes Morales. No. Round goes Morales, he's stuck in the middle of the road. Everybody's going to have to be very heads up, and no, there's 2 karts that make contact with the 867. Disaster here at the start of the final lap.
Yeah, indeed. Yellow flags out at turn number 1 on the final lap, and you may be thinking, Morales, why did you stay there? But exactly what he should have done. Stayed in the kart, stay still, because you just don't know where all the karts are going to go, and unfortunately that just happens, and hopefully all the drivers there at turn number 1 are okay. Some drivers taking a big knock there. Back here, though, with the race leader, and it's all kicking off once again. Now we're 4 wide. Babicek in the lead of this one. Miron there in 2nd place. And again, everyone just trying to find their way through. Anton Bouchard still there in P3 as Will Green latches onto this rear bumper. Will Green goes wide. He's out of the slipstream. That's probably not the best thing you want to do, because you'll be a lot slower than the 3 that are all tucked in beside each other. Again, goes to the outside there for Will Green. There'll be yellow flags going over the start-finish line, but they're 3 wide into the final chicane now. Miron Lorente crosses over the track. He cuts the corner. He'll take the win, but take that with a capital P for her provisional, because, of course, you've got to stay on the racing line and on the racetrack, and he wasn't on the racetrack there where that overtake happened. Well, Miron Lorente will take the win from Babicek, Bouchard and Green, but again, I do expect that to change a little bit later on. Ivan Gonzalez then rounds out the top 5. Ratashki finishes in P6 from Gibson, Kobe, Patterson and Max Cruz, who rounds out the top 10. Now, Aurelio Longitano was a retirement from that one. I just want to check Alvaro Perello, Charles Ural, I think, the drivers involved in that incident at turn at number 1 after the spin. But yeah, there you can see the recovering kart there of the PB kart. That is Charles Ural there. Just being pulled out of the gravel trap. Scary moment there at turn 1. It's a fast corner. It's, you know, you can't really do much in terms of avoiding contact. And unfortunately, with just that spin there, just right in the racing line.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was particularly at fault. Nobody did anything wrong there. That was just one of these things sometimes in racing. Consider as well, in the middle of the pack, you can't necessarily see. If you're part of a big squabble going in towards turn 1, may have been a bit unsighted. Here's your provisional results for the qualifying heat for Groups A and D. Daniel Miron Lorente first over the line. Zdeněk Babicek in 2nd place. Anton Bouchard, good run there for Bouchard. Top 3 on the scores. Will Green P4, Ivan Gonzalez P5. Stan Ratajski, good result there for Stan Ratajski for Fusion Motorsport, up to 6th place in that race. Austin Gibson was 7th, Christian Kobe 8th. Colby Patterson, great run from Patterson into the top 10, gained 6 places. The top 10 was completed by Max Cruz. Abraham Chelvis was in 11th place, a big mover in that race, gained 8. Zoltan Koini was in 12th. Sukhmani Kira, great comeback from Sukhmani Kira after a difficult first round, scores a top 15 there. Top 15 was completed by Ole Simsta and Baptiste Augustine, another drive through the field, up 8.
Yeah, indeed. Alexander Rogstad finishing in P16 from Morales, Lemaire, Milo and Valio. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. Again, the start good from the inside row. Miron getting away well. Bouchard, Babicek getting away well as well. The outside line, Ivan Gonzalez did not get a good getaway. You can see him there, the yellow helmet just coming through the shot. He's already down to about P4 there, as he just gets squeezed there by the 867 just coming through. That was Navala Morales, who also managed to get the jump. But crucially, through turns 2 and 3, a bit of dust getting kicked up the back, but it was a relatively good start to their race, wasn't it?
It was indeed. All 27 drivers were part of the main pack as they ran through lap number 1. And we started to see moves being put in. This was the 821 of Zdeněk Babicek going down the inside of Daniel Miron Lorente. They traded the lead back and forth several times. This was one of those times. Miron Lorente, nice move on the brakes into the final chicane. Retirement, not sure of the cause of it, but Aurelio Longitano was out of the race 5 laps from the end. And some great work was being put in by Green and Morales as well at this phase of the race. That was a really brave moment from Babicek, trying to go down the inside into turn 15. This was one of the flashpoints, though. Final lap to the outside. Morales checking up ahead, is stuck there in the middle of the road through turn 1. The first few karts did manage to get through, but unfortunately there was contact there with the 833 of Charles Uralde. Was also damaged, big axle damage to the 846 of Alvaro Perello in that accident, and that put all 3 of those drivers out of the race. Actually, Morales managed to get going again and finished in 17th place. And it still wasn't done at the front of the order as well. But a bit of a question mark over this moment. Daniel Miran Lorente running over the curb, leaving the circuit and crossing the line ahead of Babicek, Bouchard and Green right there at the checkered flag.
Yeah, very dramatic ending again for the second round of Mini X30 races. Seniors coming up next for their penultimate round. They'll be out at the end of the day for their last bout of qualifying heats. Juniors' last round of qualifying heats will be coming up after this next round of seniors. About 5 minutes to go before we get going for that one. But certainly for this year's IAME Winter Cup 2024, it's been an exciting one so far. We are going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the next round of senior kart racing.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, they're great to see the Minerva out there as well. You can have a chat with Hugh and Sol. They are here this weekend. You can head over to the Minerva tent as well. Have a good chat about how you can get involved with the Minerva Virtual Academy, which has helped countless drivers out over the course of their racing weekends. Back with the racing, though, and back with the senior category. Finn McLaughlin starting this one on the front row of the grid, a driver who has had many a race win this weekend, but also a third place as well. He's looking to see what he can do for his next round of heats here. He has got, well, he had a new set on one side earlier on today. He's not deployed them on this side, so he's got 2 U-set, but one is slightly better than the other still on his kart, if that makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense?
Ish.
Ish. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad it made sense for you. Marcus Lucio, though, starting on the opposite side of the grid. Now, these two have been battling to see who can get the best results and who can be faster on one side or the other. But Marcus Lucio on this side, left set. left side. Brand new.
Brand new in a race that could decide who gets pole position or gets first place in the intermediate classification.
Yes.
These are the top two drivers in that IC at the moment. If either of them win, they are guaranteed mathematically P1 at the end of this stage of the competition.
Yes, they are indeed. On the second row, though, just behind, you have Kyo Lee and Ahmed Malaysia, who are there. Now, Kyo Lee not choosing to go for any new tyres on his wagon. He has got used tyres on both sides of his. Again, I'm pretty sure he deployed one set of new tyres earlier on, meaning that one side is slightly fresher than the other. But still both used in their own right. The driver from South Korea representing with the Eichmann's Grand Prix team here this weekend. The Eichmann's team doing very well. Obviously, Ian Eichmann's a very well-known driver in the world of the IAME series as well as others. Again, proving that he can run a team as well as race in one. There's a look at that. Well, that's the intermediate classification for the minis that you can see on your screen there. So we'll ignore that one just a little bit. But yes, the intermediate classification at the moment for the seniors, that one is Finn McLaughlin with the 3 points, Marcus Lutzio with the 5 points, and it is Marius Bergberg with the 6 points, and he's joint with 6 points with Danny Carinini in fourth with that one. Both of them with 6 points. Green flag waves, and the senior X30 qualifying heat B versus F gets ready. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Finn McLaughlin and Marcus Lutzio on row number 1, Kyo Lee and Anna Malaysia on row 2. Clement Outron from Hugo Martinello on row number 3 with Lewis Bird and Mark Granada on row 4. Row 5 on the top 10 sees Lucas Frederick and Elia Weiss. Row 6 is Hugo Manas and Cahal Clark on that row. Row 7 is Hugo Marti and Jean-Paul Carras. Row 8 is Adam Rahali and Mark LaPiccolo. Row number 9, Joseph Smith and Reimer Blanc.
Row 10, Jan Gomez and Diego Palacis complete the top 20 there. Andrea Pirovano and Juan Aluya start on row 11. Julian Carmen and Paul Hamburg go from row 12. Rafael Pereira and Gil Matrullo go on row 13. Yoshida Kadai and Tomas Lemos start on the 14th row of the grid. The top 30 is completed by Keanu Wellens and Maximilian Rafalik from Poland starting there on row 15. Francisco Costa and Maximilian Bostrom start on the 16th row of the grid. Otto Pikkonen for the final time, at least in the qualifying phase, has to fight from towards the back of the field. He has done several times so far this weekend, and does so in this one from row 17 is joined by Olivia Sampson and Quentin Penn and Raul Zanzaren start on row 18. Zanzaren, who has made some magnificent progress in the last 2 appearances so far today, 20+ positions in both of those races. Look out for the 307 from the back.
More graphics there. Anna Malaysia starting this one on the second row of the grid. Brand new boots on the left-hand side of kart. And again, keep a very close eye on the 327. Might be making some good moves all the way throughout this field. Now, there are quite a few drivers in this one that also have done well with, or also have deployed the brand new tyres. Now, the highest ranked driver with a brand new set on both sides is the 224 of Lewis Bird. Now, Lewis Bird starts on the inside row of row 4. So he has got a good chance of taking a race win in this one.
That means Lewis has made very good use of his tyres so far, because that is a driver who I wouldn't put in the category of being on the back foot. Yes, he had a bit of a moment in his first qualifying race yesterday, but apart from that, he's been one of the stronger contenders. So it could be a bit of a worry for the 6 drivers ahead with Bird on that Croc Promotions machine with a fully charged set of tyres on his wagon, as you say. Drivers forming up now. Going past Gonzalo Planta there, our deputy race director, who's, I was talking to him during the lunch. He's had texts from people back home saying that he doesn't look very happy. I assure you, Gonzalo is always happy. But I think we're good to go here for this one. So this is Groups B and F. For some of these drivers, this will be their final time racing in the qualifying heat phase. What's going to happen across the course of the next 11 laps here in X30 Senior? Are we going to see the pole, the P1 in the IC confirmed here? It's a good start, but opening the line there. McCollum opens the line and through goes the 264 of Lee. Fighting back is the 224. This is a great start for those at the front of the order, and it is Lewis Bird on those brand new fresh tyres. How has he done that? Anthony, it's a mess coming through turn number 4. About a third of the field's taking to the gravel there, but Lewis Bird on the brand new tyres, tactically at least in this early phase of the race, has got that spot on to the front of the order.
Yeah, exactly that. That is a big old grid of drivers who have all struggled a little bit there. And we'll go over who those drivers were in a moment, because there were many. So I can see that I think Elia Weiss was one of them. I think Hugo Malti was one of them. Joseph Smith, Raymond Blanc was one of them. Paul Hamburg was one of them. And I think Thomas Galeo also one of them as well. Also getting caught out in that huge coming together at the exit of turn 4. But action here, as that start was very interesting. Your front runners running wide at turn 1.
Yeah, and opening the door for Lewis Bird. Now, I do think this is the crucial phase of the race. This next couple of laps, whilst those tyres are fresh on Lewis Bird's car. Let's have another look at the start again. You're looking for the 4th kart back on the pole side of the grid that's just going to see the C part before him. There he is popping out. He's going to be alongside. Everybody goes deep, and Bird just hooks it in and gets on the gas off of turn 1. That's how he did it, Anthony. Brilliant start from P7.
Yeah, now that's not tyres there for Finn McLaughlin. He just pulled out to try and get the optimal line through the corner, and then before he realised it, Kyo Lee just sent it down the inside into the corner and denied him to cut back to the apex. And then from that, the whole field just swamped. So, yeah, big shame for that. Now, what happened here? I mean, there was karts off the background there. We called out a load of names, but there were just karts all over the place. It was the first one that went off there. I can just see him coming back onto the track now. I can't see the number on that one. So, yeah, but so many drivers getting involved in that one.
Marcus Luzio is using his new rubber just on the left-hand side to good use at the moment. Very quick second lap of the race. A 57.001, and has pulled Lewis Bird's lead down to around 0.2 of a second. He's also brought with him another fast start from Clement Outran. We've seen that as a theme for Outran's races so far this week. He's doing so again in the TB kart, up to 3rd place.
Certainly so. So Lewis Bird now with that brand new set of tyres at the front, just breaking away now. Gap now 0.4 of a second as he will... Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to call it now. He's just going to disappear now for the rest of the field, because Luzio is there in 2nd place, but Luzio not running anything fresh here. He's got his used tyres as well, so see what he can do in that P2. But Outran battling away with Kyu Ho Lee, and the battle here just behind. This is Martinello and Finn McLaughlin who are going through it. No, so it's Kyu Ho Lee he was battling with, so Finn McLaughlin getting past now. He's up to P4. So he gets through now. It's Martinello who's just behind Hugo Manas, and then it's Cathal Clark who sets the fastest lap of the race. He's looking very strong there in P8 as well.
And that's another driver on totally fresh rubber in this race, trying to fight his way through there past the next driver up ahead. Should also mention this result as it stands. I know there's a good few laps of this one to go as Clark tries to force his way through, gains one but loses one. Here comes 3.22 of Mark Lopiccolo, who needs a good result in this one after a DNF earlier on in the session. Onto the back straight they go. This result, as it stands, has the potential to completely throw the IC Open. In the live scores, McLaughlin's gone from 1st to 4th. He's behind Luzio now, who has taken the lead. He's also behind Barry Berg and Caronini still to race. Down the inside in the Calicart machine there. That's the 308 of Hugo Menas, who's been in really good form today, going past Martinello. That's the Spaniard up to 5th place.
Yeah, this is good stuff, though, all the way throughout. McLaughlin now with the fastest lap of the race. That's good. So despite the fact he's on used tyres, he's still quick on those tyres. So he's still got some good pace there. Lewis Bird has actually lost out to Marcus Luzio here. I've got it on our screen now. We did not see this. So Marcus Luzio, who has only got a brand new set on the left-hand side, is managing to maintain the pace and actually beat the pace of Lewis Bird, who's got brand new tyres on his wagon. Now, this is very interesting. So clearly something not fully correct there, but he's still right in the rear bumper. He's not lost any space, so clearly just something not fully correct with wagon, but it's still going well. Back over the start-finish line, Luzio Bird, Outran, who's closing in as well from McLaughlin. Hugo Manas is still there as well in P5 from Martinello in 6th. Clark still there in 7th from Lopiccolo in 8th. Now, Mark Lapicola, if I'm right in saying, had a retirement earlier on today, so he's looking for a good result as well. Joanna Luja still there as well. And Cahal Clark, now fastest driver, with that also full brand new set of tyres.
He's got a bit of space ahead of him to stretch into as well. Trying to get up to the 312 and the 308 behind. There's a warning flag going out for the 256 on our screens. That's Paul Hamburg. Here's the comparison of the tyre setups for your two leaders. Marcus Lutzio in the 219, brand new boots, which won't be so brand new anymore after 5.5 laps. New boots on the left-hand side for Bird, all 4 corners. Look at Clement Outram as well. He is pushing really hard there. Now, we have seen sometimes Outram starts to fade in the latter third of races. Can he keep this speed up and keep the two Brits honest at the head of the field?
And Outram as well running with used tyres on all 4 of his wheels there, so he has not got any fresh rubber on his kart at all. In that 3rd place position, so the fact that he's closing in as well is still very good. Intermediate classification there on your screen. Lutzio with 5, Barry Bird with 6, Carinini with 6 as well. They are yet to race. Lutzio in this one. McLaughlin, who's also in this one, has dropped down to 4th in that one. Eloy Gonzalez still 5th in it, and Timo Ramikas still rounding out the top 6 with 13 points. Your finger is up, Andrew.
Big drives through the field. I just saw one of the drivers pass through, shot in the foreground. The 311 of Maximilian Rafalik has gained 15 places in this race. He's up to 15th. Just behind him, anything you can do, I can do better, is Maximilian Bostrom, who's gained 16 places. But yet again, it's Zanzaren up 19 in this one, so they're all moving up through the midfield. Battle at the front of the order. Lewis Bird looking to the outside, trying to get Marcus Lutzio off that main racing line. Unable to do so, and that's brilliant news for Outram, because he's right there now. The Frenchman in the 278 looks to the inside as they go towards turn number 5. It's a proper battle at the front now. This is also good news for Finn McLaughlin. He needs these drivers off their ultimate pace. He's catching. He took 3/10 out of them on that first sector.
Yeah, but now they've started to wind it up now. They've started to win, but straight away, Lutzio's on the defence as well. He's not happy with the tyres now that are starting to fade, and Outram dives down the inside of Lewis Bird. Now here comes Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin back into play now as well. 4 karts battling for the lead, and McLaughlin, who started this one on pole position, now finds himself back in P3, but Lutzio's been released a little bit more now. He backed them up into each other, and now he's got a piece of clean air to breathe with now. But Outram is starting to close in once more. Here comes Bird back down the inside, wheel to wheel, but McLaughlin closes the door, leaves just enough racing room, and Lewis Bird finds a way through into P3.
Bigger picture had to be thought of there for McLaughlin. Yes, it moves him back into 4th place. Yes, it moves him back onto 7 points in the IC. But if you turn in there and have a more significant incident, you lose the opportunity to be P1 after the qualifying heats phase. It's still open for debate. We're on lap 9 out of 11. Who else is on the move? Juan Aluya, again, another drive from the MDC Racing pilot, who's just gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1. Bird down the inside of Outram takes 2nd place. It seems like Lewis Bird is getting a second wind here on the Croc Promotions machine. Francisco Costa has now received the black and white diagonal flag. Outram back down the inside of Bird, takes P2, and crucially, McLaughlin back through as well. Here he goes to P2. He's forced onto the grass and onto the dirt there. But Outram holds on to 2nd place, and this is allowing Marcus Lutzio to dance away.
Well, that very, very harsh defending there from Clement Outram really forced McLaughlin to think about going for the overtake. He still thought about putting his car down the inside there through turn 1, but he kicks up the dust over the start-finish line, shakes his head, and then gets back into the fight here now as he battles still away with Lewis Bird. There is still a couple of laps to go in this race, so time very quickly running out, but again, McLaughlin now having to go defensive from Lewis Bird here. But Marcus Lutzio doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's looking for another race win. This is a very strong performance, and a warning flag to Clement Outram. Maybe that defence was just that little bit too hard, and now he sees himself with a 5-second in-race time penalty.
Would drop him down to around 10th place. Marcus Lutzio starts the final lap of this race. He is 1 lap away from securing P1 in the intermediate classification for X30 Senior at the IAME Winter Cup. He's on 5 points. If the race finishes this way, nobody can beat him at this stage.
Well, this is absolutely superb stuff. A look at the intermediate classifications once again. Lutzio would still maintain the lead of that one, and he would do very well to do so, because no one else would be able to beat him still, even if Barry Berg took a win. He would still have 6 points. And McLaughlin, though, back in that position, is second once more with those 6 points. But if he can get one more, he'll be joint with Marcus Luzio, and this would be much better because they are fighting over who is going to be starting in which one. But Lewis Bird goes back down the inside through 14, and that settles it really for Marcus Luzio and Finn McLaughlin. It will split them up just that little bit more. Wheel to wheel in towards the final chicane. Last hurrah there for Finn McLaughlin if he can get it, but he can't get it. Luzio takes the win from Clement Outron, who finishes in second, but with that 5-second time penalty drops him back. So Bird will finish in second from Finn McLaughlin. That's the result that you see. Clark finishes in P5. Good result for this. Hugo Mañas finishing in P6 from Johan Aluja, and Mark Lapiccolo in P8. Gomez in 9th place from Martinello, rounding out the top 10. Marcus Luzio takes the win, and he'll be happy with that one. That's another nice chunk of points. That is 3 race wins now and a P5 for Marcus Luzio. And Finn McLaughlin coming away with another P3 there. He had a 3rd earlier on. The rest of his races have been wins. So that's why he has those 6 points at the moment. But a good stuff then from Senior X30 as they make their way back into Parc Ferme with that result. McLaughlin would still get the would still have 6 points as he will get promoted up to 3rd. That result that you see there, of course, is provisional, pending any post-race penalties, and of course with Clement Outron's 5-second time penalty in that one, it will drop him out. So it's Luzio from Outron, Lewis Bird from McLaughlin, Clark, Mañas, Aluja, then it's Mark Lapiccolo from Jan Gomez, Hugo Martinello, Andrea Pirovano, Lucas Frederick from Maximilian Bostrom, Raulzentharin with another fabulous run from Raulzentharin. 22 places gained. Maximilian Bostrom, 19 places gained. Johan Aluja, 15 positions gained. And Jan Gomez, 10 positions gained. Kyuho Lee dropping to 15th place in that one. Maximilian Rafalik gaining 14 places, finishing as 16th. And these are the drivers who have put the fresh tyres on at the end of their previous racing before this one, because they need those good results. They've had some bad results earlier on. They needed these fresh tyres, and they've sorted that there. You can see Andrew Mather just bringing Marcus Luzio over. They will be chatting to Marcus Luzio in a few moments' time. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one then, as there were many. The start of this race was an interesting one. Have a look there at the 204. Finn McLaughlin, who dips to the outside there, tries to bring it back to the inside and fails to do so because Kyuho Lee got through. Then you can see Lewis Bird got through. Lewis Bird from 7th place on that one. 7th to 1st in one corner. Superb. And that is just those fresh tyres talking there in the early stages of that one. There you can see Clement Outron dropping down into 3rd place, trying to get him to 2nd, but being denied as Kyuho Lee holds on to that one for the time being. Just behind that, it was pandemonium. There was karts everywhere. So many drivers were involved in that one. And I'll try to remember who they were, but there were so many, it's hard to do so. But yeah, so many drivers involved in that incident, but they all managed to keep going. I don't think there was any retirements. No, there was no retirements from that race, so everyone who was involved in that incident kept going. McLaughlin then came back through the field. He got back into 2nd place in the early stages of that one, trying to fight his way through. He was fighting with Kyuho Lee and the rest of the field. The Cali kart just coming through as well. That was Hugo Mañas trying to gain positions. Meanwhile, you could see there Cathal Clark trying to get involved. The 322 of Mark Lapiccolo also getting involved as well. He gained 8 positions over the course of this one. As down the inside, this was Hugo Mañas getting the position done on Hugo Martinello, who finished that race in P10 at the end. So he lost a couple of positions from his original starting spot, but still a good race nonetheless. Then it all started to close in at the front here. Lewis Bird back to the inside of Finn McLaughlin. Very closely defended by McLaughlin, but he would just leave enough racing room for Bird to get down the inside. Bird would then immediately go on the attack Clement Outron. He would get the move down the inside of Tron, not able to retaliate on the exit. Then it all started to kick off just that little bit more through the final chicane, but both Outron and McLaughlin able to get that move done. And then this decisive moment here, where there was a huge defensive moment. You can see the hands coming up there from some of the mechanics at the sidelines there. It would result in Clement Autran receiving a black and white warning flag, which comes with an in-race 5-second time penalty, which is undisputable. So unfortunately, that would result in him dropping all the way down to possibly about P10 on the timing screens for Clement Autran at the end of that one. But it would kick off between these two on the final lap between McLaughlin and Lewis Bird. But Lewis Bird would just hold out and would take P2 at the end of that one after the penalty. McLaughlin would hold on to P3 also after Autran's penalty. But Marcus Luzio will take the win, and that is, I believe, 3 wins now and a P5. It gives him 5 intermediate classification points and means that he leads the intermediate classification going into the final round later on. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Here with our winner from the last race, Marcus Luzio. That's a big win, Marcus. You've got one more to go, but at this stage of the competition, this round of the heats, you're at the top. Nobody can beat you. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. You know, yeah, the heats play a massive part in the weekend, so to be at the front is a, you know, good achievement. Yeah, you still got the Super Heat in the final tomorrow, which is where it all counts. So yeah, just got to take it in my stride.
What were your thoughts going into that race, knowing that you had Finn alongside you and Clement as well, and Lewis as well on brand new tyres? There was a lot riding on the line in that one. How did you play it through the start?
Well, the start was a bit scrappy, so yeah. After that, my whole game plan went out the window because I got shuffled back a little bit. But yeah, going into it, I knew I had to beat Finn to stand a chance at being on pole. So yeah, that was my main plan in that one. But yeah, the rest of the race went well. Defended when I needed to, and yeah, won.
Track conditions staying fairly stable, or are you finding as more rubbers going down, are you having to tweak things?
No, we've not changed anything since Wednesday probably. So yeah, no, the speed was there at the start thanks to premium karting, so and Spike. So yeah, still brilliant.
Final thoughts ahead of the next race?
Well, yeah, it will be a hard one again, so just got to try and keep my head and get pole.
Well done, Marcus. Great to see you running well out there. Anthony, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Marcus Luzio there with the finest helmet hair you've ever seen. Well, the next group is heading out onto the circuit. It's qualifying heat A versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup. There you can see the back of the grid. I'll take you through the front of the grid. Thibaut Ramikas and Malo Bollier start this one on the front of the field. Anna Rattel and Dmitry Matviev go from row number 2. Alexander Bondarev and Conor Grant on row 3 from Adrien Martinez and Ruben Moore on row 4. Louis Johnson-Cool and Fred Green from Matis Machaut and Nico Villa on row 6. Hugo Heron and Patrick Gruvnicek on row 7. Mickey Blaskos and Louis Comen on row number 7. Luis Castellini and Luis Aguirre on row 9. Freddie Lloyd and Salim Hanar round out the top 20 on row number 10. Arthur Fasort and Charlie Glum on row 11 from Fred Sachs and Tobias Norman on row 12. Row 13 sees Aaron Garcia and Eduardo Dominguez. Row 14 is Alex Lageza and Hugo Gelade. Row 15 in the top 30 is Casper Norman and Louis Yessa. Row 16, I should say, Thibaut Gelade and Christian Vagani. Row 17 is August Raber and Philip Svensson. Joel Raymonds and Felipe Armencaris round out the 36-car grid on row number 18. Drivers out for their out lap, formation lap starting very, very soon. We have seen some interesting racing from some of our drivers over the course of these senior races, but no such more than the drivers who are out on track at the moment. Anna Rattel, who has had a win, but also a retirement as well in one of his races. He doesn't sit anywhere near the top drivers in the intermediate classifications. Alexander Bondarev does sit in the top 8 of that one. He's currently got 16 points to his name. He's hoping that he doesn't need to add any more to that one. He took a win earlier on, which means he's doing what he needs to do at the moment with that. Thibaut Ramikas, who has just been fighting with dealing with 3rd and 4th place finishes, is yet to win his first qualifying heat win, despite the fact that he's been starting on pole. While they're going around and they're getting ready to form up, let's quickly run through what's happening with the tyres. Everyone in the top 6 has all gone for brand new right side tyres. In fact, I'll scratch that. Everyone in the top 8 has all gone for brand new right tyres. Louis Johnson-Cool has gone for a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart, and then the first driver who's done it on both sides is Matis Machaut, the Belgian driver who starts as one on the 6th row of the grid. He has got brand new sets. Are we going round again? No, we're not. It's green flag, and away they go down in towards turn number 1. I think there was some confusion there in the grid. Some drivers saying they wanted to go around again, but it's green flag, and away they go in towards turn number 1. A couple of cars wide in the background there. Again, 3 wide. Anyone getting kicked off into the dust? No, everyone gets through it. That's nicely done. In towards turn 3, though, this is another pinch point on the circuit with that very high curve. We saw the big coming together there in the previous race, but again, all is fine and clear. And look at the start here that Timo Ramakas has got. That's an absolutely lightning start. Look at the gap already.
Yeah, you had more than a second in his previous appearance at the front of the order. So this part of the race, you know, Ramakas has got absolutely spot on. It's whether he can hold this over 11 laps. Longer races, of course, for the seniors, versus perhaps what Ramakas was experiencing last year in the juniors. Well, the Victory Lane karts has come through to second place. It's going to, I think, be Malo Bollier. And down the inside, here comes Andy Rattel. He's been on the attack today. Wide goes Bollier. Out there as well. And Bondarev's coming through again. Another quick start from the Ukrainian in the 226. Premium Machine up to third. An investigation flag for the 294 of Malo Bollier.
Now, was that for the start because it's very early on, or is that for the incident that we just saw there into the final game? We don't know, but we'll find out later on in the day. But crucially for him, he's under investigation. Oh, car going slowly. It's the 240. And who is that? That is Louis Johnson-Cool. Louis Johnson-Cool, unfortunately, he has come to a cropper, and I think, has he pulled off the circuit? Well, there's one car off the circuit. It's another one. It's the 329 that's pulled off the circuit, and that is Nico Villa. Nico Villa, unfortunately, for the Kids to Win team, is out of this race.
Yeah, and that's not the first time that Nico Villa's had problems. That's going to be a big blow to his hopes of getting through the cut of 72. Let's have a look at a replay. What's happened here? Is this the Louis Johnston-Cool problem? There's 240 there on the outside next to the 250. Oh, their big problem. Pitched off. That's going to be through turn 4, I think. And probably damage to the rear left there. Yeah, two drivers going for the same piece of tarmac, Anthony, and that often doesn't work.
Yeah, and when the rubber meets rubber on the tyres, they do tend to ping up into the air. So luckily, that wasn't worse than what it was, but certainly not what Louis Johnson-Cool will have wanted, and he drops down well into the order. Ramakas, though, still leads the way, and he's got about the 900ths of a second lead from Andy Rattel. Bondarev's still there in third, and I'm looking at Bondarev's driving style there. It's looking like he's leaning forward a little bit in the cart just while he's going through that section there. Understandable, again, some drivers, it's one of those things where they're just like, you know, edging the cart forward through out of some of the corners here. He's got good waft here, though, and he dives to the inside of Rattel into the final chicane. Rattel and both of them go wide. Oh, now that's going to be an interesting one here. He may have to give that one back, but we're not too sure, with both of them not even making the corner. Well, Ramakas now leads from Bondarev. Mustienes is there in third place. Rattel's gone down to fourth, and Mustienes here is possibly looking at a potential P2 here.
He is indeed, and he's having a continuation of a good day so far. It's his third racing appearance, and he's been strong in every single one of those. Fastest lap of the race, 56.358 to kart 250 for KCR. That's Matthias Meerschout. The Belgian up to sixth place now. He's gained 5. Biggest move of the race so far, Aaron Garcia up 15 and into the top 10 now. Let's have a look at this again. This is Bondarev and Rattel going into the chicane. There might be the slightest little touch there. They both cut the chicane quite clearly. Interesting to read how that one goes.
That certainly so is another angle of it. I don't think there was any contact. Well, actually, yeah, I think you're right. There could have been a bit of contact there, but clearly both of them didn't make the corner after the move was made. So, yeah, take that however you will, as Rattel then immediately had to defend from Malo Bollier.
And one of the questions will be, clearly they both didn't make the corner, but could they have made the corner? That's what will be being asked. There's a couple of warning flags coming up for the 250. That's Meerschout, so that progress is going to be arrested from 5th place. Add 5 seconds, that's going to drop him all the way at the moment, down to 18th, 17th place, that kind of region. Also out there, the 329, that's Villa, isn't it? Well, Nico Villa is out of this race anyway, so that's not going to come to any effect at all. Back with our battle for second place, Bondarev, Mustienes and Rattel. 1, 2, 3. They are now joined by Matthias Meerschout, but as mentioned, 5-second penalty for the Belgian.
Yes, indeed. Well, that gap has not come down yet. In fact, it's actually gone up. It's 1.1 seconds now between Ramakas and Bondarev. Across the line they go. So, again, it's just staying at a nice, calm pace at the moment. But Mustienes still there in third place. Rattel still there in fourth. And Mashouts is there in P5, but with that 5-second time penalty, well, you got to think, well, he's probably thinking, right, I need to gain these positions now, otherwise I'm falling right down into around P15.
Yeah, he needs to gain these positions, get up the road as Rattel goes down the inside for third place past Mustienes. The worst news for Meerschout right now is a big battle right in front of him. He actually wants these guys to stay in line, try and close Ramekers down, and in turn stretch the field out so he moves his final position up a bit higher from where would it be at the moment? He'd be around 6.6 seconds. Yeah, still 17th, 18th. He's not actually progressing up the order at the moment.
No, exactly that. So he does have to be very careful here as he looks to the inside here into the final corner, gets it done, and that's a nice overtake. That will help him out, gaining that time and gaining those positions. So this is good stuff then for Matis Mashouts there, who has got that 5-second time penalty. Back in the front, gaps come down, less than a second now. Bondarev is closing in at a slight rate here. I don't think it's a rate that will mean that he will catch up by the end of this race, but certainly closing in. Rattel still having to deal with the pressure now of Matis Mashouts, who is just behind. Adrian Martinez still there, P5 for Bollier, Ruben Moya, Garcia having a good race on this one. Adam Garcia, 17 places gained. He's had a brilliant first few laps.
Just keeping an eye on that gap. But you say that the gap... No, I'd agree with that. That the rate at which the gap is coming down between Ramekers and Bondarev isn't at a rate that would worry the leader at the moment. Down the inside, Meerschout again. These are the moves he needs to make. He's up to P3 on the road. Let's see where the penalty would drop him to now. He's 1.45 behind, but here comes Rattel back at him, trying to get back up the inside. He's starting to gain places now. 6.5 seconds off the lead would stick you around 15th place. It's still not really what Meerschout would have hoped at the start of this race.
Exactly, but he's doing what he needs to do, and I think he's become a new driver after seeing that warning flag come out for him now. He's just, he's gained 2 places, and now he's up into the top 3. So, yeah, we certainly got some waft on him. Now that he's dealt with that warning flag, but still watching this one because Rattel is still piling on that pressure, but not for much longer as Mustienes dives to the inside. Rattel gets the switch back, goes alongside, keep an eye on behind because Malo Bollier is coming into play now. Aaron Garcia just behind as well. He's looking like he wants to gain a few more positions now. You can see him there just behind the MDC Racing driver on the Birol ART. You can just see him, the red and white one, coming into play now behind these 3.
Got to remember as well, Bollier's in exactly the same situation as Meerschout, another driver with a warning flag so far in this race. Into play comes Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia is having a storming drive here as Bollier goes down the inside of Mustienes. That's for 5th place on the road. Here comes the 235 on home soil. Aaron Garcia has already gained 18 places. He already also stands to gain more positions because of the warning flags. He doesn't need the warning flags. He's flown past Bollier there. Gains another spot. Contact between Bollier and off the road. I think it's down at 203. Ruben Moya. It's Ruben Moya, last year's winner in this competition, in problems here in the heats.
And that's big damage to that rear bumper there for Malo Bollier, and unfortunately that will most likely result in a technical flag as the rear wheel is completely exposed now to the elements. But, well, a big shock there. And how on earth does that even happen? We saw they were running just so close together. They must have just locked wheels and it just got caught up, and that's a big shame. Bondarev now under pressure as Matis Mashouts is still on this charge. He's up into P2 now, and he's breaking away. What's the gap now?
The gap is down to point out. That is a very shrewd move, I think, by Bondarev. He'll be aware, he's a smart racing driver, that Meerschout has a penalty. No point fighting with Meerschout, but if he's got the pace, he could cruise up to Ramekers on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, that is a very good point you make there. Well, let's see what's going to happen then with these last couple of laps, because time is very quickly running out. And there you can see Bondarev, he's not dropping off the back there of Mashouts, but Mashouts has definitely not got the time to close up to Ramekers because he's got so much real estate between the two of them. Timo Ramekers has done an absolutely superb job in this one.
He really, really has. This has been the kind of race that Ramekers has been wanting to put in since taking pole position in qualifying yesterday. Meerschout now just feeling the need to go to the inside there. A casual defence on Bondarev, Rattel and Garcia behind there as well. Aaron Garcia once the 5-second penalty to the 250's been applied, he's going to have gained 21 positions in this race. A superb drive for MDC, but we're on the final lap now. Thibaut Ramekers has had the pace this week, but hasn't quite had the luck fall his way so far in these heats. It is still just a heat at the moment, but this will be a big win. It'll keep him in 6th place in the intermediate classification and potentially get him on a run as we move towards the latter stages of the competition. He checks over his shoulder, sees that no one's there. Here comes Garcia down the inside, takes 4th place away from Rattel at the last minute. Bondarev's trying to go around the outside. He's going to have to give that one up. Thibaut Ramekes takes the heat win. 2nd on the road for Meerschout, but a 5-second penalty to be applied. Bondarev 3rd on the road. Garcia did get through and hold 4th place ahead of Mustinez in 5th place. Really, really entertaining race, Anthony, here at Valencia.
Well, I'm going to say fair play to Meerschout on that one, because after that incredible performance, after seeing that black and white flag, that would only put him down to P9.
Yep.
And that's a lot better than P17.
P17, it's all points at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So he's gotten away with that one just a little bit. He still loses out, but yeah, that's still a good little drive there. But for Thibaut Ramekes, a lovely little drive there. He will be happy with that one as he will make his way back into Parc Ferme. A superb drive nonetheless, and he will look forward to seeing that one. Well, excellent stuff then. Drivers making their way back in towards Parc Ferme. We'll go over the full classifications now. It will appear on your screen. Of course, these are all provisional with a capital P, pending scrutineering and any post-race penalties. Thibaut Ramekes and Matthias Meerschout finishing 1st and 2nd. Bondarev finishing 3rd from Aaron Garcia. Adrian Martinez from Andy Rattel. Penultimate Seniors from Hugo Heron. Fred Green from Salim Hanna. And Freddie Lloyd rounding out the top 11. Louis Kamin and Connor Grant from Patrick Agurvtachik. Mickey Blaskos finishing in the top 15. Charlie Glum from Louis Castellini. Fred Sarex finishing in 18th place, gaining 5 positions from Tobias Norman, also 5 positions gained. Other Fassort from Christian Vagani, 10 positions gained. Casper Norman from Thibaut Gilade. Ruben Moya, unfortunately dropping down to P25. He kept going. 17 places lost, though, after that incident. Both of them, Malo Bollier also continued going. He finished in 27th place, 25 places lost. Philip Svensson filling out the drivers between them. Let's take you through some of the highlights in this one, because there were many, and there were some big moves in that one. Aaron Garcia finishing in P4. Keep an eye on him throughout this entire run of replays, because he started that one well down the order. 21 places gained. He started that one in P25. Start of the race, very good, very strong. You saw Dmitry Viev there on the inside line. The same with one of the Pantano karts there, I believe, Andy Rattel, just hugging that inside line through turn at number 2. There you can see Rattel going wheel to wheel with Malo Bollier. Bollier, unfortunately, losing out a couple positions there and allowing Alexander Bondarev to get through, as well as a couple more drivers. Big moment there for Louis Johnson-Cool. Contact with another, and he would ping up into the air. Not sure who the contact was with, though. Orange helmet. I think that was with Matthias Meerschout there, the KCR racing driver. But then there was this controversial moment here. Alexander Bondarev down the inside of Andy Rattel, but both of them going off the track. And again, very interesting one, because usually that would be, well, that's a failed overtake, and you would have to give that one back. But position stayed as it was, and then Rattel, unfortunately, would have to defend from Malo Bollier, and he would lose out to Andrea Martinez as well. So big changes all the way through that one. Hugo Heron also closed in as well. So there were some big battles happening all the way throughout this field. As down the inside, the 250 making his way through. That is Matthias Meerschout just making those positions well known and just siding his way through the field. He would finish in P2 on track, but with that 5-second penalty, he would fall down the order. That moment there, Malo Bollier and Ruben Moya, just an uncontrollable incident. Both of them stuck on each other. They couldn't do anything, and well, what happened here? Okay, just tucks in. He's on the inside line, and yep, they just ping wheels and get caught up with each other. That is very unfortunate. Well, Bollier will express his opinion there, and so would Ruben Moya. Moya saying, "Why did you turn in on me?" And Bollier saying, "Why did you go down the inside?" Back here, though, Bondarev dropping down to 3rd to Matthias Meerschout, but Bondarev would try and fight back. Aaron Garcia with that very gutsy move down the inside there of Andy Rattel. Andrea Martinez would also get the move done into the final corner as well. He would lose 2 in 1. The final ditch attempt there from Alexander Bondarev to try and gain that position, would run wide, would relinquish the spot, and Matis Machat would take second, but of course 5-second time penalty would actually go to Alexander Bondarev, taking second overall from Aaron Garcia. So big moves happening all the way throughout that one, and Aaron Garcia gaining 22 positions after that. But we are ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan, here with our winner from the latest seniors heat, Thibaut Ramicus. Thibaut, a first win. It's a heat, but it's progress from the races before. That pace you had in qualifying yesterday, shining out in that race, how do you feel?
I feel good. The race was difficult, but it's fine. I make a good start after I make the gap, so I'm happy.
Your starts have been very good here so far this weekend. What was it in the middle of the race that maybe you did differently in this one? How did you treat the middle of the race differently to previous races?
No, I don't know. I don't know what.
Just drove fast, yeah. In terms of the competition, moving from juniors to seniors, what's different with the races? How are you finding the seniors races?
The senior races is maybe more easy, because in junior they are crazy, but it's fine. I like the race in senior.
That's good stuff. Bit more time to do what you need to do out on circuit. Going towards tomorrow, are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I don't know. I hope the best, but not really objective.
You've won this competition in other classes before. Do you think you can do it again?
Yes, maybe.
I know you'll keep trying. Well done, Thibaut. A great first win. Keep that progress going. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Very good stuff from Thibaut Ramicus, our latest winner in the X30 Seniors. A smile on his face, Anthony. That's good to see. I think he's going to be a big factor for the rest of the weekend. Back up to you.
Oh, definitely so. Really curious to see what Thibaut Ramicus can do later on today. Well, the engines fire up and the next group is heading out to the circuit. This is C versus G. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Marius Barryberg, who starts this one on pole position, has got Elo Gonzalez alongside David Dragan, who's had a couple of bad results in this one, needs to make sure he gets another good result in this one. He's got Danny Carinini starting alongside, who's doing very well this weekend. Alex Machado and Noah Montero, they go from row 3. Celine Canol and Ricardo Sorelli round out row number 4. Row number 5 is Christian Caballero, who had a retirement earlier on. Hopefully has a better result in this one. He's got Romeo Rossell alongside, and they round out the top 10. Emilio Koivisto and Nicholas Simic, they go from row 6, with row 7 being Sam van der Heijden and Maxim Blancheman. Row 8 is Paul Choust with Luke Taylor. Row 9 is Thomas Gomez with Daniel Caballero. Then it's Benjamin Johns with Maximano Radic on the top 20. Loret Sash and Bertram Sasha go from row 11. Row 12 is Francisca Queros, or Kika Queros, Leonardo Lagoni on row 12 alongside. Marcus Glum and Alexandre Delot on row 13. Harry Yule from Pedro Cacheda on row 14. Row 15 in the top 30 sees Jim Ringelberg and Enrique Oliveira. Thibaut Kemp and Bjorn Venham on row 16. Row 17 is Margarida Furtado and Christian Powell. Row 18 is Marion Beyer, giving us 35 drivers in this race. Well, as the sun slowly starts to set here at the Lucas Carrera circuit in Valencia, temperature still nice and strong, 20 degrees out there. It is a lovely winter's day. We are February at the moment. It's very, very early in the season. Yet we're in beautiful sunshine here. This is why we love coming to Spain in the early parts of the year.
Absolutely. I think the drivers do as well. It's talking to a couple of them around the paddock across the course of this afternoon. And, you know, not just from a commentary perspective, but from a general interest out there. It's like, how are they finding the conditions? They know they're really good because the grip's there.
Yeah.
But it's not like when we perhaps come back here later in the season and it's 30+ degrees and you're really struggling both mechanically and physically as a driver at that point.
Yes. Right, formation, not looking the tidiest at the moment. A few drivers a little bit late to the scene here at the back. Are we going round again? We are indeed going round again. So, yeah, a little bit A little bit eager on the old power at the front there. They did slow it down, but a bit too late on that one. So that gives us a little bit of time to go over a few things. A lot of things happened earlier on, as well as tyres. Tyres is always an interesting one that we like to go off. Now, the top 4 here have not changed their tyres at all. But on the 3rd row, you've got Alex Machado, who has gone for a brand new set of tyres on his left-hand side. The same can be said for Ricardo Sorelli on the row behind on row 4. And then on row 5, you've got Christian Caballero, who's gone for brand new right-hand side tyres, and Romeo Russell, who's gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side.
Now, the Dragons might be a little bit newer, do we think? Because he had a full change on his previous race.
He did indeed, yes. So that is certainly a benefit that he's got. The highest driver who has currently got a brand new set on both sides. You have to look all the way back to row 11 in 21st place, Loris Sasha, with a brand new set on both sides.
Indeed. So the grid will form up as they go through sector number 3. There is the red line to say to the drivers that they need to be in position by that point. Field still a bit spread out in the second half.
And once
we'll
again,
come back round and we'll see if we are good to go for 11 laps on the board again here. Yes, we are. Green light, away we go. Good start for Barry Berg. Gonzalez trying to go round the outside there. It's the difficult spot for P2. David Dragan, being forced out wide there. There's 2 drivers and Gonzalez is one of the ones round. So I think there was a bit of a touch maybe from further down the order. The 317 in the gravel there. That's Paul Chouse, who continues to have bad luck this weekend. But my goodness me, I think there was a bit of a moment. I don't think it was caused by David Dragan, but David Dragan had a bit of a moment mid-corner, may have collected into Gonzalez and then triggered everything behind. It's the 272 of Machado who's come through into second place on the TV kart. Through as well as out there. Is that the 320? I see out of control. It's 323. So it's going to be Benjamin Johns in trouble in the Payday kart there. Another kart in trouble. Can't quite make the number out from our position here. And I think is that Margarita Furtado? I think it is. In the 213 has not come through sector number 2. So end of lap number 1. Barry Berg leads down the inside there, goes for 245. That's David Dragan trying to recover now. So he lost a number of positions on that first lap. It's Barry Berg, Machado, Russell. That's a much better start from Romeo Russell. How many problems has Romeo had this week so far? That's much better. Up 7 to 3rd. Girelli is 4th. Soleil Knoll has gone up to 5th place as well. So it's a very jumbled up order from what we've seen so far this weekend with these drivers. Just shows you how quickly this game can change.
It certainly does. And again, used tyres and new tyres coming into play as down the inside, the 289 getting it done. Romeo Russell back down the inside. He's battling with Ricardo Sorelli, but Sorelli gets back down the inside, leaves the gap open, and he's back into 3rd place. So both of them swapping positions. Celine Canal just there behind as well in P5. Loaded under braking there and nearly collided with the back of the 2 in front. So Celine Canal there right on those brakes. Very, very close in towards the final corner. So let's have the race start.
Let's have a look at the start again, and you're going to see the Biralark 302 get in trouble as well as the 245 second in line on the inside. Yeah, difficult to tell where that really comes from, but you know the result of it, that Rodriguez was round, the 317 of Chaus was round, has hit further trouble, and well, it was a survival moment for all of the drivers out there just to weave their way through. Danny Caronini was also held up in that, but is starting to recover now. Fastest driver on circuit in 8th place.
Yeah, big change all the way throughout this field. That was the moment where we lost another driver. That was Benjamin Johns that we lost there. And again, more drivers just having to take to the runoff there. And there, unfortunately, was Margarina Furtado, who unfortunately just broke down at the side of the track. Big shame there. Back here with the action, though. It's still Barry Berg who leads the way from Machado. Sorelli and Russell still on your screens here, battling 3rd and 4th place. They've not swapped again, but Loris Sasha with the fastest lap of the race. And that's interesting because that's a driver who's got a fresh set of boots on.
That's pretty quick time as well. 56.4 in race conditions in the middle of the pack as well. So the Dane for Falcon Racing Team going along very nicely there. We're on lap 4. Group C and G out there. Let's have a look at a replay. This is how much it means. The mechanics on there on the pit wall trying to encourage their drivers as much as possible, because this is it now. If you've got a job to do, whether you're at the front of the intermediate classification, around 36, around that key 72 cut-off point, you've got to leave it all out on the track now. No time for errors as we get to the end of this phase.
But that sort of situation there, that, you know, a mechanic telling a driver, you know, think, that's easier said than done.
Yep.
You know, helmets down, you know, tunnel vision, you know, the red mist has descended, you know, you're fighting for positions. And, you know, we as commentators can think about a race strategy, a mechanic can think about a race strategy. If you let that person through, they've got that one, and but a driver like that isn't thinking about that right now. They're focused on literally making sure they get their next braking zone right.
We're in a cool comms box with 3 screens and loads of data in front of us. It's obvious for our job. I mean, it's our job, but for the drivers out there, they don't have that luxury. We're on lap 5. There's Carinini coming out of turn number 14 now. Has made really good progress the last couple of laps. He's up to 6th place now. He's got David Dragan. Well, David Dragan was ahead at the start of this lap. I think they've swapped over. Yes, they have. So I wonder if there's a bit of choreography there between the Zanki Motorsports teammates, because whilst David Dragan, you know, would love to be able to be at the front of this one, Carinini's a factor in this. He's got a chance of being, you know, at the very front end of the final, and because of things that have happened before this race, that is not the case for David Dragan. There's a new fastest lap of the race for Carinini, 56.259.
Very good time there indeed for Carinini as he tries his best to fight back through. Currently in P5, and he's trying to reach this battle here on your screen. You can see him just behind now as he comes through. There he is with the orange helmet. But right now, it's all eyes on these two here. Sorelli and Russell just line astern. Oh dear, that's not gone well. That is Van der Heijden, unfortunately retiring from the race. The KCR racing driver not having the best of weekends.
No, unfortunately not. Into the second half of the race now. Lauberg still leads from Machado. Here's he fighting for 3rd place going through turn 1 now. Russell ahead of Sorelli. But I think they're going to have to think about Danny Carinini, because the Italian is right there. Another new fastest lap of the race, 56.199. Carinini is absolutely flying in this phase of the race. Currently stands 4th in the intermediate classification on 11 points. It's a big ask, but 3rd isn't completely out of reach yet. It's the race leader who holds that spot at the moment. And down the inside goes Carinini. It's so decisive this weekend. We've seen this from the qualifying sessions. Every time Dario Carinini needs to get past the driver, he's going, yep, first opportunity down the inside, taking that spot.
You can see it with his body language as well. When he got the move done, it was literally on the exit and he just G'd it forward. It's like, come on, we can do this. We can catch this grid up. Because he is doing really well in the intermediate classification. He's 4th at the moment. He's got 10 points to his name. That will come down a little bit more if he gains positions more and more and more. But he's doing really, really well there. Well, what's he got for tyres? He's not running any new tyres at the start of this race, so he's on used tyres all the way throughout. I think he deployed a new set on one side earlier on in the day. Lawrence Sasha again with those brand new tyres, setting another fastest lap of the race for the Falcon Racing team, 56.107. Kart looking very, very quick out there. But Barry Berg still looking strong. And the young driver who was fastest, and there again, Carinini, the same place he did it earlier on, but this time it's on Romeo Russell. There's a retirement for a driver now who has come to a stop out into the circuit. I'm going to hazard a guess that is Bertram Sasha for the Falcon Racing team, unfortunately, out of this race.
Yeah, it was running pretty strongly. There are still strong runs going on. Again, I think it is the tyres coming into play now. Tristan Powell up 19 positions so far in this race for MDL. He's up into the top 15. Marlon Beyer is up 18. Carinini now confirmed through into 3rd place. It's the 1st and 2nd sectors where I think he's got to set it up now, because time is starting to run out. There's this lap plus 2 more. If he wants 3rd at this stage, there is a bit of racing still to go, so it wouldn't be absolutely final. He's got to get past Barryberg, because there's a 4-point swing potentially if he can catch the Norwegian at the front of this. It's just a small matter of getting past Alex Machado, and that is not an easy thing to do.
No, it isn't, and there is another retirement. Leonardo Lagoni, unfortunately, out of this race as well, the TB Kart racing driver. DNFing, and again, we've said it time in, time out again, you've got to be so careful with these DNFs. You can't have too many, especially with so many drivers going to be eliminated at the end of today's racing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big group of them who will be going home at the end of tonight. Here comes Carinini down the inside of Machado. Machado shuts the door. Well, I said it was going to be hard to get past the Andorran, and that's why Alex Machado in no mood to allow Danny Carinini through, and Danny Carinini's going to find another way. He has found another way down the inside into turn 5. That's second place.
Yep, these overtakes are getting harder and harder now. The further up the order you go, you're reaching drivers who are not going to give up these positions with their belly facing up in the air. They're going to fight for it, and that's what we saw there from Machado, but now he has to relinquish it. Now he's going to be under pressure from Russell and Sorelli just behind, but so far looking strong still on the exit. And there you can see a hand gesture there from Romeo Russell just saying, I don't know who he's communicated to, if it was Sorelli or Machado there, just saying to keep going. But looking very strong here, and look at the switchback here, side by side now. Sorelli on this final lap is looking to gain another position. He goes wheel to wheel, wheel banging in towards turn number 1, and they both lose out down the inside. This is Caballero coming into play now. Caballero, I should say, but he's not able to get that move done. That was very close there with Romeo Russell.
That's how deep they are. Russell got deep on the brakes into the chicane, and that opened the door for Sorelli to come through. We're on the final lap now. Barryberg is in control. He can breathe a little bit. He's got 7/10 over Carinini at the moment as Russell goes defensive into turn number 11, ahead of Caballero there in the 3-2-6. But Marius Barryberg's into sector number 3 now, and is looking good for the win.
Yeah, Christian Caballero looking very strong here, fighting for those positions on this final lap, but Marius Barryberg, what can you say? Checkered flag, another win, and he'll be delighted with that one, and he is over the line with 0.6 of a second clear from Danny Carinini. Carinini also with a good run there. He helps himself out. He holds P4 in the intermediate classifications just behind Marius Barryberg, but only by 2 points. Barryberg joint on points with Finn McLaughlin now, but Marcus Lutzio leading the way on that one. Ramakas there 5th from Alexander Bondarev in the intermediate classifications from Clement Outron, and Jimmy Helias the top 8 in that one. But the positions in this race, Marius Barryberg from Danny Carinini, Alex Machado finishing in 3rd place after getting 2 places from Riccardo Sorelli, Romeo Russell, then it's Christian Caballero who finishes in P6, P7. Loris Sash, 14 places gained. We didn't say much apart from the fact that new fastest laps over and over. We didn't see many of the overtakes. David Dragan with an 8th place finish. It's not the end of the world. So a good result there after the couple of retirements earlier on. Emily Cavisto and Celine Knoll round out the top 10. There you can see one of the broken carts. That is Margarina Fatad's car just off to the left-hand side there of the pit lane entrance. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. We've gone through the top 10. Thomas Gomez finishing in 11th place from Maxime Blanchimard, Tristan Powell and Marlon Bayer rounding out the top 14. Harry Yule running out the top 15. Powell and Bayer, 21 positions gained apiece. Brilliant racing. The same with Yule, 12 places gained. Noah Montero finishing that one in 16th place from Francisca Queros, finishing in P17. Elo Gonzalez, after that spin at the start, unfortunately finishes in P18, dropping down many, many places. Luke Taylor and Bjorn Vernham finishes in 20th place after gaining 12 places from Maximiliano Radek, finishing in P21. Nicholas Simic from Enrique Oliveira, running out the top 23 from Paul Chaus, Pedro Cachera, Thibaut Kempf, Alexandre Delot and Jim Ringelberg, the top 28. Benjamin Johns running out the 29 finishers. Leonardo Lagoni, Bertram Sash, Sam van der Heijden, Caballero, Glum and Furtado, all the retirements. Here's a look at the highlights, and we'll watch out for the contact here and there. You can just see, yeah, the little bit of 3 wide into 1 doesn't go, and unfortunately for Paul Chaus, he was out of the race in the early stages, but he came back later on. He gained some good positions, but unfortunately he would finish in P24. The same with Elo Gonzalez being involved in that one, was unable to get going, but got back and finished a bit further down in the order. A little bit later on in the lap, this is the moment we saw Benjamin Johns spin. Luckily for him, everyone managed to avoid. He was able to restart and get going. A driver who wasn't able to restart and get going again was this driver here, Margarida Futard. Unfortunately, a retirement would see end that race prematurely. Racing would continue, though, all the way throughout, and we saw some nice overtakes all the way through the order. You saw there the 245 of David Dragan, who himself was fighting for a top place spot after a brilliant qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, finishing that one in P8, dropping down a few positions, but still better results than what he had earlier on. And then we saw Sorelli and Russell battling away. You see the frustration there from some of the teams and mechanics just saying, come on, think about what you're doing, where you're positioning the kart. But again, it can get lost in translation out there with the drivers so focused on just trying to maintain track position. Danny Caronini, though, making his way through the order, would gain the positions. He would just miss out on disaster there with Alex Macedo going in towards turn number 1. Later in the lap would get it through turns 5 and 6. Gaining that position would then slowly start to reel in Marius Barryberg, but it wouldn't be enough time as Russell and Sorelli would go battling away. So close, the wheel-to-wheel action, but just enough racing room to give. And then Christian Caballero there just saying, hello there, here I am, I'm coming for a fight as well. But the checker flag would go out and Marius Barryberg would take the race win. That's another win and another nice chunk of no points for him because, yes, he maintains his 6 points. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. We'll head down to Andrew Mather.
Thank you, Anthony. Stood here with a very happy Marius Barryberg after another win here at the IAME Winter Cup. Marius, you just seem to be going from strength to strength at the moment. Would you say that was the easiest win of the weekend so far?
I wouldn't really say it was the easiest, but it wasn't the hardest neither, I think. Like, there was chaos behind, so I just kept my head down and tried to just get the gap and just go.
Were you aware of the chaos behind it? If so, how does that play into the strategy?
I wasn't really that aware, but I did see a lot of gravel going up, and then I just looked at the board and I saw that I was pulling away, so I just kept going and kept my head down.
One more round of heats to go. How are you feeling ahead of that?
I'm feeling really confident now that after what we've done today, so I think next heat will be just as good.
Well done, Marius. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you out there later on.
Thank you.
There we go, Marius Barryberg, our latest winner. Another win for the Norwegian. Anthony Jordan, back up to you.
Thanks, Andrew, indeed. Yes, good racing there for Marius Barryberg. Next race is fired up its engines, and it's back over to the junior category now for their third and final round of qualifying heats. Let's take you through the grid because a lot has happened. Ethan Lennon then starting this one on pole position. He's got Daniel Kelleher alongside Ethan Lennon, who has had, of course, that DSQ earlier on, had a better result later on. Daniel Kelleher also having good results as well. Benjamin Manak and Raul Martinez going from row number 2. Nikita Nikishov and Louis Cochet on row number 3. Roc Pinera and Jacopo Martinese, they round out row number 4, with Alex Pinera and Dan Alaman on row number 5. They round out the top 10. Row number 6 is Stig de Redemaker and Javier Proasca. Then Marie Barryberg, sister of Marius Barryberg that we just saw there in that post-race interview, has Federico Tvardelity alongside. They go from row 7. Nat Johnson and Matteo Melis, they go from row 8. Thomas Fernandez and Daniel Motor on row 9. Top 20 is Emil Petri and David Minchuna. Then we go to row 11, which is Jorn Helder and Elias Lettmann. Row 12, Martin Marquez and Angelina Simmons. Row 13 is Romain Salas and Andy Ayuten. Row 14 is Jekka Bachelor and Alexander Dahlstrom. 15 is Florentin Hattemer and Czech Peters and Jose Batista, finishing the order 31st place. Tyres are coming into effect on this one, but it's only for a handful of drivers. The number 64, David Manchuna, has gone for a brand new set of tyres. Andy Ayuten has also gone for a brand new set of tyres on his kart as well in the number 41. And all the way at the back of the grid, Jose Batista has also gone for a brand new set of tyres. Just the 3 drivers then that we need to keep an eye on that may find their way through this field a little bit quicker than some of the others. Drivers making their way around the final corner now. We're looking good and set to go racing then. It's the final time we're going to see the juniors out racing today, and this is going to determine where they start. Green lights go out, and away they go down towards turn number 1. Good start from Ethan Lennon, who holds on to the lead of this one. You can see Benjamin Manek down the inside there as they make their way through turn number 1. He holds on to P2 from starting this one in P3 with that inside line helping him out. They go through, but there's contact at the corner, and there's a cart on top of cart. It's the 37 and the 64, and that is Emil Petri. And who was the other? The 37 and the 64. That is David Mancuna. So David Mancuna, who unfortunately has got that brand new set of tyres on, it's not going to help him out. And hopefully Emil Petri is okay. That cart landing on the shoulder there can cause a bit of a nasty injury, but the team are with him and they are looking after him now, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's out on his feet and walking to Marshall post 3. So towards the end of lap number 1 then, they're going to come through the chicane here. Let's count them through. Ethan Lennon has held the lead of this race in the early stages. Big hop of curb there for the number 30 of Daniel Kelleher, and he's going to go down the inside with a bit of help from behind as well in the shape of Benjamin Maniac, and he's through. Good move from the Irishman there, up into the lead, and it's Fusion Motorsport once again at the front of the order.
Certainly is, but Benjamin Manak's going to be making it a little bit difficult for the rest of the field to try and gain some pace here. Benjamin Manak looking very, very strong. Raul Martinez looking very quick. I'm seeing some marshals running on the start-finish line, but I can't see any reason why. But yes, so no drama there at the moment. But on the second lap of racing, it is still Kelleher who leads the way in a much calmer start to the front of this race that we've seen in previous junior races so far.
Absolutely. I think everyone's maybe just simmered it down a little bit. This is the last round for them. There are things to be gained in this round, but again, you can lose a lot if you throw it off the road. End of lap number 2. How does that change things in the IC? Well, it improves the reading for Daniel Kelleher. At the moment, he would be there on 2 points, and I don't think there'd be anybody else who could beat him on that. Manak would be on 6, Woolley on 6 as well. It's very tight in that top 6. 9 points covering the top 6 at the moment, but and it's looking pretty good for Danny Kelleher. Has there been a move here in the top half?
Not at the moment,
yet, no.
But yeah, no, you're right in saying Daniel Kelleher, this would secure his pole position start in the A group for the Super Heats tomorrow. So certainly he's had a very good day, but he needs to maintain that. Any lower in the order, and he may start finding himself falling back into the B final or the second row of the grid or anything like that. You want that inside row in the A final. That is the one you want. Louis Cochet under investigation. Not sure what for. Potentially for a start line infringement, but he currently sits in 8th place. And number 45 currently being watched by the stewards.
Indeed. Jacopo Martinez is going along quite nicely right at the moment, up to 4th place. Let's have another look at the race start. Ethan Lennon going from pole position again. You see Kelleher just holding back there.
Oh, now, okay, so
there's a couple of carts off out of our window. You can see on the live shot there that the yellow flags are out and the slow boards as well.
So the race has been neutralised, and I can see carts off at turn number 3 here. I don't know who's out of the car, but I can tell you some drivers have not clocked up again. Those 2 drivers are Andy Ayuten and David Mancuna. They did not clock up. There I can see the number 29. And what other number is that?
Angelina Simmons, the number 29.
Yeah, and then I think that's the 57 I see there. So that would be Angeline. No, that would be
Elias Lehman.
Elias Lehman, yes, indeed. So those are other drivers that are potentially involved there as well. Hopefully all the drivers are okay. Can see the team just dealing with 1 driver out on the side. So the race is under full course yellow conditions as we continue to see some of the replays from the start of that one. Back with the full live feed, and race neutralised then halfway through the race. We are on lap 5 at the moment. Kelleher is leading for the time being, and yeah, I am seeing some red flags out the circuit. So the first red flag of the weekend. The race will be stopped then. So drivers will be stopped on the start-finish line per the safety briefing. So that will be where they're stopped. Daniel Kelleher was leading the way then before the red flag came out, or the lap before the red flag. So he will maintain that lead. Benjamin Manak from Raul Martinez there as well. Jacopo Martinez was in 4th place from Ethan Lennon, and Nikita Nikishov Rock Pineda, Louis Cochet, Dan Aleman, and Javier Borrasca round out the top 10. So drivers are going to come to a stop then. This is obviously a moment where mechanics obviously want to try and chat to their drivers, but then I don't think are allowed out into the circuit just yet. So again, it's just that fine line now where everything has to simmer down. Drivers need to sort themselves out, and we just need to go through some of these moments.
Indeed, good progress had been made. These are drivers being scored at the end of lap number 4. Alexander Dahlstrom up 11 spots to 17th for KR. Chet Peters as well, one of our drivers who didn't have the result that they perhaps would have wanted in qualifying, but have shown that they've got some race pace. Chet Peters up per 12 places. So the field will form up on the pit straight, with Danny Kelleher at the front of it. And we'll take a short break here at Valencia. After a short commercial break, we'll be back here very soon.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Hi all, I'm Ada Sauer, the Brand and Marketing Manager of STX Motorhomes, and we're here in Valencia kicking off our exciting partnership with RGMMC at the IAME Winter Cup. STX Motorhomes is a family-owned business, and we produce luxury motorhomes that are especially perfect for racing, because you have your perfect home on the track with all the comforts and luxuries that you could ever imagine. Come on, let's go have a tour inside. So the motorhome we have today with us is a STX3 pop-out, and at the moment we're in the living room / kitchen area. In this area we can sleep, we have a bedroom that sleeps 2 very comfortably, and this can be made into a bed, so it can be flattened out when the corner proof is taken out. And this can also be made into a bed. You can pull out and make it into a nice lounge chair, or into a bed, like I said. And it sleeps 2 comfortably, and like this as well. And here, with a touch of a button, you can push the bed up or down, whichever the time calls for. And then here is the TV area. Here, with the clicking on these two both sides, you bring the TV further and you can position it comfortably so you can watch it from the living area. And we have a Bose sound bar here, but we also work with Sonos to have Sonos bars as well. Here in the kitchen, we have everything you would want. A full fridge. We have a freezer, a microwave oven, and a dishwasher, as well as an induction plate for two cooking plates. We also have a wine cooler, which is fantastic for those summer evenings at the track. Then here we have our beautiful little bathroom with a towel heater, a rain shower, and a handheld shower, as well as 2 sinks, bathroom sinks, which is an option. Normally we have only one here, which leaves you a bunch of surface space in the bathroom. Then in the bedroom, we have a very beautiful, comfortable bed with wireless chargers on both sides, a whole lot of storage room. Here I can give you guys a look where you can hang your clothes. Then we have a AC and a heater in here, also in the living room, the same. And here, from a click of a button, the TV comes up. And now on the outside, we can have a quick look in our storage garage, which is heated and has a washing machine and dryer, as well as a plug for water. For now, we use it as our coffee corner. So please welcome to join us in our stand anytime for any questions or concerns or interests in our wonderful motorhomes. See you soon.
Contact in the background and a spin in the middle of the field. Just across the line. Here we go into the tram lights. Lights go green. Here we go down towards turn 1. Big dive up the inside jump and give it a spin. Amazing.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Racing will restart very soon. We are currently under red flag conditions during the middle of the Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus C due to an incident happening at turn at number 12 involving a number of drivers, but mainly with driver of number 57, Elias Lemon, there, unfortunately going away in the ambulance. We do wish Elias the best, and hopefully a speedy recovery, and hopefully all is okay there. Rest of the field, though, has come to a stop on the start-finish line now while we sort out the order of drivers. There you can see a couple of carts just getting put back into position. That is the reason why we are still under red flag conditions. With that, some of the drivers who had been retired from the race may have had a chance to get back into this one. But yeah, very interesting one here. While we wait for that one, let's take a look back at some of the moments in this race. And the start again for this one, Andrew, was actually quite a good one with some drivers going really wide in the entry, but it was relatively decent.
Yeah, I think the juniors have learnt a lot from the first 2 rounds of competition here at Valencia that they've had today. They didn't do any racing yesterday. It was a clean start for the 31 drivers running through, especially in the tight parts of turn 2, 3, 4 as they run into sector number 2. And a really good start from Ethan Lennon at the front of the field in the Beyond Racing team entry. As a bit of a contact towards the back as they entered into sector number 2. That was the number 64, which
that was Devin Manchuna and Emil Petri, yes, who had that incident. Emil Petri there, obviously with a cart on head, not the way you want to start the race, but Marshall's instantly on the scene to help relieve the pressure from that one, which is good to see. And just the one retirement from that was Emil Pateri there, unfortunately, with a bit of a hurt shoulder, understandably. Race continuing at that point, though, and we saw a change at the front here with drivers dipping to the front. Daniel Kelleher getting the lead of the race. And there you can see Benjamin Manak also trying to get back up into second place and managing to do that. So the first half of the race, relatively good, a little bit scrappy here and there, but it was all okay. And with that position change, Daniel Kelleher would put himself at the top spot of the intermediate classifications, and if he can finish this race with a win, he would be the driver who would start on pole in the A final. Not the A final, so the A super heat.
In the super heats, yeah, in one of those super heats. So that would be guaranteed, even with the races, or I should say the race remaining for the juniors. So if you are tuning in, wondering where we are at with the order, this is the A versus C group. We've still got B versus D of the X30 juniors to come, and the 2 minis. Carts rolling for the restart. So we're seeing yellow flag on our screens. The lap counter ticks over from 45. Bit of a problem there for the 47 getting going. Again, that's Tomas Fernandez. Trying to fix something down on the left-hand side there, but that doesn't look like it's going... Oh, no, I was about to say it didn't look like it was going anywhere very quickly, and then it gets the fix in place and gets back into the race. Of course, the lap counter has now counted back down to 4 laps complete. This will effectively be like a formation lap for the drivers, and because we haven't quite hit 75% race distance here, we should be good for a restart.
Yeah, restart just goes back a lap and then all is well. Yeah, so drivers still under the full course yellow flag conditions. Once again, I can see Marshall's running, and there's another kart that's come to a stop on this full course yellow lap, and it's the number 42 Spirit Racing kart. This is a little further down the order. Who was this? Dan Alaman.
Yeah, up in 9th or 8th place. So that is a really, really disappointing moment for the Swiss driver there, who would have fancied himself to move further up the order. Had gained 2 places in the first half of this race, but will go no further.
Big shame on that one. Drivers bunch up and keep it nice and slow here on the start-finish line. Are they going green? They are going green. Green flag is out, so they are going, and there's already a bit of contact in that mid-pack there. One driver nearly getting onto the grass there. Very close to a near disaster, but everyone getting round pretty much unscathed. It's a good start then from the front of the grid, and Kelleher manages to get the jump from the rest of the field. Manak not able to capitalise on the restart there, and now, but someone who can capitalise on it is Ethan Lennon. He gets past Nikita Nikishov and moves up now into P5.
Yeah, big opportunities to be had for everyone in the next few laps, with the field bunched up as much as it is. Dahlstrom and Peters have made good starts. They'd already had a good run of it in the first half of this race. They're now up to 13th and 14th places respectively, gaining 15 and 16 from where each of them started this race. And of course, before the red flag, coming round to complete lap number 6 then, Kelleher and Manash have gone off the front of this order. There's Martinez and Martinez. That's a swap there. So Martinez up to 3rd place on that last lap. The driver in the Italar Racing colours on his suit. It's looking good for Kelleher here. Even if he was to lose the position, leave him still in a very good spot in the intermediate classification.
Yep, certainly so. Well, Kelleher leading the way from Manac. Martinez now up to 3rd place, like you were just alluding to there. Raul Martinez there now in 4th place. Ethan Lennon wanting to close in on this one, as Martinez, now with the fastest lap of the race, is starting to make some ground on these two in the lead. So we could have a 4-car battle here very, very soon with, well, we're going on to the last lap on this lap here. So it's Jacopo Martinez with the fastest lap. He's there in 3rd place. Kelleher leads. Now it's Benjamin Manac. He's not going to look for a move here into the last chicane. He's going to think against it here. Gets a relatively decent exit then as we go on to the final lap. No move in towards turn number 1. Looks to the inside a little bit there. Takes a little bit of a tighter entry. But Kelleher holds on to the lead now. Martinez right on that rear bumper as they go in towards turn 3.
A key factor for Manac as well. He's sat in 2nd place in the IC, which would also convert to a superheat pole position, would it not? So, yes, there's a potential reward there ahead of him, and he's lost position now to Martinez. So Martinez goes through and into 2nd place. Maybe a little bit of hesitation there from the 5th driver. He's going to try and fight back now around the outside as they go through turn 11, but this is all looking very good now for Daniel Kelleher.
Yep, certainly so. No drama there whatsoever for him. He will sail this one to the end, and he will be happy with this. Now, through the final few corners here, round the flat-out corner, but keep an eye out. Raul Martinez is looking feisty there in P4 and maybe could be going for P3 here, side by side across the line. Not close enough, but a good effort nonetheless, as Louis Cochet tumbling down the order. I think that's the 5-second time penalty being added to his time. He did receive an in-race time penalty, the same with 2 others, but Daniel Kelleher takes the win, and that's 2 points to his name. No one can beat him now. He is set to start on pole for the A Superheat tomorrow. A very good result for Daniel Kelleher. Jacopo Martinez currently with that position, that puts him down to 7th in the intermediate classification, so he'll have a bit of work ahead of him tomorrow in the Superheats. But for some drivers, it's a bigger shock than others with the retirements through that race. Biggest one being Dan Alaman, the number 42, on the restart. Unfortunately, his car would come to a halt at the exit of turn number 7. And his race was over before it got restarted. The other retirements in that one, Emil Petri, and of course, Elias Lehmann after the red flag incident. But let's take a look at the intermediate classifications at the end of that qualifying heat A and C. Kelleher from Martinez, Benjamin Manac from Raul Martinez, Ethan Lennon and Nikita Nikishov, Rock Pinera and Nat Johnson, and the rest of the field as well. Federico Sardelati finishing in 9th place from Daniel Mota, and Alex Pinera also in 11th place. But the intermediate classification there, that's the interesting one here. Kelleher with the 2 points, he secures that one. It's Nikita Nikishov with 6, but Sam Woolley has got a race to go here. Now, if Sam Woolley can get a win in this next race, that would put him 2nd, and he would start on pole for the B Superheat tomorrow, if I'm right in saying, because if he takes another race win, he would bump himself up a little bit higher, despite the fact he'd be joint on points with Nikita Nikishov. Here's a look then at the highlights after the restart. And there you can see the cars just in the middle pack there, just getting a little bit cozy there. I think that was Alex Pinera there in the number 11, just getting squeezed onto the grass there. Amazingly manages to keep control of the kart. The last few attempts of overtakes coming in here as Ethan Lennon getting past Nikita Nikishov there through turn number 7. Nicely timed. Then we had the closing in here of Jacopo Martinese, getting the move done on Raul Martinez through turn number 12. Come back a lap later, he would do the move again, but this time it would be on driver ahead of him, Benjamin Manak, would get that one done through turn number 7. And then all the way to the end there, would hold on to it. Raul Martinez tried to fight back, side by side with Benjamin Manak, was unable to take it. Daniel Kelleher, though, would take the win from Jacopo Martinez. Benjamin Manak and Raul Martinez. Great stuff from the drivers down there at the end of qualifying heat A and C. That's the last time we see the juniors out on circuit today. That group out today. We've got one more junior race to go, and that'll be the last time we see the juniors out on circuit after the next one, which is B versus D. Engines fire up as the next group heads out onto the circuit. So in a couple of moments' time, we'll take you through the starting lineup for that one. But certainly, it's a big jump for a lot of these drivers. Unfortunately, no one's going to be able to catch Daniel Kelleher with his 2 points. But what's going to happen a little bit further down in the order? We're ready, though, down in Park Fermé. Let's quickly chat to our man down there, Andrew Mallow.
Thank you, Anthony, here with our winner from that last race and now pole winner for this phase of the competition, Danny Kelleher. Danny, talk me through that race very quickly. Red flag, obviously, a bit disruptive.
Yeah, the red flag kind of split up the race a bit, and the start was quite good. I got into third in the start and just picked them off, the 2 ahead of me, one by one, and then the red flag, then I just went for it.
Very quickly, before we go to the next race, Superheats tomorrow, feeling good for them?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, yeah.
Good stuff. Well done. We'll see you again tomorrow. That's Danny Kelleher, a winner of the IC through this phase in the juniors. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Very important victory there for Daniel Kelleher. More races coming up, and this is the last junior race of the day. Let's take you through the starting lineup very quickly. You've got Harrison Mackie and Just Mulder on the front row. You've got Thomas Preda and Zach Green on row 2. Jesse Phillips and Sam Woolley on row 3 with Arthur Wang and Rocco Coronel on row 4. Gilles Herman from Krakowskis. Then you've got Alfie Slater and Didier Krieft. Jensen Burnett and Alex Martinez from Maxime Prodot and Senna Meunier. Then you've got Archie Owen and Moritz Moore. Then it is Michael Carey and Devon Grabko on the 10th row of the grid, rounding out the top 20. Quintin Van Llewellyn and Carolina Redondo on row 11. Gabriela Teixeira and Max Murray. Then you have Niels Malik, Janis van der Bosch, Edward Gottfried, Jan Rodriguez, Jonathan Landstrom and Max Yule, running out the 30 kart grid in this one. Like we were saying, no one can catch Daniel Kelleher, but what can Sam Woolley do in this one? Can he secure a pole position in the Superheat 2 tomorrow? That is the question. He is joint on points with Nikita Nikishov, but he currently sits 3rd. If Sam Woolley wins this race, he gets the 0 points, and he would get that extra race win, meaning he should start ahead of Nikita Nikishov. That's the question. He has got a lot of work, though, to do to make that work, because he's currently starting this one in P6. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights go green and down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start from the inside row. Mackie holding on to that one. Pradir there as well. Phillips going through into 3rd place on the outside. Just Mulder in the green helmet tries to get into 3rd place, but he can't. 2 karts, 3 karts spat off the track at the exit of turn number 1. Well, I'll let you know who that is. Looking down the order, I'm seeing the time slowly appear on my screen. It looks like it was Moritz Moore, one of them, Michael Carey, and there was another one. It possibly was Carolina Redondo or Gabriela Teixeira. I can't tell you which one it was, but a lot of dust getting kicked up at the exit of turn number 1. Race continues, though, as they make their way round turn number 11 and 12 on this opening lap, as we get wheel-to-wheel action here. As down the inside, that looks like that was Zach Green going wheel-to-wheel with another there, and it looks like Zach Green got the upper hand of that battle, and now they continue in position into the braking zone of the final corner, final chicane, and it is still Harrison Mackie who leads the way now from Thomas Pradier. Jesse Phillips there in 3rd place, and Jos Mulder rounding out the top 4.
Pradier going down the inside, though, of Mackie's got the move done clean as a whistle there from Thomas Pradier. But back comes Mackie. Brilliant response in the number 21. Back comes Pradier again. They're trading back and forth, and here is Jesse Phillips on the scene who gets both of them. brilliant stuff from Jesse Phillips. Cuts through, takes the lead.
Yep, this is nice stuff here right now, and this is all playing into the hands of the driver who will benefit the most, and that's Sam Woolley. Remember, Sam Woolley is fighting for a potential pole position start here. Benjamin Manak with this position currently puts him in third place, but he's a point down, which means he'd start on the front row tomorrow in the Superheat 1, but he will still have a lot of work ahead of him as he would start on the outside, so you don't want to be there. You're almost better off being in third, which means you need to be positioned, I think, about 5th place in the intermediate classifications. Well, back here, though, and Pradera's there. One of the fusions is going off there at the final corner, and it's all kicking off. So it is Pradera from Phillips, then it's Mackie, then it's Green, Mulder Herman, who's dropping down?
It's Alfie Slater.
Alfie Slater, who's out of the race. Well, he's not out of the race, he's down in P24, but that's not the result he will want.
No, not at all. It's had a fairly quiet, there's a load of dust being kicked up on one of the straights as well. But Pradera leads for Victory Lane karting, not by a lot though. Jesse Phillips still there in second place. First weekend we're talking in the seniors about drivers moving up from the juniors to the seniors. For Phillips, similar situation from the minis to the juniors, but arguably even bigger step. Is a lot of differences in machinery taking that step, but Jesse Phillips has taken to that move very, very well indeed. He's starting to put Pradera under a bit more pressure towards the chicane. They go, has a little think, or at least the body language made it look like Phillips was having a think into the chicane. Now's possibly a better opportunity into turn 1, but no, hold station. It's this top 3 trying to break away from the rest of the field, Anthony, and doing a pretty good job of it at the moment. 3/4 of a second is their gap.
In the pit lane is the number 28 of Mikael Kari. Unfortunately, that is a retirement. Not what you want to see, especially in your last race of the day. Mackie with the fastest up the race, and now with second place as well. Gets past Jesse Phillips and now moves up into P2 and is on the charge now towards your race leader, Thomas Pradera, who's still there in the race lead. And the number 44 runs a little bit wide on entry, goes deep into the corner, and now Mackie is all over that rear bumper now as they wind it back up onto the back straight now. Look at the marbles that have accumulated on the outside of the circuit here. You do not want to run wide out there.
No, you don't at all. And that'll become more and more a factor across the course of the weekend. Mackie down the inside, bit of help from his teammate, and both fusions go through into first and second. Pradera goes across the chicane, and Zach Green's with them now. So Zach Green is on the scene. He's been there in 4th place, putting in some good lap times, some good sector times as well. Very quick in sector number 2 in particular, so it's a 4-way scrap at the front of the order now. Mackie, Phillips, Pradera and Green.
Look who's on the move here, though. It's Sam Woolley. He's now up into P5 as well. Remember, he needs to win this race to potentially start on pole position in Superheat 2. That is what he is fighting for here. So he's got some work ahead of him, but the race continues here at the front with these 4 still scrapping. It's only going to play into Sam Woolley's hands as there he is right behind. You see him there in the orange BMR kart, slowly starting to close in on this top 4. Mackie, though, with the lead starting to open up, but Pradera, remember, he likes to go for those moves when given the opportunity, but going for moves now is Jesse Phillips in towards the final chicane, and Pradera goes off the track. That will play into the hands of Sam Woolley, who now goes wheel to wheel with him here onto the start-finish straight. Defensive they will go, wheel to wheel, but Sam Woolley will hold it on the inside. No, he won't. Pradera will just hold on to that position.
Yeah, good use of the speed around the outside from Pradera there. Seems to be stronger in sector number 2, which we're entering now, but he's lost position before they've got into sector 2, so Woolley back through into 4th place, and we've seen so far this weekend, and on today in particular, as here comes Rocco Coronel down the inside.
And Jos Mulder.
And Jos Mulder. So those 2 drivers, the 2 Dutch drivers, both up a position. This is not good times for Thomas Pradera now, falling down through the order. Zach Green is now ahead of Jesse Phillips as well, so that's a change for second place on this lap. It's got that feel, hasn't it, almost of a pre-final in a way, of drivers knowing that this is it, this is the race where they need to get these results to benefit the rest of their weekend.
Yep, certainly so. Back into that final chicane now, clouting those curves, the head bobbling side to side as they try and regain control of these karts. And look at this, Zach Green's looking for an overtake here. He's not interested in second place. He's interested in a first in one of these qualifying heats. Into the braking zone of turn 3. Not quite close enough just yet, but look how close they are.
And it's 3 drivers who know each other very, very well from their racing activities. Mackie Green, Phillips and Sam Woolley still there as well. And we're in the second half of the race now. This is where Sam Woolley, so far today, has really hit his stride. Has he got that pace again? Looking to the inside there is Green, covered off by Mackie, defends into the hairpin. And this is still going to bring that. I keep looking at Rocco Coronel there, going along in 5th place. Has got some good pace at the moment. Hasn't got any help from behind, but he's not out of it as well. It's the 4 Brits out the front, though. It's to the inside there. Goes Green, goes down the inside of Mackie, gets it done. Mackie's across the curb, hops back in 2nd place, but lead change. Zach Green to the front of the field.
And look at that. That's brought Sam Woolley right into play now as he goes down the inside through turn 1 on Jesse Phillips. Wow, there was no gap there. But amazingly, he found a way through, did Sam Woolley, and Jesse Phillips giving the space as well, just not to give up the position, but certainly to fight for it, but very close racing. Now up into P3 for Sam Woolley as he fights for another position here. Now Mackie's the next target on his list here, but he's got to be careful because Mackie is a driver who will not give up a position lightly, but he had to Zach Green, who just made his way through. This is brilliant racing right at the front here.
Look out for the attack from Rocco Coronel as well. He's caught up to the back of Jesse Phillips there in P5. It's probably too much for him to do towards the end of this lap. It is the final lap. Zach Green gets himself into the aerodynamic position. He's got a bit of a gap over Mackie behind. Woolley's attacking for 2nd place. It's going to be Zach Green who takes the final heat victory in stunning fashion ahead of Harrison Mackie, Sam Woolley, Jesse Phillips and Rocco Coronel.
Brilliant stuff then. Zach Green taking the win from Harrison Mackie. Sam Woolley could only best the 3rd, and that would put him a little further down the order. P4, as Benjamin Manek would gain 2 less points than him after finishing in the position earlier on in the race. So he benefits from that one, does Benjamin Manek. Jacopo Martinez, so does Zach Green. But Zach Green, with that win, puts him 6th fastest, or 6th in the intermediate classifications. So that would certainly be a good starting position for him tomorrow. So definitely a good run indeed. I think that puts him 3rd, actually, in Superheat 2, so he'll be on the inside line right behind the driver who is on pole position for Zach Green. So that actually puts him in a really good spot there for Zach Green. The same for Jacopo Martinez. Now that puts him 3rd in the Superheat 1 tomorrow. Good stuff there. There is a look then at the provisional classifications. Zach Green from Mackie, Sam Woolley from Jesse Phillips, Rocco Coronel from Thomas Prader. His best fight there, unfortunately dropping down to P6, and Rocco Coronel having a good race there, gaining 3 positions. Alex Martinez, 7 places gain. He finishes in 7th place from Jensen Burnett. Jus Mulder dropping to 9th place. Elvis Karkauskas finishing in 10th place, not gaining anything, but not losing anything. A nice, solid position there. Arthur Huang finishing in 11th place from Senna Meunier. Then it's Gilles Herman finishing in 13th place from Archie Owen. And Jonathan Landstrom, 14 places gained in that one. Very good race. He started from the back of the grid, P29, but he did have a brand new set of tyres on the right and on the left-hand side of the kart. So he had a very good run in that one. So nice positions gained. So did the rest of the field. A few retirements in that one, though, and some drivers not getting the result that they have wanted. Didier Krief, as well as Carolina Redondo, as well as Max Murray. 3 retirements, Texera, Kari and Moore. Let's have a look at some of the highlights on that one again. Good start then from the inside row. Mackie, Prader, Phillips all getting away well. Phillips would lead the race at one point as well, but there would be disaster at the back of the field where drivers just not getting the result they would have wanted there. You saw Carolina Redondo there round. That was the same with Mikel Kari and the same with Moritz Moore as well. All of them off at the first corner in that coming together. The rest of the field, though, would break away nicely as they would all just file their way through turns 3 and 4 in towards turn 1. There would be a change for the race lead. This was Thomas Parader going for the race lead and Harrison Mackie. Mackie not fighting back straight away, but a lap later, or no, actually on the same lap, he would fight back in towards turn 3, but then would continue to lose it. Parader would hold on to it, and then Jesse Phillips would get them both in towards turn number 7. That's where he took the lead. Jus Mulder as well, just there in 4th place, trying to get involved. And Zach Green on his charge through, who would later win the race. Again, very good run for all the drivers in that sector. But again, it was very close and very technical for a long period of time. Mackie and Phillips would go through. Fortunately for Thomas Pradere, he would run wide on the curb. And again, Phillips and then Zach Green would come through. Pradere once again running over that curb. And now Sam Woolley came involved. He was fighting to try and win that race to give himself a good position, but it wasn't meant to be. Then Rocco Coronel and Jus Mulder both getting past Thomas Pradere there. Zach Green to the lead. Mackie would take to the curb there in avoidance. But all the drivers having a good getaway there. And certainly a good result all the way throughout. Woolley again to the inside, finding a gap and going for third place in that early stage, or late stage of the race. But it would go to Zach Green in that one. He would take the win, and he helps his spot. We're ready down in Park from A. Andrew Mather, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony, here with Zach Green. Zach, a win, and one of many wins that you've had. How do you feel, particularly with it being such a family effort?
I'm just really happy. You know, I didn't have the best first 2 heats, but then I'm just picked my way through and got to the front by the end of the race. So,
do you think that's shown that you're playing the long game, that you're going to be a factor in this one, that you've got a chance?
yeah, you know, just want to be consistent. You know, don't want to risk anything silly, and yeah, be consistent. Really, that's important.
Final thoughts ahead of Super Heats tomorrow. How are you feeling?
Really confident. We know we've got the pace, as I was able to drive through then. So yeah, really happy.
Well done, Zach. Great performance yet again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Zach Green there, our latest winner here at Valencia. Anthony, back up to you in the comments box.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. We turn our attention now to the Mini X30s for their final round of qualifying heats. We'll start with Group A and C, but let's take you through the lineup very quickly. Starting on pole position, Daniel Miron Lorente. He's got Priam Bruno alongside. Then it's Anton Bouchard and Matthias Brajot on row 2. Zenit Babacek and Oliver Warner. You've got Novella Morales and Romeo Mello on row number 4. Will Green and Ludwig Granqvist on row 5, with Sukmani Kira and Bruno Greeling on row 6. Austin Gibson from Ruben Perez on row number 7. Colby Patterson and Daniel Ferguson, they round out the top 16 on row number 8. You've got Zolkan Koini and Ben McCloughery on row number 9. Abraham Chelvis and Alfie Davidson, they round out the top 20 on row 10. You've got Ollie Simsa and Harry Williams, they go from row 11. Baptiste Augenstein and David Aganten on row 12. Mason Brooks and Pablo Segura on row 13. Aurélien Lemaire rounds out the 27 drivers on row number 14. And look at the intermediate classifications at the moment. Ollie Warner has 3 points to his name. He is in this race. If he wins this, he secures pole position in Superheat 1, but only if he wins it. That's some work to do when he starts this one, P6. Drivers formed up into the final corner. This is the last time we see Groups A and C out today before their Superheats tomorrow. Into the tram lines, the revs raise, the lights go green, and here they go. It's Mini X30, A and C for the final time today. Novella Morales on the inside curb there, amazingly gets to go, but they concertina up, and there's a jostling, and there's a spin in the middle. It's the Falcon, it's the 843 that goes round, and it's a disaster for Ben McCloughery, unfortunately for him, and the 857 as well has also gone round. That is David Agenten as well. He's also had a spin, the driver from Poland. It's not gone well.
And for Argten, even worse. There's significant damage to the rear right.
Oh,
couple of drivers running wide as they come out and through turn number 7 and towards 8. The 813 is involved. That's Daniel Ferguson. So a bit of a scrappy start here in the first race for round 3 of the minis.
Yeah, Baptiste Augenstein also involved in that one as well, but just getting it back onto the track. Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, well, it's all seeming pretty calm here. Daniel Miron Lorente driving away. He's got quite a healthy gap ahead of himself and the driver in second place at the moment, which looks to me like it's Anton Bouchard in the PB cut that goes through across the line. It is indeed. Yannick Babacek there in third place. Then it's Priam Bruno from Will Green, who's under some immense pressure here from Oliver Warner and Brajot. Will Green going backwards now.
And a loose front bumper. That's not just dropped. That's got some degrees of freedom that it should not have. So I think Will Green did, well, I wonder if we can get a replay, take a hop across the curbs in the final chicane, which, of course, with the minis, that's quite a sizable curb. It's a sizable curb for the juniors, and these guys are even smaller.
It's about the size of a 2-storey building to a mini kart, I'd say out there, that final chicane curb, but they still hit it with might when they go through it. Green back down the inside, but yeah, you bang on there. That front nose cone very, very loose at the front there. Speaking of being at the front, here is the front. But while we cut away from that, this is
the green moment. And that's going to be your cause.
100%. That is the cause of that. And unfortunately, that nose cone has dropped.
It has indeed. But the race continuing here. End of lap number 2. Daniel Miron Lorente leads, but only by 0.2 of a second ahead of Anton Bouchard. It just seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The Andorran there in the 8.25. I think Babicek is up to 3rd place. Most progress so far in this race. Alfie Davidson, good drive from Alfie. Up 7 spots at the moment to 13th.
Good stuff so far. Yellow flags out at the moment. They are currently due to a driver who is coming to a stop at the exit of turn 5.
Green. I think it's Will Green by the yellow helmet has stopped out there. He's actually looking around now the back end of the kart, but well, after some great news and a great result for Jamie Green Racing in the previous race, I'm afraid they've come back to down to earth on that one. That's the 8.42 out.
Yes, indeed. Big shame there. Well, and there is Will Green, yeah. So he was looking at the back of the kart there. So maybe that contact with the curb not only dislodged that front nose cone, but also may have dislodged something at the back of his wagon as well. Well, back at the front here, and Daniel Miron Lorente under pressure from Anton Bouchard. Bouchard all over that rear bumper. Zenit Babicek himself also under pressure from Priam Bruno. Daniel Ferguson seeing a warning flag. That may have been for the incident that we saw at the exit of turn number 7. Now, with what's happening that we've got here, with everything jostling around, Priam Bruno is dropping down to 3rd. George House is jumping up to the race, or the intermediate classification lead, the same as Gonzalez as well. He's jumping up to 2nd, but again, that will change when they come out for their race, of course. There is still one more qualifying heat to go for the minis, and that will, of course, be the next group. It will be Group B and D that'll be heading out onto the circuit. But eyes on this battle here, and Bouchard not going for the move. Are we seeing teamwork finally in the Mini X30 category here?
I think we are. I think they've got a bit of a strategy going on the fly here that's serving them well, but particularly with it being Babicek behind them as well, who is one of the favourites here this weekend, and Bruno as well. What the lap time's looking like? 1 minute 3.9 for the leader, 1 minute 4.0 for 2nd place, but 1 minute 3.9 subtly quicker. Babicek and Bruno behind. Bruno now the fastest driver on circuit. And I was also going to mention, where is Alfie Davidson? Well, Alfie Davidson's just dropped a number of positions, had got himself up to around 7th, 8th place, and has now just dropped back down to 11th. So some good scraps going on from, you'd say, 8th place downwards out there, as we come to expect in the minis.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, good stuff all the way still throughout this field. Let's have a look back a little further in the field. Who has made some of the biggest moves out there? I've got to say, I'm going to put it down to probably about 3 drivers. Alfie Davidson, currently in P11, he's gained 9 places. Harry Williams, 9 places gained, is in 13th place. And Aurélien Lemaire, who's also gained 9 places, currently sitting in 18th place. So big moves all the way throughout this field. But eyes fixated on this battle, still no moves. It's very rare that we're seeing non-teammates working together here in a pair.
There's a lot riding on the line for this one. They know that a good race here will serve them well ahead of tomorrow. 2 more laps to go, including the one that we are now on. Change for 10th place. Davidson passed Kira. There's also been a problem. It's not been a good race at all for Nubula Morales, who's now down to 17th place. Has lost 10 places in this one. Seems to be dropping away. The driver who was pole position winner last year here at Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup. But you imagine for Anton Bouchard that he's definitely aware that Babicek's not too far behind.
Yep.
So if he's going to go for a move here, he's going to leave it to the last possible opportunity, just in case it doesn't work. He doesn't want the 2 drivers behind taking his 2nd place.
No, exactly that. And yeah, right now these 2 drivers, well, they're in a fight for position on this one right now, but they're not really fighting for their really high up positions in the superheats tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, they're still in a good spot. Like Daniel Lorente, 7th in the intermediate classifications at the moment, so a win here will make sure he maintains his 13 points. Anton Bouchard, as we go into this final lap, is 6th. He has 12 points. So, yes, maybe a change here would help out a little bit now, but with them defending, everyone's caught up. Now, Zdeněk Babacek is on the scene here, and so is Priyan Bruno, and the most person who can benefit from this is Priyan Bruno, because he sits there in 4th in the intermediate classifications, only 1 point different from George House and Ivan Gonzalez. So if he can get in front of these drivers here, he would be on pole for the superheat. So he needs to get through.
Does indeed, but Miran Lorente is doing a brilliant defensive job here. Is there a lane underneath there for Babacek? There nearly is, and Anton Bouchard just gets back across in time, heading towards turn 15 for the final time, sweeping through there. One big braking zone remaining for our top 4. Through the chicane they go. Are they going to change positions? Remarkably, I don't think they are. No, Bruno at the inside takes 3rd, but it's a win for Daniel Miran Lorente. 2nd place to Anton Bouchard. Priyan Bruno takes 3rd. That might be enough.
No, that helps him. That helps him massively, because even if Ivan Gonzalez wins the next race, it might help him out a little bit, but he's joint on point. So that, I think, secures, not fully, but secures a pole position start for Priyan Bruno for Superheat 2.
Yep.
For Priyan Bruno with that last overtake to get 3rd place. That is important there. Great stuff then from Mini X30. The race is ending so quickly for these drivers. The lap's so short for these drivers, but they get through it so quickly. But Daniel Miran Lorente takes another race win. He secures 13 points, and he currently sits 7th in the intermediate classifications. That will change in a few moments' time. But, of course, with the next race coming out in a few moments as well, we will determine who is going to be starting where. So, next race is coming up soon. Mini X30 classifications at the end of that one. Qualifying Heat A versus C. Lorente from Bouchard. Bruno from Babacek. Warner, Granqvist, Mello, Brajot. Then it's Greeling, Davidson, Sukmani Kira. Fantastic result there. P11. Colby Patterson from Daniel Ferguson, Austin Gibson, and Novella Morales, who unfortunately dropped down a little bit. Alfie Davidson, 10 positions gained. Brilliant result there from the rest of the field as well. Mason Brooks gaining 7 positions as well. Ollie Sims had 4 positions gained. Baptiste Augustine with 7 positions gained, finishing in P16. Only the 4 retirements: Harry Williams, Zoltan Koingi, Will Green, and David Agden. Big shame for them. Ben McCloughery finishing in 23rd place from Ruben Perez, 22nd. Aurélien Lemaire finishing in 21st place. But for Priyan Bruno, that might secure that pole position for Superheat 2. It's just the case of what's going to happen in this next race. George House and Ivan Gonzalez, who are both fighting for those top spots, they start on the front row of the grid for the next one. But before that, let's take you through the starting lineup for this next race. Let's take you through the highlights, of this race that we just had. The start of it, a little bit shaky there on the inside line, and a spin in the early stages for the 8:43. That was Ben McCloughery, not the result he would have wanted. He didn't retire from the race, but he did finish 23rd at the back of the grid. A couple more spins in the early stages of that one as well. Baptiste Augustine, I believe, one of them. The same with David Agden as well, and Daniel Ferguson, all having tricky moments there. You can see one of those moments there. You saw the 8:29 also. Colby Patterson having a brief moment as well, having to go wide onto the grass. That moment there for Will Green, I think that would be the start of his end of his qualifying heat, unfortunately, with the nose cone dropping, and then I think a later mechanical issue would see him retire from the race. The battle at front, though, onto the final lap was very, very close. Priyan Bruno, with this last-ditch attempt down the inside of the final corner, would secure 3rd in that race. And that, potentially, again, pending on what happens in this next race, could mean he starts on a pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow for Priyan Bruno. Daniel Miran Lorente, though, would take the win from Anton Bouchard a good race nonetheless. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our winner in the minis, Daniel Miron Lorente. Daniel, really good result that. Another win for you here in the IAME Winter Cup. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm happy for this result. The first heat, I had bad luck I had 2 heats wins, but 2 penalties, and I will start in the top 10 for tomorrow, so that's a good result for tomorrow.
So this is provisional, but by our calculations, you've at least got first position for either one of those heats. It could be first position overall, depending on how this next race goes. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel quite good. I prefer to start not first, in the inside row, in the second row or third row, but first is quite good always.
What have you learnt today from the races that we've had here? It's been good conditions, but changing conditions.
I've learned to be a little bit more clever. My granddad's always when I do something wrong, he's telling me I learn of it for the mistakes, and I want to thank my grandpa, my family, the team driver for letting me go here, and everyone who's watching me at home.
Very good. Very the professional you got there before I asked you the question. Well done, Daniel. Great to hear that support from home is cheering you on as well. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
That's Daniel Miron Lorente, our winner, doing very well in the X30 mini competition here in Valencia. Anthony, back up to you in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, Grandad always knows best there, Daniel, so anything he can do, I'm sure he's passing on his years of knowledge to you. Well, here's a look at what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. 4 more races to go. The next one out to the circuit is the final X30 mini qualifying heat. That'll be Group B versus D. That's due to come out in 30 seconds time, so we'll be on to that one. And then we come into the final round of qualifying heats for the senior X30 category here for the IAME Winter Cup in 2024. It all falls down to this now, and it all falls down to who is going to be starting where for tomorrow. And a reminder of what these drivers are fighting for. 3rd place getting €250 cash and a first round entry into the IAME Euro Series. 2nd place getting €500 of cash and the first 2 rounds of the IAME Euro Series. And then 1st place, €1,000 of cash, a full season entry into the IAME Euro Series, and of course that all-important ticket to the IWF, the IAME Warriors Final, that will be held in Spain this year as well. But certainly an absolutely fantastic array of prizes, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers are eager to get it done. Engines are firing up. X30 Mini is coming out for their final race of the day. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. As for tyres, there is only one driver who's gone for a new set of tyres, and that is the driver who is shotgun at the back of the field in 25th place. That's Alexander Freiberg. He's gone for both new tyres on both sides. George House and Ivan Gonzalez, who are both fighting for that pole position start in Superheat A. Can they do it in this race? Let's find out. They start on the front row. Hadat Svadi and Christian Kobe, they go from row 2. Freddie Wood and Charles Ural on row number 3. Charlie Clough and Stan Ratashki go from row number 4. Samuel Hugon and Max Cruz on row number 5. Tony Cachafero and Luca Pavel, they go from row 6 with Austin Newstead, who took a win earlier on. Let's see what he can do from the 7th row of the grid. He's got Idan Vallejo alongside. Noah Grenier and Aurelio Longatano go from row 8. And Nahil El Gahudi go from row number 9, and he'll have Alvaro Parello alongside. Row number 10 sees Louis Balande and Alexander Rockstad go from row 10 and round out the top 20. Valentin Lefebvre and Cornel Milo, they round out row number 11. Pato Medina and Alexandre Point go from row 12 with Alexander Freiberg and Martin Rodriguez, who ran out the field of 26 karts in this one. Like I said, only one driver going for a brand new set of all 4 tyres on wagon, and that is Alexander Freiberg. He is going for a good result in this race if he can.
Indeed. So groups B and D completing their formation laps as we speak. 7 more laps to decide who will get the pole for the overall competition. Sorry, I spoke out of turn now. I got myself all confused with the point standings. But Daniel Mir and Levente will have a good position for the super heats tomorrow. But it is George House in this race and Ivan Gonzalez both at the front of the order. They both could snatch the position with a win away from Priam Bruno, who's sat in the clubhouse, as we say now, on 7 points. Done his racing for today.
Scrappy start on this one as they all try to get into formation. Everyone's trying to slow them down at the front, and just the concertina effect kicking in there. Everyone just trying to get into position. Let's see if it's going to be a green flag start. First time of asking. Looks good. A little bit bumpy here and there, but let's see. Green flag comes out. Here we go. Final race of the day. Who's starting on pole for these super heats? Let's find out. In towards turn number 1 and down the inside. George House holds onto it. Spin on the outside. 3 cuts off. And crucially, is that our driver who started on the front? It is. It's Ivan Gonzalez, who was fighting to be at the front of this field. He's out of this one. The same as Charlie Cloth, who spins as well at a disaster. And I think it may have been Christian Kobe in the 8.45 also going off. A disaster for the top runners here.
Yeah, the driver's at the front now. This is a good opportunity for them. Oh, Gonzalez there, out of the race. It's just not been his day. Difficulties in the previous round, and that's hopes of a front row start tomorrow gone now. We'll still be in those races tomorrow, but we'll have work to do.
That confirms then that Priam Bruno will start on a pole position then for Superheat 2 tomorrow in Mini X30.
Indeed. So at the front of the order, it's Harriet Ferry, 8.52, leading this race from 8.77 George House. So George House still in a good position here. There's a couple of drivers going wide and a bit more than wide there. Was that the 8.37 of Al Gahoudi? Yes, it was. And Al Gahoudi's had an eventful day on that corner today.
He's had a tough one in that final chicane, hasn't he? So, yeah, definitely an interesting one. Now, I was saying a second ago that Priam Bruno will benefit from that, and he would definitely start on pole for the Superheat 2. I tell a lie. He might definitely start on pole for Superheat 1 here, because at the moment he leads the intermediate classifications. With George House not in the front of this field, he gains extra points. And now he would start, actually, I think he would start second in Superheat 2 tomorrow in George House of where he is. Ollie Warner would start second in Superheat 1 as well, so he would be on the outside. So George House got a bit of work to do here. If he gains that position, he benefits himself massively. Here's the move down here in towards the final chicane. Oof.
Yes,
dear,
2 drivers running wide,
yeah,
including Gahoudi, and I think the other one might have been Valentin Lefebvre there in the 8.34.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, certainly not your way you want to get through that corner. Smacking into that tyres, and for Gahoudi as well. That might have caused him to have a drop nose cone. As down the inside here, this is Noah Grenier getting down the inside of Fred Wood and gets that one done. And Freddie Wood now having to concede another spot here. George House all over the rear bumper here of Haritz Ferry. And
based on what we've seen today from Grenier, it's not the first time that we've talked about him gaining positions. 7th place in the IC at the moment. Knowing his ability to get through the field, I think he'd be pretty happy with the grid slot that he's going to have tomorrow if the result holds this way, of course, because he's not going to have as much overtaking to do.
No, exactly that. And a lot of drivers in the Mini X30 category choosing not to go for their fresh set of tyres. The Comet compound for the Minis is quite a hard compound, so they can actually get these tyres to last for quite a long time. So you might find they'll all save it for tomorrow in the Superheats. That's when a lot of drivers have a brand new set of tyres that we'll have to use. So good to see that they have managed to maintain their tyres all the way throughout this one. George House once again looking for a move, and Hudson also going defensive here. No Grenier trying to get down the inside, so Samuel Hudson under pressure here, and not at the moment losing that position. There, a look at the intermediate classifications, and showing there that Priam Bruno would have the 7 points from Ollie Warner and George House. But George, if he can get this move, he would jump 2 positions and he would be starting on pole for that A final. He just has to try and get past Alex Ferry here, who himself is fighting for a relatively decent spot in this intermediate classification.
That's a quite key warning flag there. Samuel Hugon, that's 5 seconds. 8.23, well, was in 4th place. Once the penalties applied, it'll be a bit further down than that, but still time to try and negate the effects of that penalty. I think George House is playing this absolutely spot on at the moment, pushing along, trying to get that gap between himself and Grenier behind, knowing that if he can consolidate second, great, but he's not risking going for a move for first and then losing positions. Having said that, though, Grenier is catching.
Exactly, it's not working for him. They're not going as fast as Noah Grenier behind. Purple on that last lap, it's a 104.243, fastest driver on the circuit and has closed right in to these two now. So now George House has to think about, right, I've got to win this, but I also don't want to finish third because then I'm even worse in these superheats tomorrow.
Indeed, so not long in this one to go. Austin Newsted's having another good race. He won the heat, one of the heats earlier. He's gained 7 places in this one. Has just gone purple through sector number 1. It's not that far back as well, within 1.5 seconds of the front of the order. So is Austin Newsted coming back through for another late run? There he is in the BMR machine, the the red and white livery there. George House continuing to sit there in second place. A bit wide there for Ferry. This may be an opportunity for George House down the pit straight, or is he going to just choose to sit there with Grenier pushing behind? Yes, they're going to hold formation. And again, I think that's quite sensible considering the progress from Newsted behind.
Exactly, it's sensible, but it's also risky as well, because if Ferry makes another mistake like that and George House doesn't take advantage of it, guess who will? No, Grenier will.
Yeah.
And then George is in a really tough spot there. So George House really needs to focus up here. And if he spots a mistake here from Ferry, if Ferry does make one, then he's got to jump on it. He's got to jump on it straight away. Otherwise, he could lose out here. Grenier all over that rear bumper now as these three now just choosing to just push each other along. Right, there you go. He's alongside now. Now he's going to look for the switchback here. No, he's not going to do it. And right now, Austin Newsted is just slowly creeping up. He's the fastest driver on circuit on that last lap, 104.133. He was 0.2 faster than these drivers in front of them. So here we go now. Now we're going defensive. Now it's starting to get interesting here as Ferry now goes defensive in towards that final corner. George House still there, but Noah Grenier not able to attack just yet as they all dive to the inside on this final lap.
And down the inside goes Grenier, forces his way through for P2. That's a key move for Grenier, but also for Bruno Priam. That may be securing first position for Bruno Priam based on this result, but it's not done yet. George House is trying to fight back. Austin Newsted is in there as well for 4th place, so it is a 4-car battle for the lead.
This really does shake up the intermediate classifications then of who is starting where for these superheats tomorrow. To the outside line goes Grenier, switches back to the inside. It's down the inside. There goes Austin Newsted, and that's George House now down into 4th place. This is the complete opposite of what he wanted here. Austin Newsted tries to get a wheel down the inside of Noah Grenier, but it's not going to happen as they go wheel to wheel for the race lead here. Now they're going 3 wide. It's 3 wide into the fastest corner of the circuit now. Close do you want to get? And George House is back down the inside now, but he can't do it. Under braking, they all go off the track. They all go off the track, and through comes, who is that? It's
Newsted.
It is Newsted. Newsted takes the win, but it was Haditz Ferry, who came through. He was the only driver out of those top 3 who took the last corner cleanly. Oh, wow. Dear me. Oh, I'm going to have to put provisional with a capital P once again on the results in this one because, well, very, very interesting there. Austin Newsted takes the win. Haditz Ferry finishes 2nd, but again, he was the only driver who went round that final corner cleanly. George House, Tony Cacciafero, and Noah Grenier as well, all just going wide on that corner. Certainly an interesting one, but I'm sure the teams in race control and the stewards will be looking into that one. But there, a look then, we'll have a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Austin Newsted taking the win, 12 positions gained in that brilliant racing all the way throughout. Haditz Ferry taking 2nd from Noah Grenier. George House from Tony Cacciafero Noah Grenier, 12 positions gained as well. Stanras Ratashki finishing in 6th place, 2 positions gained from Freddie Wood. Samuel Huggen finishing in 8th place. Charles Ural from Max Cruz in 10th. Alvaro Varello finishing in 11th place, 7 positions gained. Valentin Lefebvre finishing in 12th place, 9 places gained. Louis Belande finishing in 13th place, 6 positions gained. Then it's Pavel Rogstad, who gained 5, who finishes in the top 15. Then it's Kobe, Longitano, Hello Medina, El Gahoudi, again, who went through the tyre barrier there at the final corner. Alexandre Point and Cornell. Alexander Freiberg, with those new set of tyres on, would only gain a couple of positions, finishing in 23rd place. Charlie Clough and Martin Rodriguez finishing in the top 25. Only the one retirement from that one, and it was the driver who started on the front row of the grid after that spin at the start. Ivan Gonzalez not finishing the race. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, and just keep an eye on Ivan Gonzalez on the outside here as he makes contact with another. I believe that was Christian Kobe, and Charlie Clough got caught up in it as well. And Roundy would go. He has a look down at the engine there, does Ivan Gonzalez, but unfortunately that would be his chance of getting a good finishing position in that superheat tomorrow. He drops out of the top 8 completely after that retirement. Race is continuing. That was El Gahoudi just going through the barrier there. One other also just missing the corner slightly. And then the battle started to rage here as Noah Grenier started making the moves all the way through here, just scything down the inside of Freddie Wood through turn number 1, getting the move complete in the early stages. Then he would start to battle with Samuel Huggen, who tried to defend it there, but down the inside once again would go Noah Grenier. Alex Haddy as well, who had tried to defend from George House. George House would lose out to Noah Grenier on this final lap. This is where it started to get interesting though, because then everyone closed in on each other, and this is where it all kicked off. On the back straight, there were 2 wide, there were 3 wide, and then they nearly went 4 wide into the fastest corner on the circuit. Drivers taken to the dirty part of the track, and then the braking zone here. Only one driver went through the corner cleanly, and it was the driver who went into that one in P4, and that was Haritz Fari, and this angle will show it cleanly into the braking zone. All 3 of them just completely missing the corner, but all 3 of them still trying to gain a position there or 2. But Austin Newstead taking the win on that one from Haritz Fari for Axion Racing. And again, another angle of it there. Tough call on that one. The team behind the scenes here will be working on that one, and we'll get an update later on today. So provisionally, of course, in the intermediate classifications here as we go into the final round of qualifying heats for the senior category, it's Bruno Priam who sits on pole. But we'll head down to Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather is down there.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And Bruno Priam is here with me. It's had a bit of a time to relax and enjoy that second race in the category for you. But Bruno, in the scores, you are P1 after all of the heats here today. How do you feel?
French. Bon week-end. Pour l'instant, là, on est bien. Là, pôle général pour demain. Alors, continuez ainsi et après, ce sera bon.
As you say, it's been a very good weekend for you so far. And those races, how did those races go for you?
C'était des bonnes courses. J'ai continué à rester dans le peloton de tête et après ça a été bon.
Very good. In terms of looking forward, how are you feeling ahead of those super heats tomorrow?
Les heats sont très bien passés, alors moi je dirais pas plus.
As you say, it's all possible out there tomorrow. Who would you like to thank for your victory and your performances here today?
Go continuer pour la finale et essayer de faire un top 3, ce serait très bien.
Very good. Well done, Bruno. We'll see you again tomorrow. That's Bruno Priam there, our top driver in the standings in the mini category. Anthony, back up to you.
Thank you very much there to Bruno Bruno, not too sure. We'll ask him that one, but to Bruno there, a brilliant result for him. He then would be on pole position for these heats as well tomorrow. The same with Ollie Warner, that both of those drivers will start on pole position. George House and Anton Bouchard, both of them will start on the front row, but on the outside in P2. We turn our attention now to the last round of qualifying heats of the weekend. Tomorrow kickstarts the super heats and the finals. Make sure you don't miss that, but make sure you don't miss this right now, because we're finally going to decide who is going to be starting where for our super heats tomorrow in the senior category. For a lot of these drivers, it has been an up and down turvy day, but all of them have had a superb fight throughout this racing here around this 1.4-kilometre circuit for the IAME Winter Cup in 2024. For the next grid, it's Thibaut Ramicas and Jimmy Helias who start this one on the front row. And again, the nations that have been joining us throughout this weekend, there have been many. To put it into context, we've got drivers from Belgium, France, Finland, Bahrain, Great Britain. We've got drivers from the Netherlands. We've got drivers from Spain. We've got drivers from Sweden. We've got drivers from Denmark, Poland, everywhere from where you can think of. They all come from far and wide, and they've all come together here at Valencia at the Catedral International Lucas Guerrero, just outside the small town of Chiva and just outside of the grand city of Valencia, which itself has hosted Formula One Grand Prix in its past time on the Marina circuit back in its day. But right now, these drivers are focused on this final coming up in a few moments' time, or this final superheat for them. There you can see Ruben Moya, who's in the dummy grid. I don't think he's allowed to be in the dummy grid, as he's just been pointed to get out of it, and the same as one other. They are not racing as of yet. They are out a little bit later. Our pre-grid official is sorting themselves out and getting themselves ready. But again, lot of racing still yet to happen. 11 laps each for the senior categories. As we get looked after here in the commentary box. I think there's some lovely drinks that have joined us here. Some warm drinks that have joined us in the commentary box, which is absolutely fantastic. I'll thank Sarah Blanco for those ones that are to myself. And Andrew Mather. Andrew, back in the commentary box. Good to speak to there. Is it Bruno Priam?
Bruno. Yeah,
Bruno Priam.
Bruno Priam.
Okay, I'll correct myself throughout the entirety of the day for that one. To Bruno Priam, who starts on pole position then for the Mini X30 category tomorrow. But for this one, the seniors, this is where it starts to get just that little bit more interesting, because we've had drivers who have had good results who are starting quite high up in this one. We've had drivers who have not had good results who are starting a little bit higher up in this one. It's hard to call who's going to be on pole.
It's very hard to call who's going to be on pole for this one, but I think that's what we expected at the start of the week with the huge entry of seniors that we've got here. The other thing that we're going to be a bit unsure of is how these tyres are going to perform. I know we've been talking about tyres a lot today. Forgive us, we're motorsport commentators. We like to talk about the black round things a lot, but we're now starting to see the temperatures go down. How is that going to play into things? We'll see across the course of the next 11 laps. Yep. This is the X30 senior qualifying heat for groups A and E. Here is the grid for it. Thibaut Ramicas has broken the duck of wins in the seniors with the last round of heats. Can he do it again here, starting from pole position? He's got company on the front row in the shape of Jimmy Elias. Andy Rattel and Emilia Cowie go from row 2. Alexander Bondarev and Luca Horton go from row number 3. Adrian Mustanez has been fantastic today, goes from row 4 in this one and is joined by Cian Geraghty, who was strong in the last round. Louis Johnston-Cools looking for a fight back here from row 5 and is joined by Kevin Lantinga. Mathis Meerschout had a great drive on the track last time around and is on the 6th row for this one alongside Angelo Melli. Hugo Heran and Luca Bertoni on row 7, Mikhail Bashkos and Luna Clare on row number 8. Louis Castellini and Hugo Besson are on row 9.
Row number 10 sees Freddie Lloyd and Miguel Silva. They round out the top 20. Arthur Sort and Vilma Svan go from row 11. Fred Sarex and Diego de Castillo go from row 12. Alan Garcia, who had a brilliant race earlier on, starts on the 13th row. He's got Morden Knudsen alongside. Alex Lagaza and Natalia Granada go from row 14. Casper Norman and Emilio Van Overberg go from row 15. Thibaut Gelade and Alexander Ruta, they round on row 16 from August Rober, and Kevin Baker And row 18, the final row of the grid, it's Jill Renmans and Jakob Lysak. Packed grid on this one, and again, looking forward to seeing what happens. At the moment, let's update you on the intermediate classification. Michael Luxio leads that one. Depending on what happens in his next round of heats, he is the biggest loser on this one. He needs to win. He cannot allow anyone else to pip him to that one, because at the moment he is lined up ready to be on pole for Super Heat A, the same as Finn McLaughlin, Marius Barry-Berg, who's in third from Danny Karanini, Ramikas in fifth from Bondarev, Clement Outron, and Jimmy Helias, who is eighth. Jimmy Helias, who is in this race, Ramikas, who is in this race, who are in this fight as well. They are all looking to get some good results in this one. Can they?
There's the big question. So, as I say, we're in a little bit of a zone of familiarity here at the circuit, because at this time yesterday we were racing. We were going through those first few rounds of seniors competition. So the drivers will be expecting weather-wise what's going to happen in the next hour or so as the sun dips below the mountains here in the Valencia region.
And we get going for this race. So here we go. Gonzalo Planta, last stern walk off the circuit there, will get into position, and so will the drivers as we exit out of the final corner. It's the last time we see Groups A and E on the circuit. Where are they going to lie at the end of this? Green flag goes out and away they go down in towards turn number one, and Ramikas again has got a lightning start at the beginning of this one, drives away from the rest of the field. Everyone through turn one unscathed, I believe so. Yes, do they all make it through turn two? Yes, they do. Can they make it through turn three, though? That's the ultimate question. Yes, they can. It's nicely done. But back through, they go in towards turn 6 and 7 now. Side by side at the background there. Looks like Louis Johnson-Cool going wheel to wheel with one other.
Andy Rattel had a really good run through turn 3 there. Thibaut Ramika's not such a good run. He's now down to 4th place. So Rattel leads now as they go into sector 3. Bondarev down the inside once again. Pounces on the opportunity, takes the lead.
Yeah, that's nice stuff there from Bondarev, looking very, very strong now in this one. I'm having a look at the tyres that have been allocated for this race. The only driver I can see quite high up in the order who's gone for a brand new set on the right-hand side would have been Emilia Kari. She's the only driver with a new set on the right-hand side, and currently right now it's not working out too well for us. They go wheel to wheel. Andrea Mastinis, though, to the inside through turn 1, and he gets it. Nicely done. And Andy Rattel now starts to close back in also. 1, 2, 3, very close on track, but so is the group behind, and Jimmy Helias is the driver that could benefit the most here.
Absolutely. Well, these drivers have all been in form today. I'm just worrying a bit about Ramikas. Did he take too much out of those tyres in the previous race that he won? Because he doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment. He said he was enjoying these senior races with a bit more longevity through these heats to take his time and race through. But right now, he needs to find that pace from somewhere, because he's falling into the clutches of Matiz Meerschout, who we saw again, another driver in the previous round who was running very strongly.
Yes, indeed. Well, through the final chicane once more they go, and again, no real change at the top one there. Changes here, though, as Emilia Kari's under pressure from Louis Johnson-Cool and Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty gets past Louis Johnson-Cool and looking to possibly get past Kari as well, Emilia Kari, but not able to do it across the start-finish line this time around. Back here at the front, though, still looking close. Mastines and Bondarev. Line astern, the gap's opening up though, 0.2 of a second. Bondarev is not able to keep in touch here with Andrea Mastines. Now, I'm going to have a look, and I might know the reason why. Andrea Mastines has got a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. He is looking a lot stronger now with those.
He really, really is. He's played the tyre strategy very, very well so far today. There is a good amount of rotation going on, as we'd expect. The other thing that I'd expect in this race is an Aaron Garcia masterclass of overtaking, and I'm getting one. It's up 11 places so far in this race, already to 14th. His only was under 5 seconds off the front of the order, so once again, the Spaniard for MDC Racing is coming through the field. Watch out the top 10.
Yes, indeed. Well, here we go then, into turn 3 and 4 once more, and Aaron Garcia, fastest lap of the race. He is giving us a masterclass at the moment, 56.551, making moves through the field here as they all go through. Still in this race. Only the one retirement, or actually it's the one non-starter, August Raber, who has not been racing in actually several of the heats today. So hopefully he is okay. He's not started quite a few of the heats today, and I think it was a retirement after yesterday. So hopefully he is all okay. But back here at the front, and it all seems calm here for Andrea Martinez, just driving it to the end. And this is putting him up into the top 8 now. It gives him 23 intermediate classification points, obviously gaining no points from this one. Puts him P8 at the moment, so it's good, but they've still got 2 more qualifying heats to go after this one, so a lot can change.
Got a lot to change, but the good thing for Martinez, it can only get better.
Yeah.
Because he'll have completed his races, and it'll put those who haven't competed yet, I think particularly like Clément Outran, you know, he's in range then. If other drivers don't have so good a result, he's going to start gaining positions. It's been a good performance today.
Exactly, but for the drivers who are in front of him on that one, like let's say Danny Carinini, Marius Barryberg, Finn McLaughlin and Marcus Lucio, who are still yet to race again, they would need to really have a DNF, as down the inside there goes Matis Machouts there, and as he tried to gain one, he loses one as Kevin Latinga goes back down the inside and takes a position he was trying to get out of himself. Louis Johnson Cool as well, just trying to get into the fray as well, as that looked like Thibaut Ramica's going down the inside of Andy Rattel into the final corner. It was Ian Geraghty now going wheel to wheel with Andy Rattel as they go side by side. Rattel just with that last-ditch attempt to move across, but Geraghty, stubborn as ever, just keeps his kart right in position.
Kean Geraghty's come alive this afternoon. He's just had a 56.395, new fastest lap of the race. Had a strong run in the previous race, and we saw him out earlier. And here's another one into the top 5 now. Can he chase down Ramikas, who's just ahead of him? Can those two work together perhaps to catch up to Elias? Because Elias is a little bit vulnerable at the moment, 7/10 off the back of Bondarev.
Oh, here we go again, and again just straight down the inside there. Carey just getting that move done, and Rattel is starting to fall backwards here.
Yeah, seems to have lost that pace that he had in the early stages of this one. Through the chicane once more go the leaders. This will be the end of lap number 6, 5 more to go here in the X30 Senior qualifying heats for groups A and E. It is still Adrian Martinez leading by just over half a second ahead of Alexander Bondarev. A further 6/10 back. Jimmy Elias is fighting hard here. It's Timo Ramikas who's coming alive now. Takes a new fastest lap of the race, 56.258. So it was a bit of a slow start for the Belgian, but he's really getting into his stride now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's looking a very good performance here, especially when you've got these tyres that you've been using all the way through the weekend so far. They've done qualifying, they've done all of the qualifying heats as well, as we're seeing a last-ditch attempt there down the inside. Kevin Latinga again. Now he sweeps to the outside. Now back through goes Machouts as well, and Rattel trying to get involved, and Rattel's got through it. And you can see there by the body language of Latinga, he's just thinking, no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to gain one, not lose 2.
But he's gained one back straight away down the inside. It's followed through by the 235. It's Aaron Garcia. Here he comes down the inside and gets another one. That's 17 positions so far in this race for Aaron Garcia. He's on a charge.
Yeah, and we saw hand signals there from Aaron Garcia. Usually they talk about think or let's go or let's stay in formation. That one was, what are you doing? That one, his hand gesture. But certainly, you can imagine the emotions getting very high here, as Garcia has certainly really come to life in the second half of the day, hasn't he? Luca Horton from Luca Bertoni, Angelo Melli from Diego Di Casta, Hugo Besson and Natalia Granada, Louis Castellini from Fred Sarex, Luna Creie from Alexander Ruta, who gained 7 positions, finishing in P25, Casper Norman from Arthur Fasort, Miguel Silva from Morgan Knudsen, and Kevin Bakker rounding out the top 30. All places gained in that one. Jakob Leisek from Timo Gelade, Hill Renmans, and Emilio Van Overberg rounding out the 34 finishers in that one. One retirement right at the end of the race. Alex Lageza, unfortunately, finishing in 35th place. Well, that's one of 3 of the final qualifying heats done for Senior X30. 2 more to go, as the drivers for the next race get themselves lined up ready to go for this one. Malo Bollier on this one, Elo Gonzalez, Dmitry Matviev, Danny Karanini, Connor Grant, Noah Montero, They are all in this one. The only driver who's really having to fight in this next race, or not in the next race, but in the last race of the day would be Marcus Lucio, as Finn McLaughlin has completed all of his qualifying heats. Marius Barryberg as well. But we are ready for an interview down in Parc Ferme, so let's head down there with Andrew Mather.
Thank you, Anthony. Down here in Parc Ferme, a bit cool in the air as the shadows lengthen here with Adria Martinez, who's just taken the win in that last race. Adria, really strong run here today, finished it with a victory. You must be pleased.
Well, it was a good hit. We did a good start, so I was P4, if I'm not wrong.
Box.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, Andrew. Sun is setting now here at Valencia. It's fractionally not far away from dipping below the mountains surrounding the venue here. And that means it is a, driver's eye, right in the driver's eye as they go into the braking zone of turn number 1. So that is going to be a challenge for a lot of these drivers. Of really visors, tinted visors, very much firmly affixed on their helmets. Grid for this one, Long Malaboli and Elo Gonzalez starting this one on the front row of the grid, Dmitry Matviev and Danny Karanini starting just behind. Now, Danny Karanini currently sitting 4th in the intermediate classifications. If he wins this, he's in a good spot. If he drops down a little bit more, he might be in a bit of bother in this one. So he does need to make sure he gets a good result in this. But he cannot beat... actually, he might be able to beat Finn... no, he can't beat Finn McLaughlin, no, because he's got 6 points. So, yes, he can't beat Marius Barryberg or Finn McLaughlin at this moment, but he might be able to do a good job of staying there, because Marius Barryberg and Marcus Lucio, they are out in the next race after this one. So, certainly, this is going to affect the top running spots of the intermediate classifications, but not too much. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. Malo Bolli and Elo Gonzalez go from row number 1. Dmitry Matviev and Danny Karanini on row number 2. Conor Grant and Noah Montero, they round out row 3 from Ruben Moya, and Ricardo Sorelli on row 4. Fred Green and Romeo Vassell, they round out the top 10 on row number 5. Nico Villa and Nicolas Simic, they go from row 6 from Patrick Ogrovnicik and Maxim Blancheman on row number 7. Row number 8 is Louis Kaman and Luke Taylor. Row 9 sees Luis Aguirre and Daniel Caballero. Row 10 and the top 20 is Salim Hana and Maximano Radek, rounding out that top 20. Charlie Glum and Bertram Sash go from row 11. Tobias Norman and Leonardo Logoni on row 12. Row 13 is Eduardo Dominguez and Alexandre Delot on row 13. Row 14, Hugo Gelade and Pedro Cacheda. Row 15 in the top 30 goes to Luis Essa and Enrique Oliveira. Christian Vagani and Bjorn Vernham on row 16, with row 17 being Philip Svenden and Tristan Powell. Felipe Armancaras rounds out the 18 rows and the 35 carts in this race. Lots to happen, though. Like we were just explaining there, don't think much is going to happen to affect the top 3 runners in this race, but it's certainly going to sort out 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all of that sort of area. That's the interesting spot that we're going to be seeing on this one. There's a look at the intermediate classification. So as we end the out lap and we go on to the formation lap, still Lucio from Finn McLaughlin, Marius Barryberg, Danny Karanini, Thibaut Ramikas and Alexander Bondarev, the drivers who are in the top 6 of the intermediate classifications. That will be affected just slightly at the end of this race.
Yeah, they've all been tremendous across the course of the last 2 days of competitive action that started with timed qualifying yesterday, just after lunchtime. The first couple of rounds of heats that were carried out yesterday evening. Beautiful evening, the Saturday of IAME Winter Cup. Clear skies, a few wispy clouds in the distance. Sun is out. Again, really good conditions for racing. And our seniors are ready to go for another 11 laps here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero.
It's the final corner. Well, Gonzalo Plata is clearly not very happy with how the drivers have formed up here. So what are you doing? Come on, get in 2 lines. It's not that difficult. Here we go. You're senior drivers. You know how to do it. Looks like they're all formed up at the back now, so that is good. So Malabolier and Elo Gonzalez on the right-hand side of your screen. Into the tram lines are we going? No, we're not. We're going around again. False start in the penultimate race of the day. And on that false start, there's a kart that's flown off the track right at the start-finish line. And I can't quite see the number. Is it the 277? I think it is. I think that's Christian Vagani, the Italian driver in the TB kart. Hopefully he's okay. He's just made a big contact with the tyre wall there that covers the gantry. Yeah, certainly not the way you want to start the race. That's drivers seeing the go-round again at the front, drivers at the back not seeing it and hitting the loud pedal. Well, there he is out of his kart. He's out of the race, but yeah, clearly not the way he wanted to start his last race of the day.
No, not at all. And yeah, I think there was a wheel that came off. Maybe just the tyre that came off the front left as well. It might have been one that was in there already.
I think, yeah, it was a tyre stacked within the tyre wall that popped out. Yes,
made a break for freedom.
It did indeed. Well, with that, looks like to me that Christian Vagani is going to get the green light to come back into Parc Fermé. Okay, so the drivers at the front, they don't go. Drivers at the back, they do go. You can see a bit of contact, and right at the back there, yep, just off stage left, and it will be Christian Vagani, unfortunately, into the barrier. Big hit, though, into that one. Luckily, he is okay, but understandably probably a little bit shaken.
Indeed. So the grid forms up for the second time in this one. And the introduction of Gonzalo there.
Going in a moment's time. So round this final corner again. Take two then for Senior X30 qualifying Heat D versus G. Malo Bollier again on the left-hand side. Eloy Gonzalez on the right. The inside row always seems to work well. So keep an eye on Dmitry Medvedev and Connor Grant as this one does not go again. It's another false start. Well, that's 2 out of 2. One more, they get a telling off. I can tell you that right now, because we're at the end of the day. They've had many heats throughout the day. They know how to start these races. We shouldn't be playing games like this. And again, you might feel like strategy is coming into play now for maybe some of this. Wear these tyres down just a little bit more for drivers at the back. Another look at why potentially this didn't go. And I just think, drivers just well out of position and accelerating too early. Yep, so that is just, you've got to watch it on that front line. I suspect Deputy Race Director Gonzalo Plata at that final corner will be pointing with a finger, his index finger at these drivers and just saying, right, one more try.
Yep.
Otherwise, telling off time.
Have a little discussion. Just note, there was a kart darting into the pit lane just before that second aborted failed start. It was Lewis Esser who came in, but I think he has got back out now.
I'll have a look at our timing screen here. Yeah, it's only showing that there's one driver that's in the pit lane, and that will be Christian Vagani. Right, okay, well, there's Gonzalo. Deputy Race Director. Yeah, there's the index finger. I called it, didn't I not call it? There you go. 2 index fingers there. He's very not happy. Well, there we go. Let's see if they can do it third time of asking. Again, you have to wait for that yellow line. That's the acceleration line, and they're going a little bit too soon. But apparently they don't have to wait for that acceleration line. But again, as they get going now, that looks better. That's green light. Here they go then, in towards turn number 1. Malo Bollier, a couple of karts off again on the left-hand side. It's not been a good start once again. And there's drivers going off left, right, and centre. It's the 253 that's going off, and that is Tobias Norman, unfortunately, right at the back of the field.
Yeah, and I think there's potentially more action going on here. Karts hopping across the curb there, all getting in each other's way. But at the front of the order, Bollier will be happy in this position, leading in the early stages. Gonzalez has... Where has Gonzalez gone? Oh, he's there. No, I think he's dropped a couple of positions, actually, because it's Matt Vive up to third place. Gonzalez has had some tough moments on the starts so far today. Yeah, he's lost a number of positions. He's come through sector number 2 now, but I think he's down in about 8th place. But that's a good start for Malo Bollier. Took 3 attempts to get it right, but he did get it right, and he's going to have a good lead at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, he certainly is. Big hit of the curb there for one of the Pantano karts there coming through. That is Ruben Moya, who is up 2 places now. Romeo Russell, who's gained 6 places on that opening lap, is up into P4 as Ruben Moya gets past Russell, and it is now up on another charge. No, that's actually Noah Montero he's battling with there, so excuse me on that one. So having a good little scrap still in that position as they try and force their way back up to Romeo Russell, who's still a little bit further ahead. Scrapping still happening at the back of the field here, as drivers just trying to chop into position as the sun again continuing to dip down behind the mountains here. Half the track is in the shade, half the track is in the sun. Makes it for a little bit of a challenge for some of these drivers.
Absolutely, and I think you'll start seeing more mistakes when it comes to limitations of grip out there across the course of this race and the one remaining. Not that that's bothering the Frenchman at the front of the order at the moment. Malo Bollier for Victor Lane Carton. Victor Lane Carton will be liking this. They're 1-2 at the moment. Is fighting through there. That's Danny Carinini. He needs to do that in this race. Up to 7th place. He's got a slot in the intermediate classification to preserve. That'll help him a lot. That'll elevate him up to 4th.
Will, we're on lap 3 at the moment of 11. And still a nice little advantage here as Matviev to the inside of Connor Grant there and moves up into P2 now. Grant under pressure from the driver behind now, Romeo Rossell in the PB kart, who's trying to get his nose down the inside here, not able to do so through turns number 12 and 13. Might have something going into this final corner, as again, that shot there really shows the rubber that's been laid down on this track now. The outside line really not favourable as into the final corner. Nicely done to the inside. Connor Grant not fighting that one too hard.
Romeo Rossell becoming a very strong dark horse, I think, in this competition. Did not have a good start at all. Yesterday in both of his races, was having problems through turn 3 on lap 1. Complete turnaround today. This is another strong run. He's not going to have the best of positions, I think, for the superheats, but he's starting to show the pace that we know is there in the PB kart. He's coming through into 3rd place. And tomorrow's a bit of a new day when they get to the superheats as well, isn't it, Anthony? That, you know, the qualifying heats are behind them. They've got a one-off race to propel themselves forwards into that final. They're going to give it their all.
Yep, they certainly are. Well, again, these positions, in terms of if it's changing the intermediate classification, the quick, simple answer to it is no. All the positions that we've got right here are not affecting any positions in it. Yes, there are points being added or lost or anything like that, but no one is moving up or down. Everyone is staying in the same positions in the intermediate classifications as they were at the start of this one. As very wide onto the grass there. Who was that? I think that was Lagoni, I think, who went wide there. Leonardo Lagoni in the TB kart that got squeezed at the exit of the final corner there. Roselo Gonzalez sets the fastest lap of the race now. 56.567 is starting to close in on Ruben Moya just slightly here. Has got the close company of Danny Carinini, Riccardo Sorelli just behind as well. But that group that is sitting 7th, 8th and 9th is starting to somewhat close in, I would say, on the group up ahead. Again, sun very quickly has now dipped below the horizon, so now the whole circuit is in the shade now, so there is no sunlight in these drivers' eyes going into turn 1, and that actually might help them out just a little bit. It
will, a couple of percent probably in performance, and just give them that certainty and not less distractions more than anything as they go down into turn 1. I'll tell you what, if these drivers in the middle part of the top 10 keep themselves focused and together, there's a chance with 6 laps to go that they could catch this top 3. There's some good pace coming in from the likes of Ogrodovchik, his new fastest lap of the race there, with a 56.423. But everyone in that run from kind of Connor Grant down are doing mid-56s, 56.5s. They're quicker just by a tad ahead of Bollier and Matviev. It's not completely done yet for them at the front of the order. Fred Green gained a position on that last lap, Anthony. He's up to 9th place now, past Riccardo Torelli.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, we'll keep an eye on all of these battles that are starting to form in the mid-section of this race. Just to recap, Malo Bollier leading the way from Matviev. Rossell still there in 3rd place as Nicholas Simic in the 275 has just received a mechanical flag. So that means his qualifying heat is over for the day, and his last race of the day as well, to be exact.
Yeah, it was in 25th place, hasn't come through sector number 1 yet, so I think that's been quite significant for Simic. Has now fallen down to 29th, so not good news for the German there, the TB kart. Down the inside, very nice move there by Danny Carinini on last year's winner, Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya needs a good result in this one. He had a bad ending to his previous race with contact with Malo Bollier. That's a good move, and it's now a warning flag for Salim Hanna, who's had a bit of an up and down weekend so far. Yeah, the 261 Colombian will be picking up a 5-second penalty there. So Carinini improves by a position, still defending 4th place. In fact, Carinini can only really lose here. He can't gain. Barry Berg, McLaughlin and Lucia just too far ahead. Even if they had, a so-so race, they'd hold on to positions ahead of Carinini. So he's defending his position ahead of Ramika's already in the clubhouse on 17 points.
Yes.
He's got 15.
Yeah, exactly that. So it literally is just a case of getting this to the end, as to the inside there. Nice little change as Fred Green dives to the inside of Ruben Moya and now moves up into P8. Hand gesture there saying, right, okay, come on, follow me, let's go. Let's see what we can do. Remember, Moya and Malabolier both having a very dismal race in their last race when they got collected with each other off on the infield straight. Unfortunately, that didn't end their races, but it's certainly
severely compromised.
Severely compromised. That's a very good way of putting it.
4 laps to go. Well, sorry, 3 laps to go. That's 8 complete here for the 11 on the schedule for Groups D and G. Ogrodovcic going very nicely again. Is up to P10, 56.354, new fastest lap of the race. Here is the 2.92 of Conor Grant having to deal with his teammate at the moment in the form of Noah Montero. A fairly quiet day as Montero, but that's nicely done. Down the inside into turn 7, that's P4.
That's a cheeky little move, that is, on Conor Grant. He is a fellow teammate there and just thinking, yep, okay, I'm happy with that one, let's go. Let's see what he can do now as he pushes up just that little bit farther. So, right now, as the rest of the field just sort themselves out, Montero looking very, very quick.
Got a bit of a gap up to the next two, though. Here they are. Going through the final couple of corners. And the gap's about 1.3 up to just past through the foreground there. Fief and Roussel. Roussel up 7 places in this one. Biggest mover so far in this race is Philip Svensson. Has come from the back in 16 places up to 17th. Replay here. This is going to be of the move. Look at that.
Oh, that chassis is very soft,
yes.
I think, because that was a tripod for quite some time in that corner, fully loaded on the front there, and the back just stepping up, turning it into a 3-reeler there for Ruben Moya. But yeah, that chassis, very soft setup there.
Bertram Sachs has also had, that's a good response actually from Bertram. Had a retirement in the last race, gained 11 spots, and this one is up to 11th place. Head over to the IAME Winter Cup website as well if you want. If you've got a separate screen, of course, all the resources are available to you enjoy at your leisure.
Yeah, indeed. Head over to the website. You can get the live timing up on your laptop. If you're watching on your TV, get your laptop out, and yeah, you can bring up all the data that we can see, which includes sector times, track map, as well as any comments through the session, like warning flags or anything, the intermediate qualifications, and of course all the live timing data you could want. Final lap board is out then for Malo Bollier. The gap is 0.5 of a second. That has come down.
It has.
But it's not come down at a rate that I think he's worried at right now. Just driving to the end of this one. In terms of tyres, Malo Bollier did go for a fresh set on the left-hand side. The same with Elo Gonzalez, same with Conor Grant, and the same with Noah Montero. They've all got brand new tyres on the left-hand side of their cart.
And I think he's been holding something in reserve. He's just gone green through sector 1 and purple in sector number 2. He's in full control.
Full control here for Malo Bollier, the victory lane carter, who doesn't benefit anything from this win. He will not improve his position in the intermediate classifications, but a race win is a race win nonetheless. And for Malo Bollier, after 11 laps of racing, he takes it. Dmitry Matviev takes 2nd place from Romeo Roussel. Noah Montero takes 4th place from Conor Grant, who finishes in P5. Elo Gonzalez rounds out the top 6 from Danny Carinini, and Fred Green in P8. Ruben Moya and Patrick Aborted rounds out the top 10. Biggest movers through that race: Bertram Sash, 11 positions gained. Eduardo Dominguez, 12 positions gained. Philip Svensson, 16 positions gained. Some big movers out in that session. In terms of retirements, only the 2 retirements. Nicholas Simic, who received a technical flag for TB Racing, and Christian Vagani with that crash at the start as well for TB Karting. So TB Kart Racing, unfortunately, losing 2 drivers, and there's another driver who's come to a stop at the end of that one. That is the 280 on your screens. That has not gone well at all for Enrique Oliveira from Portugal. for FCK Motorsport. And that's not gone very well for him at all. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat D, plus the intermediate classifications in the bottom right-hand corner. Nothing's changed down there, but the positions you see there on your screen. Bertrand Sasha then finishes in 11th from Ricardo Sorelli, Eduardo Dominguez from Luke Taylor in 14th place. Leonardo Logoni finishes in 15th place. Louis Kaman and Philip Svensson finishing in 16th and 17th place from Charlie Glum. Then it's Luis Aguirre finishing in 19th and Hugo Gelade in 20th place. Tobias Norman, Maxim Blanchemont and Lewis Esser finishing in the top 23. All of them somewhat gaining positions. Blanchemont unfortunately dropping down 8 places in that race, not the results he would have wanted. Alexandre Delot finishes in 24th place with Pedro Cachada finishing in 25th. Nico Villa finishing in 26th place, also dropping a fair few positions in that race. Big shame there for the drivers. But for this man here, it's a very good race. Malo Bollier, again, like we've said there, it doesn't benefit him in the intermediate classifications, but a win is a win, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that one. There you can see our man down there. Getting ready for an interview, and back to this one. Yeah, Gonzalo Plata clearly not very happy with our drivers after the 2 failed starts there. It'll be Andrew Mather who'll be talking to our guys down there very, very shortly. The race starts again, early start, and already a driver going off the track. Marshall's again on the scene before the crash has even ended. But again, from this angle, you probably get a better view. Yeah, just getting spat off at the side there, not accelerating when driver at the back does accelerate, and for the 2:53 race pretty much over early doors for that one. Tobias Norman not going his way. Malo Bollier, though, would, well, he would have a perfectly fine race. He would take the lead of this one, and, well, he would carry away with it. He would crack on with it. Dmitry Medvedev, though, would have a little bit of competition to deal with in the early stages of this race. He would soon get back up into 2nd place. Ruben Moya as well, having a tough time. Montero trying to get down the inside, then Moya fighting back at it. Both of them scrapping for position. Danny Carinini making moves as well through the session. Also, he was fighting a little further back in the order. He managed to get himself up into P7, subsequently 3 places down from where he's originally started. Big moves on the curb there at the exit of turn number 4. For some of our drivers, the 275 not getting a clean getaway through all of that. Nicholas Simic, who would end up retiring from the race with a technical flag. Back here, though, Romeo Rossell at the front end of this field would get into 3rd place and would stay there. The race at the front would stay a little bit on the calm side for our drivers, but 7 positions gained in the early stages for Romeo Rossell. He would finish that one in P3, and the battles continued, though, between the teammates as cheeky move down the inside there for Noah Montero on Connor Grant. He would move up into P4 after gaining 2 positions. Checker flag would come out, and it would go to Malo Bollier. He should be down in Parc Fermé with Andrew Mather in just a few moments' time. One more race to go, but between now and then, we head down to Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest winner of the penultimate heat in the senior category, Malo Bollier from France. Malo, a very good run there. Good comeback after a difficult race in the previous round. Good victory.
Yeah, it hasn't been a really good day for us. It has been really difficult, but to finally pay off with a win in our last heat. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy about the work we have done so far since the beginning of the weekend. And yeah, we will see now for tomorrow. But we find the right setup, and yeah, I'm confident for tomorrow.
Do you think the cooler conditions now that the sun has gone down, was that something that you helped you and you leaned on from the experience yesterday at a similar time?
Yeah. Thanks to yesterday, we managed to have a lot of data, and we worked on this data. And today, with the cold condition, it has been perfect. The car was on race, so I'm very happy.
What are your hopes for tomorrow? A bit of work to do in those super heats, but you think you can do it?
Yeah, I will give my best. I hope to make a good super heat. Maybe one heat if the speed is there, and we make a good start, and then we will see for the final. But yeah. I will give my best.
Absolutely. Well, Trebian Malo, really good result there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Malo Bollier there, our penultimate winner in the seniors for the heats today. But we've got one more race to go. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, one more race to go indeed, and this one is an important one because we've got drivers in the top section now that could be affected, and it could determine who's going to be starting on pole position for the superheats tomorrow. Marius Barryberg and Marcus Littlewood start this one on the front row of the grid, and already you can see there that Marius Barryberg is going for a brand new set on the right-hand side of his kart. Marcus Lucio is not. There on the front row, David Dragon has also got a brand new set on his right-hand side of his kart, the same as Ana Malaysia, but he's got it on the left-hand side of his kart. They go from row 2. Alex Macedo and Hugo Martinello, they go from row 3. Celine Canal and Matt Granada on row number 4. Christian Calabero and Elia Weiss, they go from row 5 and they round out the top 10. Emilio Covisto and Cahal Clark go from row 6. Sam van der Heijden and Jean-Paul Carras, they go from row number 7, with Paul Chaus and Marc Lepiccolo on row number 8. Row 9 sees Thomas Gomez and Raymond Blanc. Row 10 in the top 20 sees Benjamin Johns and Diego Palesi. Row 11 is Lawrence Sasha and Johan Aluja, with row 12 being Francisco Caos and Paul Hamburg. Row 13 sees Marcus Glum and Gilles Matrullo on that row. Row 14 is Harry Yule and Thomas Caleo. Row 15 and the top 30 is Jim Ringelberg and Maximilian Rafalik. Row 16 is Thibaut Kempf and Maximilian Bostrom. Row 17 sees Margarita Futo and Olivia Sampson. Row 18 is Marlon Beyer and Raul Thunthardin to round out the field. And a lot of those drivers at the back of the field have had some good results in the earlier races. We've talked about a few drivers who have got some new tyres. Also, Hugo Martinello has also got a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart. Christian Caballero also on the left-hand side, the same with a couple of others. Here we go into the tram lines. Green light is out, and away we go down towards turn number 1. And again, there's a bit of carnage in the background there. Kart's going sideways, but everyone keeping it within the 9-metre width kart track here at Valencia as they all make their way through turns number 1 in towards turn 2. In towards turn 3 they go now, and again the Constantina effect kicks up. Oh, and 3, 4, 5 karts, 6 karts off in the area there. It's not gone well at all. Marc Lepiccolo, one of them. Thomas Gomez, Raymond Blanc, Benjamin Johns, one of them as well. You've also got Johan Aluja, you've got Marcus Glum, and you've also got Jim Ringelberg, all involved in that incident. And unfortunately, some of them are getting going again, some are not getting going again. That is Paul Hamburg, one of them, who is managing to get going again. But certainly, that is a very scrappy start for the middle pack.
And that may well be the end of the competition for a number of those drivers, because this is the final heats for the X30 seniors. We will know what the intermediate classification looks like and who the top 72 drivers are who will continue on to tomorrow's superheats. End of lap number 1. Barryberg leads from Dragan. Lucio there in 3rd. Milicia in 4th. And Alex Machado's had a good start again as well. He's up there in 5th.
Well, there we go. With that lap now completed, it updates the intermediate classifications. Finn McLaughlin now, with the positions that the drivers are currently in, would start on pole position for Superheat 1 as down the inside there. The 219 getting the move done. That's good stuff there from Marcus Lucio, who is fighting back now to try and help out his case, because he has been bumped down to 3rd in the intermediate classifications, which means he would start on the front row still, but on the outside row. He does not want that. There it is on your screen there. The intermediate classification's now updated. But all this meanwhile, this race is still going on. Marius Barryberg doing what he needs. He's promoted himself up into 2nd. He would start on pole, and a retirement for Thomas Caholo there. Unfortunately, his race is over.
Yeah, not a good run here for the Portuguese driver. Starting up at the front, isn't it? Marcus Lucio knows with the position right there in front of him. Marius Barryberg can get it. Will make a big difference come tomorrow. 3rd in the IC points at the moment on 7. If he gets past Barryberg just like that, he'll move on to 5. But here's Barryberg going to try and fight back here. He tries to get the undercut, but it's Lucio to the front of the order. That's a big move.
This helps him out massively here. This should put him back on top spot now. This is what he needs. Another win, 0 points to his name. We'll double check it, but I think that puts him on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow if he can maintain this position. Back down the back straight they go. Barryberg now trying to put as much pressure as he can on Marcus Lucio. not able to do anything into this final chicane now as they make their way through. Remember, Lucio, has he got brand new tyres? No, he doesn't, but Marius Barryberg does. But down the inside, here comes Dragan, who's getting involved. He's not really in contention for the qualifications here. He's way further down in the order, but any position helps his case after the 2 retirements he's had so far this weekend.
You never know. It's either been amazing for David Dragan or awful. Oh, down the inside there. Lovely stuff from the 327 of Malizia going past Marius Barryberg. We've seen this for drivers across the course today. This is a tough period for Marius Barryberg. There is a yellow flag out there on the circuit, which we'll try and catch up with in a moment. I can see that well, no, I'm not going to stop myself there before I talk about drivers not coming through the 3rd sector, because there are quite a few just off the back of the field. But for Lucio, leading this race, Barryberg seems to have got back up to speed. It's out of the, it's almost a Constantino effect sometimes. You get offline from one driver overtaking you and the next driver comes on through as well. He's got himself back into a rhythm now. Alex Machado trying to push on there in 5th place. Some fast drivers in the second half of the top 10 today. How many times have we seen that across the course of the racing here at Valencia? Hugo Martin-Yellow's going pretty quickly, Anthony, 56.548, 7th place at the moment, but the Frenchman's got pace.
He certainly has, and another change there for 2nd place. Ana Malizia getting into P2. Dragan down into 3rd place now, but is going to be coming under pressure from Marius Barryberg, who is still right there. You can see him on the FA coloured cart there as it just comes through in P4. But Marcus Lucio is just looking strong here on these tyres. They're used tyres. They're nothing that's brand new on this one. He did put new ones on earlier on in the day, but right now these are well-used tyres, and right now they're serving him very, very well.
I think he's timed his change as well. He's one of those drivers who just held back from unleashing the new rubber by a round or 2, and now it's where it's starting to really benefit him. How's the pace looking? Well, a 56.7 last time around for Lucio. Malizia on a 56.5, Dragan on a 56.9. It's going to be this next lap which tells us everything about how Lucio is going to tackle the next part of this race. Maximilian Rafalik's going very quickly out there, 56.3. Where is the Polish driver? Because he's been having to start from the back of the grid. I think he is moving through the order. But pressure now on the British driver at the front of the field. Marcus Lucio has 3 drivers trying to chase him down. All it takes is for one of those drivers to get through, Anthony, and he'll lose the spot in the intermediate classification.
He certainly will. Right now, it all goes back to normal in the intermediate classifications. It's all sorted itself back out to how it was at the start of this race. Lucio, McLaughlin, Barryberg. So yes, with Lucio being here, he puts himself in that position. But Barryberg to the inside here, wheel to wheel with De Gram there, and does he get it done? He does indeed. So De Gram down into 4th place now, and Barryberg in a good position here to potentially help him out. Now there's yellow flags in the final chicane. There is a cart that's facing the wrong way. I'm looking out the commentary box window as again another position there. Marius Barryberg, he's back on it here now. He's on the charge for Lucio.
And this is the thing, this is where the tactics start to come into play. I think that's Livia Sampson out of the race. She looks to be okay. That's a disappointment for the PDB Racing team pilot. 285, been having to fight from the back of the field so far this weekend. Maybe the end of her competition, unfortunately. 7 laps completed, 4 more to go. What has Marcus Lucio got in the locker? Has he been holding something back for the latter stages of this one? Marius Barryberg has thrown everything at this race so far. He's looking quick. That's a PB for the Norwegian, 56.382. Took 2.5 tenths out of Lucio that last lap.
Yep, this is getting interesting now. It's getting very interesting. Right, so we're seeing a warning flag going up as we see a change for the lead. Barryberg now to the lead of this one. Marcus Lucio will lose his chance of starting on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He's going to lose his chance of getting onto the top spot for Superheat 2 as well. He's going to lose his pole massively here as now he's down into 3rd, and now he might even lose it. No, he's back into 2nd. Gets back down the inside of Malaysia, who tried to get that move done, very closely followed by Dragan, who's still there. Caballero still getting closed in. That's Christian Caballero that's getting involved in this scrap. But now Marius Barryberg back at the front. What does this do to the intermediate classifications? They cross the line. It's McLaughlin from Barryberg. They're joint on points, but Barryberg cannot beat McLaughlin here. McLaughlin is now back on pole for Superheat 1. Barry Berg is on pole for Superheat 2. This is getting interesting now. Barry Berg needs to win this one to secure a front row on the inside line for this Superheat. Will help him out massively to secure his spot into that final. I mean, he's got good points. He's already in a good starting position. It's where he needs to be. But tense things can happen in this time. Dragan back to the inside.
Really, really bold move there from David Dragan, and he's made it work. Brilliant stuff from the Zanki Motorsports youngster. Stepping into the seniors. There's a warning flag out for Harry Ewell in the 2.87, so that's going to be plus 5 seconds for the Croc Promotions. British drivers currently in 25th place. 2 more laps to go rather, as back comes Valencia here on the inside of Dragon, side by side, running towards turn 1, and that's going to be Malizia's on the inside. Good driving.
Yeah, that is nicely timed on there. Got the jump on the exit there. Much better exit through the final chicane, and just full send commitment. You can see him there tucking in behind the steering wheel, just trying to give himself a bit of an aerodynamic advantage here, as we're getting warning flag after warning flag come out here. There's 4 that have popped up on my screen. So a fair few drivers now are going to be receiving 5-second in-race time penalties, and that are completely uncontestable. So hopefully we'll let you know who they are when they pop up on the screen. But right now, Barry Berg leading. Lucio still there in second. Lucio needs to retaliate here. Lucio needs to catch up to Barry Berg. But look at the real estate between the two of them here now. They're not going to help each other out. Time's running out. They're going to be on the last lap.
And it's as it's been for the whole weekend. Sector 2, Marius Barry Berg is awesome. He had a 10th just in Sector 2 alone on that last lap over Marcus Lucio. It means he's not under attack when they get into sector number 3. Through the first sector, they go for the final time in qualifying heat format. What is the pace like for Marcus Lucio? It's good, but it's just not enough to close in on the Norwegian, who's leading this race.
Yep, here he goes. Few more corners to go then on this final lap. You have to remember, Marius Barry Berg, this is not against him on this one, but the driver who spun in qualifying and then put it on pole in qualifying has then just been absolutely superb through these qualifying heats, taking wins and a couple of losses. He has 6 points to his name. He matches Finn McLaughlin, who looked like he was going to be the absolute favourite going into this weekend after win after win after win on the first day of racing. Marius Barry Berg out of the final corner will join McLaughlin on the front row and on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. That is the result that Marius Barry Berg wanted, and he secures that pole position start in Superheat 2. McLaughlin has pole position in Superheat 1 tomorrow. Marcus Lucio will start alongside McLaughlin for Superheat 1. Danny Caronini will start alongside Marius Barry Berg in Superheat 2 tomorrow. All of that's provisional, of course, but Marius Barry Berg, after 11 laps of racing, the privateer driver, secures pole position for Sunday's Superheats. But where will he start for that final? Confirmation there on your screen, the intermediate classifications. Of course, all of this is provisional. There it is on your screens there. McLaughlin, Barry Berg, Marcus Lucio, Danny Caronini, Timo Rarikas and Alexander Bondarev. 3 of those drivers were juniors last year. They step up now into the senior category, and they have certainly proven their worth here as the sun has fully set here now in Valencia for the last race of the day. Senior X30 qualifying heat C versus F. Marius Barry Berg from Marcus Luciano, Malaysia from David Dragan. Christian Caballero and Hugo Martinello, Elia Weiss and Mark Granada from Paul Chaus. Sam van der Heijden from Maximilian Rafalik. Mark Lapiccolo finishing in a good spot there as well, with Rauthendaren just behind. 23 positions gained. Rafalik with 19 positions gained. Good running from them. Loris Sasha finishing in 14th place from Emilio Covisto. Jean-Paul Carras finishing in 16th place from Diego Palesi. Johanna Luja from Cahal Clark finishing in 19th, with Marlon Bayer with 15 positions gained, rounding out the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. If you look at the background, look at the drivers sweeping all over the circuit there. There were some huge moments in that infield section, but they all managed to keep it within the track limits and keep it on the black stuff there, which is very, very lucky for them. No one taken to the grass until a little bit later on, where I think we saw quite a few drivers getting caught out just a little bit. In through turn number 3 they would go, and again, just nice, calm and tame through that sector, through the pinch point here of turn 3 and 4. But the start of that race, certainly a very interesting one with everyone just trying to find their way into a top running position. But Marius Barryberg certainly would have to fight for it there. We talk about the drivers getting stuck. So many drivers got involved in that one. Celine Canol, Paul Hamburg, Benjamin Johns, I think, Torres Gomez as well. Rema Blanc, all getting involved in that one. Some drivers getting going again. There was Paul Hamburg, who did manage to get going again after having to do another part of the track once again. There to the inside, that was Marcus Luzio retaking the lead in the early stages of the race. That would secure him back up into that top spot where he would start on pole position. Then we saw David Dragan come back into play here. Lozano Malaysia also tried to get a move done on Marius Barryberg. And it looked like this point here, it was over for Marius Barryberg. You know, he was dropping back. He went all the way back to P4 as well. So it was a really big shake-up for him, as well as all the drivers just kept fighting. It was this moment here where I think it's where it started to come back for Marius Barryberg. That was a move there from Arno Malaysia getting past David Dragan. And then that allowed Marius Barryberg to get back up the inside. So now he's back into P3, and now he's got the chance of really latching onto this one, as especially the door was left open and just absolutely sent it down the inside there, did Marius Barryberg, just to secure that second place spot. In towards, again, the same corner, turn 7, he would get the move done on Marcus Luzio. And this would be the demise now of Marcus Luzio, who would drop down a couple more positions, but then would fight back to get back into second place. That's the moment he loses it to Arno Malaysia. But as soon as he lost it, he retakes it again, as I thought we were going to lose him to David Dragan as well, who almost tried to get it down the inside. A few laps before the end, Dragan again getting down the inside of Arno Malaysia, but Malaysia would get the better of him and would finish ahead, finishing P3, gaining 1 position. Dragan only losing the 1, finishing in P4. Christian Caballero, though, also had a very good run. You could see him there just closing in the background. The driver for the Kids to Win team certainly had a good run, gaining those positions, but it would be Marius Barryberg who would take the win from Marcus Luzio, and that means that tomorrow, for the Senior X30 categories, it will be Finn McLaughlin and Marius Barryberg who will be starting on pole position for Superheat 1 and 2 tomorrow. We're ready for an interview. It's down in Parc Ferme. It's Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our final heat winner of the day. He's spoken to us once already today. He just keeps winning. Marius Barryberg. That was a tough race then. Say it's cooled down now. Talk me through the initial stages. Got a good start, but fell back to 4th. Was there a couple of issues with temperatures?
Yeah, I thought I warmed my tires up well enough, but maybe I didn't. I don't know, because after so few laps, I got heat into the car and just got going. But I see my start was very good, but the other people had much more pace in the start of the race. But then when I got everything up to temperature, it was good, and we just pushed, and I felt it was the right time to overtake. So I overtake, and it was good. So yeah.
With so much on the line as well, because obviously you knew the situation with the intermediate classification points. How do you keep your composure in that scenario to make sure that you, as you did, make the right decisions?
Yeah, I was just trying to calm down, thinking about this was one of my most important races of the weekend here, or like of the heats, because this would determine if I got pole or second master. So I just had to do good this race, just focus and keep my head calm, cold.
Into the superheats tomorrow, so you'll have pole position for one of those superheats. What are your thoughts on those? Is there any tactics you want to share with us, or you want to keep it all to yourself?
I think I want to keep it all to myself, really, not say too much. But I think just it's really amazing to be on pole in such a big race, as well as I'm quite new to this category, so it feels amazing to be this high in the rankings or something like that. So yeah.
Will you get a chance to relax this evening and unwind, or is there going to be more work behind the scenes to try and extract some more performance?
I think I can relax now. I'll probably just go home now and eat, and then do better tomorrow.
Who do you want to thank for your performances here today?
I want to thank my dad, my mechanic, my sister's mechanic. I just really want to thank my team for helping me through these few days now. It's been amazing. Well
done, Marius. Really impressive performance. Great comeback performance and the difficulties in qualifying yesterday. Best of luck for tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
That's Marius Barryberg, one of our pole position drivers for X30 Senior tomorrow in the Super Heats. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got Finn McLaughlin with him, but congratulations to Finn. Great performances across the course of the qualifying heats, both yesterday and today. Very much looking forward to those X30 Super Heats, as well as all the Super Heats tomorrow, Anthony. They're going to be good ones, aren't they?
They certainly are indeed. As the sun is fully set now, the darkness is coming into play. We will be back live tomorrow for the Super Heats in the mini categories. They'll be kickstarting our day at 20 past 10 in the morning. Then we go to junior and then, of course, to the senior category at the end of the day in around 15 hours and 46 minutes. That tells you how long we've got until that time. The track will be live, though, from 8:30 tomorrow to start the morning warm-up sessions. So drivers and everyone will be here bright and early tomorrow. In fact, I don't think it'll be bright. I think it'll be dark in the morning by the time we all get here. But certainly it's been an absolutely fantastic day. And not forgetting when the finals start. They kickstart at 1:30 local time tomorrow. It's kickstarting with the minis, juniors, and then the seniors at the end of the day at 2:30. Make sure you do not miss those because they are going to be absolutely fantastic. Who will take that €1,000 prize plus the full entry into the IAME Euro Series in 2024, and of course, the entry ticket to the IWF in 2024. That will all be found out tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. From everyone here today at the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero in Spain, it's been a big thank you, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Contact in the background and a spin in the middle of the field. Just across the line.